and welcome to a blustery start-finish line here of our second day of racing in Suffolk, where we're gearing up to say three simple words that have never before been said in 150 years of racing history. Stowmarket to Stowmarket, a distance of 0 kilometres as the crow flies, but 169.3 kilometres as the Lloyds Tour of Britain men flies. And the expectation is, once again today, it could be another bunch sprint. Woodbridge in Suffolk saw the start of the 2025 Lloyds Tour of Britain men. After Rod Ellingworth dropped the flag at kilometre 0, 4 riders were allowed to get away. Diego Uriarte of Equipo Cairn Pharma, Milan Lanhofer and Victor Vekuli, both of Team Flanders Baloise, plus Josh Golliker of Great Britain. Team Visma Lease Bike, Decathlon AG2 Mondial and UAE Team Emirates XRG controlling things in the peloton to set up a sprint finish in Southwold. The breakaway claimed the first points on the road, with the young Belgian Lanhofer going over Mill Hill first to take the King of the Mountains jersey and then sprinting clear at Halesworth. The quartet were finally caught on the outskirts of Southwold, with the sprinters gathering as they hit the coast.
It's the final corner, it's a headwind, it's going to be all about timing as Matthew Brennan now will line this one up for Olaf Koy. Dainese trying to get up on terms now. It's all about the timing as a big move goes up the side from Tord Gummerstad. Launches a huge move for Decathlon AG2 Le Mondial. Has he managed to time this one as Koy tries to come through on the line? It's timed to perfection. Olaf Koy comes through and takes it for Visma Lease Bike.
Yep, Olaf Koy has done it again, a 5th career win here at the Tour of Britain, and this is the newly formed general classification after just 1 day of racing. All those time gaps in the top 10, courtesy of time bonuses, picked up on the road and at the finish line, because we've only just got this race underway. So that's the embryonic state of things, with Olaf Koy leading the race by a fraction of a distance to Tord Gudmestad. Very impressive ride from him yesterday. Olaf Koy is, you have to say, kind of in a class of his own. Have I read that right? We felt that might be the case before the race. He kind of confirmed it yesterday.
Yeah, we knew he was going to be the favourite, didn't we, going into yesterday's stage, and that's why we saw that control from Team Visma Lease Bike from the very start to the finish of the race. They set things up perfectly for him, but my goodness, Tord Gudmestad, he was fired out of a cannon, wasn't he? He came around that final corner so far back, maybe in 10th, 12th position, and he came around so quickly. But Olaf Koy, with his experience, managed to get on the wheel of Tord Gudmestad and then come back round. So yeah, really impressive stuff. 5th win in this race in the history of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men. Yeah,
he could be about to make it a 6th. But let's just get one thing clear, Danny. Olaf Koy's not going to win the Tour of Britain this year, is he? He's not here in terms of the general classification, because the longer we go in this race towards stages 5 and 6, the harder it gets.
Yeah, he's a sprinter. He's not a GC rider. The GC riders are the ones looking at the longevity of the race and trying to make a difference when the harder stages come. It's a very back-ended race, so in the final 3 days, that's where the GC shake-up is really going to start, especially on stage 5, when we go into Wales and we have 2 ascents of the tumble climb, which is 5 kilometres at around 8%, and there's really steep sections within it of over 10%. So I think that could be the hardest stage that we've actually seen in this race so far. Yeah. And then even the last day, we've got an ascent of Caerphilly Mountain, which tops out with 9 kilometres to go. So even then, I think we'll see some opportunists trying something in the final.
And of course, Visma Lease Bike have got another card to play, haven't they, in Matt Brennan, who's something of a, well, something. He's almost a world-class sprinter in his own right, but he's got a little bit more in the locker as well, and we might see him have a little tilt at GC.
Yeah, and it's been a conversation, hasn't it, as to how they're going to split those resources and whether Matt Brennan's going to get his chance, his opportunity in a sprint. He's kind of said about stage 3, but I think stage 4's got his name written all over it. When we get into Burton Dasset, we've got those 3 ascents of that famous climb that Mathieu van der Poel won back in 2019. But he's so versatile as well, and I'm really interested as to whether he could go all the way in GC. I think if the stars aligned on that tumble stage, he might not actually lose much time.
My word, it is windy here. We'll get into that in a bit. I thought the barriers were about to blow away. Matt Brennan, his day will come a bit later in the race, we feel. I mean, it could be today. But let's hear from the new race leader and yesterday's winner, Olaf Koy.
Just talk us through that sprint finish.
Yeah, it was a lot of headwind after the last corner and a little rise as well. So yeah, we nailed that run into the corner well. So then it was just a matter of being patient enough and the boys did a good job, and then I could find a good wheel, and it was a bit of a waiting game to get to really make that last push in the final few meters.
You call it a last push, but just how much effort did it take against the headwind and to get past Gudmestad?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like I said, the headwind is not easy, and he was really strong, but also he was of course pushing in the wind, and I had some slipstream of him, and then I luckily still had enough in the legs to get past.
It was a very complicated finale yesterday, uphill and into a headwind, as Olaf Koy was describing there. Completely different today. Danny, you've opted quite wisely, I think, given the conditions, to tie your hair back because it was blowing all over the place in Southfield yesterday. But it's windier and it's wetter, and it's sort of downhill as well towards the finish. So they're going to have a tailwind and a slight downhill today. So completely different set of circumstances.
Yeah, I think and I hope it's going to be absolutely carnage out there for the riders today.
In a good way, in a healthy
good way. Of course, in a good way. But I think for Visma Lease bike, they're going to want a carbon copy of yesterday. But I don't think it's going to be quite as easy for them today. I think there's going to be so many teams looking to get into the break. Of course, we've got Milan Lanover, who is leading in the King of the Mountains competition. And also the final, there's a pinch point at 800 metres to go, which is going to be really tricky. And with the wind direction too, 20 kilometres to go, we turn it into a tailwind after a cross tail, which we know is most conducive to splitting the peloton to pieces. There are more exposed roads out there today, so I think teams like UAE are going to really try and split the race to bits.
And also stage races, they take a while just for the hierarchy to establish themselves, don't they? So Visma Lease bike controlled yesterday, and they do have the marquee sprinter. That sends a signal out to the rest of the peloton that you've got to do something else. You can't just allow them to dominate affairs. So that will motivate teams to disrupt.
Yeah, especially with the strength of Olaf Koy that we saw yesterday. If they don't do anything beforehand, the chances are he is going to win again today. And I think because of the wind and the wind direction and the course being on bigger roads, smaller roads, more exposed roads, it gives teams more opportunity to feel that they'll have a chance of making it all the way into the final. So yeah, I think we are going to see more aggressive racing today. I'm definitely hoping so anyway.
Just behind you, as you were talking, I've just seen Olaf Koy make his way to the sign-on podium. You can see the lead cars and the vehicles are gathering in that red car, just out of the shot, actually, just to your left there. That is Rod Ellingworth, the race director, and apparently he briefed everybody this morning that with this crosswind today, or the strength of the wind, there are some exposed sections today, so it could be a different script in that regard.
Yeah, I think it will, and obviously I've had a few little insights from my brother-in-law Luke Rowe, who is in the team car of the Decathlon AG2R Le Mondial team, and I mean he was the king of crosswinds, wasn't he? So I think he'll be really trying to inform his team of where those sections really could do some damage today.
All right, well, when the breakaway went yesterday, it went pretty early and it was pretty formulaic. There were 4 riders up the road. It could be a bit more of a scrap today, but there is a healthy reward for riders who do get up the road, and they could be on the podium at the end of the day, as these 2 riders discovered yesterday.
Milan, quite a ride for you today, KOM jersey. You've made an impact on the race, so your first time here at the Tour of Britain.
Yeah, it was a quite hard race today. It was a very hard wind today, always ahead, so yeah, it was hard.
And will you be looking to build on the points that you've accumulated today and hang on to that jersey, of course?
Maybe.
Just see how it goes.
Yeah, of course. There's 3 hard days, the last one, so yeah. I hope so, but yeah, we will see.
Josh, you've been voted the most combative rider in stage 1 of the Tour of Britain. How is that for you?
Yeah, it's quite nice to win something today. I just followed a move to get into the attack, and there wasn't really a big battle for it, so I thought I'd try and fight for both the sprints and the climbing jersey, and then try to help out the team in the finish.
And where do you go from here in this race? You're here to try and put yourself in the shop window a little bit, using the GB team as a bit of a platform.
I mean, I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to ride for GB and represent the country today, and the rest of this week, so I'm just quite fortunate for the opportunity, and I hope I can make the best result I can this week.
Yeah, it's very interesting to get the thoughts of those 2 riders who got their reward in the breakaway yesterday. Which teams try and get in a breakaway, and why do they do it, Danny? And how does this particular peloton at this race compare with maybe previous years, where there have been many more third-tier British teams? I mean, there aren't any left. and that always used to be a feature of this race, but the strength and depth in this peloton is much deeper this year. I wonder if that's, in a way, having a slightly potentially inhibiting effect. So there are fewer teams and riders wanting just to get up the road.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's lots of different reasons why a rider or a team would want to get in a breakaway. Ultimately, to win the bike race. 2, to get their teams, their sponsors out there as a shop window, so we're talking about them. 3, to be a satellite rider, potentially for their leader behind. So if the breakaway get up the road, by the time the race gets to them, they can offer assistance to that leader in the final. But in terms of the strength and depth of this field, I think it's probably the strongest that we've ever seen, actually. We've got debuts from teams like UAE, from Team Tudor with Alaphilippe. Of course, he's won here before back in 2018. But it's also a smaller peloton. They are used to generally riding with 7 or 8 riders per team, but now they only have 6. So if they are sending riders up the road, they're using up strength and depth and the resources of the team, which they might then have a plan on using in the back end of this race, potentially.
Talk about the back end of the race. That's very interesting. Yesterday, when they turned and headed into Southwold, they hit a strong headwind, which was, of course, a nightmare for the breakaway, the worst possible set of circumstances. Today, flip that on its head. The last 30k are blown on by an even stronger tailwind. That's a motivation for a breakaway today, isn't it?
Huge motivation. It completely changes everything for a breakaway, because ultimately, if they've got that gap established, if you're turning in from a cross tailwind into a tailwind, the chances are it's going to be a lot harder for the peloton to be able to close that gap. The speed differences cannot be much bigger than what it would be. You know, if there was a roaring headwind, the peloton could ride so much faster than that breakaway that's been out there all day. So it's going to be so much motivation today, either to be in the break or to split things to pieces in the crosswind.
All right, high time we had a look at the route of stage 2, because look at the final 30 kilometres. There is a strong southerly wind today. Stowmarket hosts the start and the finish of stage 2 at 169.3 kilometres. Initially, the riders head east on a loop around the Suffolk countryside before switching back westwards as they approach the intermediate sprint at Stradbroke. The route turns to the south near Bury St Edmunds and then heads east once again at Sudbury. The race hits the Category 3 climb of Seamer Hill with about 20 kilometres to go, and then it's a sprint to the finish line in Stowmarket. All right then, as you can possibly see, there are riders just lining up behind me. There in the multicoloured kit of Lidl Trek is the winner of the Giro d'Italia in 2020. You're on the telly, Teo. Hello, Teo. All right, there we go. Teo Gegenhardt at the Tour of Britain. They are lining up now. Olaf Koy and Visma Lease bike a little bit further behind. They're looking to defend and then give Olaf Koy his chance of winning a career 6th victory at the Tour of Britain, and who would bet against that? All right, the talking is almost over and the racing will begin, and you can see it's windy and it is going to be brisk, fast and furious, and it could be pretty unpredictable. Tour of Britain men yesterday on stage 1 saw Visma Lisabai turn with 350 metres to go and strength in depth uphill and into a howling headwind to propel Olaf Koy to victory, but it was Tord Gudmestad of Decathlon AG2R who looked like he'd stolen a march on the entire sprint before Olaf Koy got into slipstream, came round him and took the first victory at this 6 days of racing in Great Britain. Olaf Koy then, already a 4-time winner at the Tour of Britain, picks up another victory, and with that the leader's jersey. So Visma Lisabai getting it all right and delivering their marquee sprinter to victory on stage 1 in Southwold. He takes the lead by 4 seconds ahead of the man who finished in second place, Tord Gudmestad. Ugo Hofstetter is in third, and Milan Landhover, courtesy of the bonus seconds he picked up in the breakaway yesterday, is in fourth place in the general classification. Stowmarket is the scene not only of the finish of stage 2 but also of the start. A looping circuit through rolling Suffolk countryside in damp conditions, blown on and against by a very, very strong wind today. It's 169.3 kilometres in a circuit that rolls through undulating terrain, dips and dives its way around out into the Suffolk countryside, as I say, starting and finishing in Stowmarket. The expectation is that it should be a bunch sprint, but there will be a number of teams hoping to disrupt that and thwart the ambitions of Olaf Koy. Stowmarket hosts the start and the finish of stage 2 at 169.3 kilometres. Initially, the riders head east on a loop around the Suffolk countryside before switching back westwards as they approach the intermediate sprint at Stradbroke. The route turns to the south near Bury St Edmunds and then heads east once again at Sudbury. The race hits the Category 3 climb of Seamer Hill with about 20 kilometres to go, and then it's a sprint to the finish line in Stowmarket. So down at the start, the riders are gathering. The race leader Olaf Koy in his green jersey has his team represented at the front. Visma Lisabai, as one by one the teams make their way up to the start line and preparing to do battle over 169.3 kilometres. That's the scene down at the start. Not long now before we get the race underway. That is the start, not only the start today, but also the finish line of Stowmarket to Stowmarket Stage 2, 169.3 rolling kilometres. Down at the start, you can see the rider with the red jersey on as yesterday's second-placed rider, Tord Gudmestad, and alongside him, just stripping off and getting ready for action in his leader's green jersey, it's Olaf Koy. Let's get over to your commentary team, Marty McDonald, and I'm delighted to say Lizzie Deignan is joining him.
There's Geraint Thomas on the start line, ready for the off, and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary by Lizzie Deignan. Welcome,
Thank
Lizzie.
you.
And it's a big week for Geraint Thomas this week, the last hurrah.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the support that he's got, and obviously they've got this big celebration planned in Cardiff, and quite rightly, he deserves a big send-off.
And we know what Geraint's like with the party. It's going to be a big one, isn't it, in Cardiff?
It is, yeah, definitely.
Welcome to Stowmarket. It's a beautiful, ancient town, if you're a little bit interested in our start and finish town today. Granted, its market charter way back in 1347 by Edward III. It's now the largest town in mid-Suffolk. The Grade 1 listed church of St Peter and St Mary, which is around our start-finish area. And that's dates back to the 14th century. And this stage today, we are in mid-Suffolk, and Suffolk has been such a supporter of both the men's and women's Tours of Britain. So it's hosted 7 previous stages of the men's race since 2010, and we have had 7 previous stages of the women's race dating back to 2014. Riders rolling out on the 4.6 kilometre neutralised section. Olaf Koy leading in the general classification by yesterday's stage sensation, Tord Gudmestad, with Hugo Hofstetter third at 6 seconds. And today we have, along the route, we have one intermediate sprint to come up 40.6 kilometres into the stage. That's with 128.7 to go. That's in Stadbrook. We have one King of the Mountains today. That is a Category 3 climb. That comes with 18.6 kilometres to go. It's 1.4 kilometres in length. The average is 2.1%. We do struggle sometimes to find some King of the Mountains points in Suffolk, but we've got to have them.
Yeah, you know, you do. The thing is, with these climbs, often they're quite narrow into them. It's not just about the climb itself, it's about the approach and what happens after it, if it's exposed over the top. And it's a focal point. Everybody's extremely fresh in these kind of races. So, you know, even if it's just a minute of effort, it can still sting and have an impact.
And that's the thing about this part of the world, and you've raced here, you know, many times as well, and it's quite mentally and physically challenging racing in places like Suffolk, isn't it? Because we're left and right constantly. The road just, although it looks flat and there's not a lot of elevation, the road is just constantly rolling, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think even just things like the hedges make a huge difference. Normally, you're able to take a little bit of a rest in a peloton and kind of figure out the flow of traffic ahead of you, how the race is going. But because of the hedges, there's no foresight, so you just constantly feel that you need to fight to be in the front of the peloton, to be ahead of the action.
Tree walls, Ned.
Tree walls,
Ned named them yesterday. Jacopo Guarnieri, I think he commentated the Giro with, and Jacopo didn't know they didn't have an Italian word for hedge, so he called them tree walls, which I think is a great description.
It is, it's very accurate. I mean, from my experience, things like if you have a puncture in these kind of races, it can be quite nerve-wracking in the convoy coming back. If you're in the convoy, you know, the roads are never straight. There's always a bend ahead of you. There's always this lack of visibility, which just makes the race feel a little bit tense. And like you say, if you're doing that for 170 kilometres, feeling tense and anxious, and that, you know, that all adds up to mental fatigue as well as physical.
And just talking about the neutralised section, this is a point, and we do see as well, if we look at the front, Lotto, Great Britain, Flanders, Baloise, it's always a good glimpse on the rollout of who's going to attack first, isn't it?
Yeah, who's interested in the move from the gun, yeah, definitely.
And this is the other thing that riders always take away, and the schools have gone back, and it's great timing for us for the schools to go back and pull everyone straight out of classes, but it's something that everyone always takes away from both the men's and women's tours is the noise, especially, and all the schools coming out and celebrating the race going past.
Yeah, I think they do a really good job with the Tour of Britain of doing that, of sending out information early enough on the route to schools, to communities, to explain what's going to come through their town or their village, and it's important. I think it's quite a spectacle. If you've never, you know, seen cycling before, you've got the race convoy, all the colour and noise. Children get really excited by it, and it's really nice as a rider to race through that as well.
And also, we always find as well, don't we, that we years later, we just see Oscar Onley coming out the Tour, and it's like their first experience was coming to the race, meeting the riders, getting a bid on, and that kind of thing. Yeah,
it's a surreal moment when you know, as a rider myself, obviously just retired, people like, you know, up-and-coming young riders like Kat Ferguson, for instance, showing me a picture of us together when she was about 9. You know, it makes me feel extremely old, but it is impactful, and it's definitely something that has an impact, children being able to see it live in front of them.
Stage 2, Stowmarket to Stowmarket. We're on our 4.6 kilometre neutralised section. We're nearly ready for the off. Race director out of the car. We'd had a chat with Rod earlier, and we said he needed a bigger flag. It's quite a little flag that he's got.
It is a little flag, yeah. But it's quite cold out there when you stood out the roof. I've done it once, and yeah, you'd be surprised.
So the riders all just catching up as well. Just and the chat. It's quite a social place as well, the neutral rollout, is it?
It is. It depends on who you are. I find them quite sketchy. You know, everyone's pretty packed in and riding slowly. So obviously, if you're riding slowly, you fall off balance a little bit easier. I never like to have chats in neutrals.
No.
No, I'm not much of a chatter on the bike. I think once the number's on for me, I'm a different beast, but there are definitely people who will start conversations, you know, a centimetre away from the bumper of the car and happily chat away to you, and I'm sort of like, oh, not at the minute.
Did that as well change depending on, I mean, the mindset that you went, you know, if you went into a race with a particular focus that you were literally razor sharp focus, or when you had a job to do for the team, did it change?
No, I don't think so, not for me. I think I was always very focused as soon as I started the races. I think, you know, in stage races maybe, longer stage races, you'd know the kind of, if it was a sprint stage, that nothing really was going to happen, so maybe then you could relax a little bit more. But yeah, I was quite focused all the time.
So we can see the Flanders Balwaza team, Siebe de Weert just on the left, Josh Giddings as well, and Lotto just on the right. So we can tell that this group here are looking for a chance to get into the breakaway. The Unibet Titema Rockets team. I've got to say that I'm loving we get the purple kit, the purple team cars, the colour of the bikes.
Yeah.
I really like what they're doing with their branding and everything that they're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. They're building something exciting. And it'll be really interesting to see what, you know, signing Groenewegen does for them next year.
And this is the thing is we talk about, I mean, you were a pro through a lot of different points in cycling, and we talk constantly, don't we, about this business model of teams always relying on sponsorship and always relying on companies, which can, again, it means that if a sponsor does pull out, a lot of the time teams, that can sometimes be, if they can't find the same level of funding, it's the end of the team. So it is about, isn't it, changing, trying to see if you can change it up a bit and find a financial model that's different to them.
Yeah, I do think that there needs to be changes, definitely in terms of revenue for teams as well. That's something that doesn't exist at the moment, and there are teams who are coming together to try and come up with a solution.
And that's with the Titema, because for me, it's very much I'm a big NBA, big NFL fan, and that for me is kind of what they do, and they do it so successfully as that brand. You know, the team, you know, the fans really get behind their team, and that's what the Rockets thing is, and it's something that, yeah, you'd wear a t-shirt, you'd wear that kit, and I think in cycling, as cycling fans as well, and amateur riders and being out there's always been this stigma around wearing pro team kit, and I think we have to get over that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, totally. I think we rely on fans as a sport, and we should embrace the fans and I mean, it's an incredibly accessible sport, but it's difficult because as riders, obviously you want to focus on your athletic performance, and the pressures there are getting higher and higher and harder and harder. So you need actually creative minds and different people coming into the sport. Often what you find is athletes retire, they go back into the DS role, etc., management role. So I think sometimes it's about bringing in new perspective and new people.
Yeah. Lots of new, fresh ideas. We're still on our rollout. We're still on our neutralise section. As the riders will get ready for the off, starting and finishing in the same town.
And after receiving service, rider 23 rejoins the peloton. We are now waiting for one rider who had a mechanical problem. That is rider number 13.
Stage 2 of Tour of Britain Men, the 21st edition of the race, Stowmarket to Stowmarket today, starting and finishing in the same town. We are here in mid-Suffolk today. We have one intermediate sprint and one King of the Mountains along the route. We are currently on our 4.6 kilometre neutralised section. Martin McDonald and Lizzie Deignan with you to take you through today's race action. Going into the day, Olaf Koy leading Tor Gummerstadt by 4 seconds in the general classification. So he is wearing the leader's green jersey. And in third place, Hugo Hofstetter at 6 seconds. Rod Ellingworth, our race director, out the top of the car. And we've just had some riders who have received service on the neutralised section. We are now approaching kilometre 0. Rod Ellingworth about to blow the whistle and wave the flag, and we will be off and racing.
Look at that wind. It's fierce.
Away we go, kilometre 0. We are underway, and the attacks should come thick and fast. We expect on a day like this. Is that Bauke Mollema having a dig down the left?
Yeah. He famously attacked at the first race of the season in Tour Down Under a couple of years ago. It was a bit of a joke, but it did pay off for a while.
Good to see him going on the attack here. I think it's fair that we can call Bauke Mollema a bit of a legend, I think, in the sport.
Yeah, he's a really interesting bloke as well. He's had a phenomenal career. I mean, the longevity of it has been really impressive. He's still got another year on his contract. Whether he does that or not, I'm not 100% sure. It was the first time this year where I heard him a little bit less motivated, but he's always the ultimate professional. So I think we'll see him for another year yet.
Good.
Yeah.
Definitely. It'd be good to have him in the team, the Lidl Trek team. We're working yesterday. Tim Thunberg was their rider yesterday. We're getting the Titema Rockets jerseys from the aerial shot here. And you can see it's just a little bit damp. We had some rain overnight. The weather forecast for the day, if you're interested, 18 to 19 degrees Celsius, that's 65 to 66 Fahrenheit. There is a bit of rain forecast throughout the day. 32 to 40 km/h southerly winds, gusts of 69 to 71, and you were just pointing out the trees and the hedges.
Yeah, you
Lizzie.
can see there's a lot of movement, but unfortunately it is behind hedges. And just the nature of the British roads, you know, they're never straight, they always are slightly turning or twisting, and that unfortunately doesn't lead to the best crosswind action. But still, you know, it makes it a little bit more dynamic than if there wasn't. So.
And that's it. If we didn't have the hedges, I mean, we'd be absolutely savage racing here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, yeah.
And that's something that we've got Remco Evenepoel getting in on the action this morning. He's got his rain jacket on, he's got his leg warmers on as well.
Almost like he wants to warm up or something, yeah.
And for riders like Remco that come here and he'll be building into World Championships, he's just moving teams as well. As we get an attack from Victor Vakuli, one of our riders in the breakaway yesterday. And there is a lot, you know, for riders like Remco be here possibly preparing for the Worlds and just honing that form. The Tour of Britain sits in a nice point in the calendar to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not raced since the Tour de France. Obviously, he didn't finish the Tour de France. And I think the main thing he will be looking for is race rhythm and potentially confidence. You know, confidence is a huge factor going into World Championships. And in a race like the Tour of Britain, the field isn't as strong, obviously, as the Tour de France, and he would have an opportunity to come away with a win here. So I would expect him to be going for it.
And confidence is, I think, for people as well that would look at riders like Remco, and they would wonder why confidence and getting confidence going into a big championship is something that you need, because everyone would think they would have this natural bravado and just this natural swagger, but it's not the case, is it?
No, definitely not. Particularly a rider like Remco, you can see there are times where he's kind of up and down. You know, I think I was looking at his stats. He's started 6 Grand Tours, finished 3. One of them is 1. You know, he's a bit sort of all or nothing. And I think also being such a young rider, he's 25, he's a Belgium superstar. He has a lot of pressure, double Olympic champion. And, you know, his last memory of racing was quitting. And to go into a World Championships, you need to have the mindset where you're ready to win and feel like you can. And I think the Tour of Britain is a perfect place for him to build his confidence.
It's going to be interesting to see him on climbs like the Tumble and see what he could do there, because it could be a big one, couldn't it? And we've seen it.
He's
in the past.
Very interesting rider to me. I mean, he's won Grand Tours. He's an incredible time trialist. You wouldn't call him a pure climber. He's won races like Liège. He's won, you know, San Sebastian 3 times. He's a one-day man as well as a Grand Tour man. So I think this race does really suit him. A race like, you know, a climb like the Tumble, he could actually cause some damage on, I think.
Yeah, I think we've got some big fireworks to come at the end of this race. We are starting to get the formation of a bit of a break.
Yep.
Titema Rockets going on the attack here.
You can tell by the way that the bunch is consistently bunching up at the front that the bunch is interested in a break going. It's just making sure that it's the right combination. And as a rider, you're just sometimes, you know, you see the break going and you think, brilliant, it's gone. And then you see somebody out the corner of your eye, a team that's missed it, and they close it again. So it's just waiting for that right combination, which looks like it's happening again here.
And you can see Decathlon, AGTR Le Mondial, Flanders Baloise will want to also be in the move. And you get this point now as well at the beginning where we're starting to get a break that's just a little bit too cumbersome. It just swells to sort of 7, 8, 9 riders.
Yeah, it's a difficult science about what makes the perfect breakaway, and often it is just luck as well. There are some riders who just seem to get it right, who sometimes sniff out the perfect move. You know, you can have a rider who tries consistently 20 times and never makes the breakaway, but it's a feeling often.
And there's always that talk of the peloton decide the breakaway. Is that the case a lot of the time, that when that break goes and someone does give a nod and say, right, that's...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's down to whether the peloton want it to go. In a situation like this, it's not, the break isn't happening because anybody, physically can't cope with the demands of the race at the moment. It's just about making a decision to freewheel at the front or push on and close it.
But it's also a good sign that we've got here is that the first break isn't the one that went, which is basically what happened yesterday. So it does seem that they're ready to go racing today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of teams yesterday who came away from the race without any results, and who, although they might have a fast man here, still think that there might be an opportunity to go in a breakaway. You never know in bike racing, and if I was a director here and one of the smaller teams, I would certainly be telling my riders to get up the road.
Me too. The bus has been parked on the front of the peloton now, so it looks like it might be an opportunity here for the break to try and get clear. So a few teams now through towards the front. Visma Lisa bike being one of them. And again, just we go past one of the schools that have come out to celebrate the race going past. So we've got the Any Colour Team 21 team that are on the attack.
Yeah, you can see that it's really, they've closed off the front of the peloton there. They've decided that's okay. You can see that this rider's freewheeling at the back of the peloton. The speed isn't high, it's not demanding. It's just about, there'll be riders in the third, fourth row who've been told they need to be in the breakaway, and they'll be incredibly frustrated that the road has been shut off there. You see two sneaking out there and jumping across, hopefully.
Yeah, there's that heightened stress, isn't there, when you're just trying to find your way through?
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see it closing in front of you, and you just think, the door's closed, I've missed it.
And can you just hear as well your sport director in the post-race briefing going, so?
Yeah, how did you miss it? How did you miss it?
Yeah. So those two riders now trying to get across to the breakaway. And that's, again, here, because of a constant change of direction and the roads are fairly narrow.
Yeah, that's great for them. They're already out of sight. So brilliant for a breakaway. As soon as you can be out of sight, it, deflates the peloton and the move is gone. Because our intermediate sprint comes at 40.6 kilometres in today, I was wondering what we would get early on today because of this race. It may change, and I think because it's so tough on the tumble and the back end of this race, because the bonus seconds can always be so key in this race. Yeah, traditionally, I think there was a stat somewhere about how, the biggest margin of victory it's been less than a minute. It's never won by a lot. I think the closest victory has been a second. So. The nature of this racing does mean that it does come down to seconds, and often the bonus sprints are important. But the way the race is currently, I'm sure that people will be happy for these seconds to go away. You can see just trying to get the brake working. Two members here for the Great Britain national team. They've got into the move. They are being remonstrated by the Lotto rider to try and get this breakaway working here. Yeah, well, I think it's about getting your head down and committing. I think, you can start playing games as soon as the break is established, but it's too early to be soft tapping or missing turns, especially if there's two of you. You need to show commitment. And two members of the Great Britain team, two members of the Unibet Tatema Rockets, Any Colour and Lotto. So good combo here. Is it a good combo with two riders from two teams?
for the other two riders in the break?
It depends how you look at it. It depends on what kind of sprint, what kind of rider you are. If you're a fast rider, then I think it's a good idea. If you back yourself in a small group in a sprint, then it's sometimes a good thing to have two teammates, because the onus is on them, the responsibility is on them to force the move. So, I mean, obviously they can play games in the final, but if you're smart and watch the dynamic of the race, you know, you can tell often from a breakaway whether you've got two teammates up there, one's pulling more than the other, or they're both trying to avoid turns. You can really feel who they're going to back. So sometimes I think it's good to be with more than one.
So going through our group that we have, so the Titema Rockets, 2 riders represented in our breakaway group. I think Josh Charlton is the other rider that's in the break from Great Britain. So just going through the group, who we've got. So we've got Baptista Veerstroffer here from Lotto. We've also got Hatties de Vries. So the other rider is Ben Wiggins that's made it in here. My apologies, should recognise the style of Ben Wiggins that's in there. So Baptista Veerstroffer, Hatties de Vries, Sebastian Nielsen, Raphael Rice, and then the 2 British national team riders, Ben Wiggins and Josh Charlton. So good to see them both getting themselves into the breakaway group. So really well established. And you can see here, Lizzie, as well, and the troubles of the roads are kind of dried out in places here, and you can tell how gingerly kind of everyone's having to take these tight, constant twists and turns here.
Yeah, and it can be sometimes really frustrating actually when you're in a breakaway where you know, I would always try and make the road as short as possible, and sometimes it'd be in a breakaway that where they're not cutting the corners, they're not cutting the roads, but you know, those sorts of things can add up and really count towards the end. It's about making the road as short as possible in terrain like this.
And that's just going straight across the route rather than round it.
Yeah, exactly.
10 seconds is the gap from our breakaway group to the peloton. We are getting
and good cooperation in the leading group
from the group behind. So you can hear from Radio Tour there that they are working well in the leading group. You can tell the pressure is on here, and we did see that reaction from the bunch behind. It did look like we had a few more riders, including Tudor Pro Cycling, that are trying to get across to the breakaway. So we've got another 6 riders just trying to get clear as we go through Debenham. And you can tell, you can almost sense here in terms of the peloton just wanting this break to go clear here. Great to see another school out along the side. A lot of them will be back yesterday, back today, and throughout this week. Back to our breakaway, and you can see it's just closing up. Those attacks behind are just bringing it back.
Yeah, somebody's decided they're not happy. And you have to decide quickly. You know, as soon as a break's got a minute, then obviously it makes the dynamic very different. But as long as the break's still within a minute, you can change it. You just have to be proactive and quick in your decision making.
Because those sort of gaps of 30 seconds, they're quite jumpable, aren't they? As soon as you get towards that minute and then north of a minute, all of a sudden that's
as soon as the team cars come past, you know, then you know that the break is pretty well established.
So going down through Debenham, the village in the Deep Valley, mentioned in the Doomsday Book, is Debenham. And again, all the kids, all the local schools out in force along the route today. Definitely better than maths coming to a bike race. And you can see as well, they will have maybe given the little project before they went away on summer holidays. That was Henrik Pedersen just trying to get onto the group. But we have got an intermediate sprint after 40 kilometres. We'll see if the draw of those bonus seconds, 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on the route. So we've just gone through that group. We've had a bit of a crash, it seems like. Ooh, in our breakaway, unfortunately. The 2 breakaway riders going down there on that left turn. So unfortunately, the 2 British riders just wiping out on that corner. We'll see if the breakaway, if they get back out, they probably haven't got enough time to lift themselves off the floor and get back on.
No, I think that's a case of going back to the peloton and checking themselves over and seeing if they're okay and restarting.
But it does show the sketchy nature. This is kind of, I always call it the twilight zone, this, where it's not dry, it's not wet, it's not chucking it down.
Yeah, it's been a very, very dry summer as well. The roads are not, you know, they'll be slippy. The surfaces will not be good. But that's part of it as well. You know, you need to anticipate that on a corner, and you know, everybody has the same access to you know, Velo Viewer and all these things. They can have a look at what to expect. They know what kind of weather is coming, and you know, potentially that was just a bit of overexcitement, overcooking that corner there.
And the 2 Brits as well. You kind of know the nature of our roads here as well.
Yeah, you do, but you know, it's difficult when you're in a race. You're excited to be in the breakaway. Your sensations are a little bit different to normal. It's very different to training, and who knows what tyre pressure they had in. You know, you've got to make a decision on a day like today where it's going to be showery. Do you go with wet pressure or do you go with dry pressure? Maybe they chose the wrong option. Who knows?
How would you vary that as a rider in the approach?
Well, I was always very lucky that a lot of my races I did alongside Lucinda Brand, an extremely talented and experienced cyclocross rider who loved the stats of tyre pressures, and we were the same weight. So I would say I'll have what Lucinda's having.
And she is the queen of, I mean, as a, you know, tyre pressure in cyclocross, I mean, your races are won or lost.
Absolutely, yeah.
In a small amount of pressure here and there. And Lucinda, I mean, when you watch Lucinda on the road as well, she's that, she goes into a corner and you think,
I close my eyes every time.
It's that maximum slidability.
Yeah, she's brilliant. She's a brilliant brake handler and always an incredible rider in terms of giving away that kind of information. She would always talk about tyre pressure on the bus and tell, you know, the younger riders, have you spoken to the mechanic? Do you know what pressure you're riding today? Because it's become more and more important and more relevant than it ever was, really. You know, years ago, it was never something that we discussed or talked about. So, yeah, it's very important now.
And it's important for riders as well, especially for young riders. We know, is to learn and know those things. And if riders don't come from that cyclocross background and that sort of background, they would, you know, maybe they'll just ride whoever, you know, growing up it might be, you know, one of their parents or someone in their club.
The harder the better is what my dad would have said, yeah. I think also, you know, as female athletes who are traditionally lighter, a lot of tyre pressure gauges and charts, etc., giving you the ideal tyre pressure would start at sort of 60 kg. You know, we've riders on the team who are 42 kilograms. So sometimes you're running the risk, do I run a tyre pressure that's, you know, not even listed on the manufacturer's safety guides, etc. So it's a bit of a trial and error for some people sometimes, and that's something that's improved massively. The information and the experimenting with tyre pressure now is done in winter. It's all on training camps. I have, you know, every rider on our team, you know, had their own chart saying whichever race weight they were, because some people's race weight fluctuates depending on that for wet or dry, what tyre pressure you needed. And I would always err on the side of lower.
And have the types of tyres changed as well now, but going from, if you look at this in terms of, you know, what they might have chosen this morning and the types of tyres, tubeless as opposed to tubular tyres and high pressure tyres, and that that kind of thing and how that's changed over the years?
Oh, it's, yeah, again, and you know, the technology is changing all the time. Yeah, within the last sort of couple of years of my career, it's changed because tyres work differently with different wheels. You know, it's endless, actually. We have presentations on tyres on training camps. You know, we just used to jump on a bike and hope for the best, but every detail, obviously, is really dialed in these days.
It looks like the peloton have decided to let the breakaway go.
Very much so, yeah.
So you see that quick step in the centre. Visma Lease bike on the right. Ineos Grenadiers and Uno X have just now knocked off the pressure. 55 seconds that you can see is the gap going out to the breakaway. As this gap should now grow.
It will just shoot up now, yeah.
As we'll allow that. We've got 2 objectives along the route. I was interested to not see our King of the Mountains trying to get into the breakaway. So I would have thought that there are, we did see the Flanders Baloise riders trying to get into the breakaway, but
yeah, it didn't happen. I mean, they're still, you know, 100k away at least from that climb, so that could still happen. But yeah, obviously not a priority for them.
152.1 kilometres to go. Our breakaway now have 1 minute and 20 seconds. So 4 teams represented. Such a shame for Josh Charlton and Ben Wiggins. That crash meant that the gap was just, it's eliminated them from the breakaway. And if they'd gone down now, they would have had that chance to get back into the breakaway, wouldn't they? They were just too close.
Yeah, it was really, really unfortunate for them. And you see now the commitment in the front. Everybody's got their head down. They're really going for it now. And yeah, it's really unfortunate for them. Both still at the back of the peloton, I think, trying to get some mechanical assistance.
And there's also that point as well where you might have to just look, you know, for a rider, you go down, it's just to go quickly see the doctor's car as well.
Yeah, in some cases, yeah. But they both looked all right. I think it was, it didn't look too bad.
So the chat just going on the left from Ineos Grenadiers. Uno X there, just to have a little word back to the doctor's car. Right on schedule, and it might be just a little patch. Sometimes you just need a plaster. If you've got a poo-poo,
maybe you just
you?
need, you know. Yeah, exactly. I give my kids a lot of plasters. I think, you know, sometimes it is just about having a bit of reassurance. Maybe, you know, maybe he knocked his head and feels a bit funny, or just wants a little bit of reassurance. I mean, there's not much you can do really.
And this is normally our doctor's car is a convertible, but that would kind of fill up sometimes if you have a convertible with the roof off all the time in Britain.
Yeah, not.
You'd have to wear wellies, wouldn't you?
That would be brave in September in the UK. I suppose it looks like they're just cleaning his wound.
So the race doc there just and they are so important to the race doctors, because it's not just in the race like this. They are available after the stage and before the stage. They're so amazing. When I was out in races as a sport director, the amount of times that you would speak to race doctor if you needed them.
Yeah, they're incredibly important. You know, the sport, unfortunately, is a dangerous sport, and we need them, unfortunately, yeah.
And it is as well, it's the only car in the convoy you're allowed to hold on to.
Is it?
Legally, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Within the rules, because you need to hold on to the car to get fixed up. I think within the rules, it's the only car you're allowed to actually hold on to.
Okay. Do you know, I never went back to a doctor's car.
No.
So, I don't know.
You were always just...
No, that's not true. I just, yeah, I suppose I always just thought I'll clean it after.
You think, I'm all right.
I'm all right. Yeah,
I'm all right.
Foolish. Maybe I was just foolish, yeah. I could have been having a free ride at the back, yeah.
Sit and hold on to the car for a few K and have a little rest. But the gap now, 2:14, and this is straight away now. This is what we saw yesterday in terms of the general order of this race. Straight away, Lo Van Bell straight back through to the front for Visma Leasebike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that they're moving to the front now. I think it's still, you know, very controllable. There's only 4 riders in the front. You know, maybe they're coming into a section where it's a little bit more residential and they feel that it's a little bit sketchy in the peloton. Sometimes when the speed in the peloton is slower, it's a little bit more sketchy, and they potentially just want to keep their riders safe and ride in that formation. It's a little bit more comfortable when you've got leaders in the wheel like that.
And yesterday it was just Lo Van Bell for 100 odd kilometres, but now we've put the whole team on the front. Because I suppose on the opening day and a little bit as well, there is that, even though Olaf Koy came in yesterday as the out-and-out favourite, he kind of reinforced that yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. They know what's on the table today. They know what they can do. So, you know, we see here there is a crosswind section. They're going through a field. It's good to be all together at the front in case something happens. It's not costing them a lot of energy relatively to do that.
148.3 kilometres to go on today's stage 2 of the Tour of Britain men, Lloyds Tour of Britain men, starting and finishing in Stowmarket. The team of Olaf Koy, our overall leader, who is wearing the green jersey here in the Tour of Britain. His team are on the front. The breakaway group now have 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So Andreas Stoppro and his teammate Hattie de Vries.
Remco's moving up on the outside here, so he obviously doesn't like being in the position that he's in. Like we said before, you know, we're coming into these open fields. Maybe it is crosswind for a little bit longer. You can see on the map here that, you know, they're going through fields, although it's not perfect. It is narrow. All you need is for, you know, a small crash in the peloton to cause a gap, and Remco could be the wrong side of the split. So if you see a team like Visma Leasebike on the front, you are smarter to be closer to them than further away.
And that's it. We do see what we get, and we do have open sections, but the reason why we don't get the echelons that we do in the Remco Evenepoel just moving up here on the outside, having a bit of an attack. So Remco in the gold helmet here on the gold bike, the double Olympic champion, having a dig.
It's interesting to me. I think, like we said before, we have to bear in mind what are his goals, what are his objectives coming up. And unbelievably, in a race like this, in the Tour of Britain, where the stages aren't that long, if, you know, he spends 2 days sat in the peloton, he could consider that detraining. He might just be doing this as a training exercise, you know, these first couple of days.
And that's a point that we don't mention very often, is when you're in a race and you can go to a race and you can sit in the peloton for days, and it happens in the Tour de France, doesn't it, in races where you might go in and the Grand Tours have changed now.
Yep.
But you used to have a week of flat stages, then you'd have a bit of a mid stage, then you'd go into the mountains, and you'd go into the Tour ready to race and almost be detrained by the time you got to the mountains. It's a different concept.
Yeah, I mean, the level that we're talking about for these, you know, athletes at the top is incredible. So yeah, it's kind of gobsmacking to think that you could be detraining in the middle of a Tour de France. But, you know, some riders do feel that, particularly into into the harder end of the race, they might feel a bit sluggish if they've had too many easy days, too many sprint days just following the group. So it might be about that, or it might be something altogether smarter. And he might prove us wrong here. He might completely split up the peloton. I mean, it's certainly causing some damage at the back. So
here's the Olympic champion, double Olympic champion Remco Evenepoel has come out to play on day 2 here of the Tour of Britain. And when you look on VeloViewer, when I was going through VeloViewer and looking at the stage, you can see where it's open.
Yeah.
But as we said, it's not sustainably open, but it does keep opening up. So if you keep the pressure on through different sections, you could essentially just split the race.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of information now that's available to the sports directors, they know every inch of this route, and they will have looked for as many open spaces as they can, and potentially be trying to make the most of that. They're trying to cause some fatigue, you know, so that the peloton isn't coming all together too fresh into the finish. It's always safer when riders are tireder, especially for GC guys, so that could be potentially something that they're trying to do.
Our breakaway
Update
group.
from the front of the race, all riders contributing at the front of the race, although it's windy, so there's an echelon at the front of the race.
They have the advantage now of seeing that crash before, so they know to take each corner seriously. You can see that they really went round there quite gingerly, but they are only as strong if they have the numbers, so they need to really work together and stay safe in the front.
You can see they're fully invested in this one. Rafael Rice there from the Any Colour team. Baptiste Bistroffer. This is Andreas Stockbro of the Titema Rockets. 44th on general classification at 10 seconds. So you can see the Titema Rockets and their purple and blue Cannondale bikes. The full livery. Baptiste Bistroffer here, also 104th at 10 seconds, coming in with that group yesterday. Rafa Rice 75th at 10 seconds. And going down through our group, Baptiste de Vries wearing number 142. We'll see if we get a glimpse of the peloton as our two Unibet Titema riders just having a chat on the back. We're going to see if they do get a nod. There is a bit of a rumble going on at the front of the peloton, and we get another glimpse. We'll see if that's still the case. Remco Evenepoel, just now we saw him going on the attack with the Soudal Quick-Step teammates. So the riders, Fabian Leinhardt just on the back as well. For Tudor Pro Cycling, the pressure off again. So Remco Evenepoel just mixed things up. We're seeing Julien Alaphilippe and other big name riders coming through to the front. It looks like it's business as usual. This should play it now, allow the breakaway to increase their gap. Sam Watson on the front, in the centre, the British champion. He had a good finish, Sam Watson, yesterday when he came in towards that finish. I think a lot of riders almost thought, again, there's that, we've got this climb, we've got headwind, and he came in 6th yesterday. Tim Thorntonberg also kind of did the same.
There was a few riders who had great position into the corner and potentially over-anticipated the uphill rise and the headwind, yeah, because they backed off. But at the same time, they backed off, then it kicked off. So, you know, they sort of almost looked like the brakes were on. And once you've lost that momentum in a sprint, then there's no coming back from it. So I think they just got it wrong. So I'm not sure that we've seen their full potential in terms of their out-and-out speed yet.
And for Tord Gummerstadt yesterday, I mean, it was what I always enjoy about the Tour of Britain is you see these breakthrough rides. They're that opportunity for a rider that may not get the freedom very often. A young rider coming through. It's his first year with the team. He was previously with Uno X.
Yep.
But that was a sort of establish yourself kind of finish by him yesterday, because that gives a team a lot of confidence.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he almost had it, didn't he? And yeah, the power that he had, the raw power, was really impressive. He's won the Wienendaal Classic in 2024, so he has won a big classic sprint race in the Netherlands. So he's a winner, and you could see that from his attitude yesterday, to just go for it.
And he's also, because we kind of grade races, don't we, as well? And he's had some victories in, you know, as well as Wienendaal. He'd also have I counted 4 wins in some of the smaller UCI races, which sometimes is because we come in and they're like, hey, it's their first pro win, you know, and they've won 5 or 6 of the smaller races.
Yeah, and I mean, the level is just phenomenally high to win any race. You know, shows that he's got the talent and what it takes. So I think he will be an interesting guy to watch again today.
And those races as well, when we look at them, and for anyone that's never been to Belgium, never raced a Kermesse, I mean, it's chaos and mayhem a lot of the time. We call it the school of hard knocks, don't we? And those wins in those races don't come easy, and they certainly don't come by chance.
No, they certainly don't, especially in a sprint, because those races are, you know, there's not so many amateur races that are just about a bunch sprint, and that is traditionally one of those races that ends in a bunch sprint, and he pulled off the win there. So yeah, he's clearly got the sprinting pedigree. And
they also draw the crowd, because I heard as well recently, even on the Herentals, it was a post-tour race, Herentals crit, 40,000 people. it is Wout van Aert's hometown, but you know, but 40,000 people. I mean, and the Kermesse racing and that as well. They always get the crowds coming out to watch them. So he's got that pedigree, and he's building now as a sprinter. But also, I mean, you know as well, as the rider you were, in terms of that's such an appeal for a team who doesn't need to put 4 riders in front of him, who can just surf off everybody else and freelance those sprints.
Yeah, and I think there's something to do, you know, as well with flow. He's clearly in the flow. He made such a good decision yesterday, and sprinters, you can be flying physically, but it's about being in that kind of flow state where you're making good, quick, snappy, insightful decisions. And he did that yesterday. He got his timing absolutely spot on. Okay, he was beaten by a faster man on the line, but I think he gave him a very good go. So I think it'll be interesting to watch today, yeah.
So the breakaway group, 2 minutes 24. And do expect it to come down to a bunch sprint again today. We've got three big days of, I suppose, a bunch sprints or expected bunch sprints before this race gets hilly. It's could be another big day. 140 kilometers to go here on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men. Our breakaway group of 4 riders have 2 minutes and 27 seconds over the peloton, which is now being controlled by our leaders, Olaf Koy's teammates. For those of you that might have been away on a commercial break, we're talking flow, and we were talking flow state with Lizzie Deignan, and this is something that I'm interested in, because it's a kind of psychological state, and sprinters have to process information. When you're in a bunch sprint, you process information so much quicker. I always kind of liken it to Formula 1 drivers and your reactions, and the reactions that you kind of have to have in making those. It's not even split seconds, it's even less than that.
Less than that, yeah. Yeah, it's just once you get that, the relief once you get a win on the board, because you know the next one will come easier. You know, trying to win sprints when you're desperate is a dangerous game, let alone a difficult game. You know, it's, as you say, about choosing left or right when the door's closing, and luck does come into it, but there's also this element of flow which is really difficult to put your finger on, but it's very much a feeling and a sensation, and putting it all together and making the right decision at the right time. And
we just saw Tor Gummerstad coming up. He's wearing the red jersey today, which is our points jersey. Olaf Koy is also leading in that classification, but we're seeing him now as already up towards the front, and as well, as you say, it's a lot about confidence, and as a sprinter you need that confidence, don't you? You need that swagger as a sprinter.
Yeah, you do. And if you want the best out of your teammates, I mean, the best sprinters that I've ever worked for were confident sprinters. It's very difficult, because as a lead-out person, you're also putting yourself in a dangerous position, and you know, coming into the final, you have to have these kind of sharp elbows and real kind of killer mindset almost. You know, it's quite sort of an aggressive, pumped up feeling, and I always find it quite difficult to do that. But if I had a leader that was confident, that I believed could win, it was that much easier.
That's what yesterday we had an interview with Matthew Brennan, who's had, I think, outstanding breakthrough first season, like you know, or this year is the understatement of the century by me. But what he was saying in his pre-race interview when we caught up with him before we started was that he's here to learn, and he's here to learn to be a leader. And you can learn so much from someone like Olaf Koy, but it's having that, it's learning that confidence, isn't it? Like you said, to be able to direct. You know, you as a rider, world champion, Paris-Roubaix, the races that you won, and as a young rider coming through, to be able to direct those older, experienced riders who might have been a world champion and who might have won stages of the Tour, that takes, again, that next level of confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it does take time. But you can see quite quickly with younger riders who is going to be able to lead. And it's not just about your physical capacity, it's about being able to get the best from the people around you often as well, which I think riders like Tadej, for instance, is brilliant at doing. He's such a relaxed, confident character that you can see that has an impact on the rest of the team around him.
And especially in sprints, if you're confident and you're coming in, and there's an honesty.
Somebody like Cav, for instance, was brilliant at that. I remember Luke Rowe always said that he was just a brilliant sprinter to work with because he told you exactly what he wanted, when he wanted it, and you delivered.
But you would have to deliver.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be in trouble if you didn't. But, you know, that's okay. It's about being passionate and emotional, and it's harder to work for a sprinter who's quiet, because when you're in a lead out, you want to be shouted at from behind to go left or to go right, to close the door, to speed up, to slow down. And if you're going, you know, 50k an hour and trying to look behind you to get information from behind, it just doesn't work. You need that person to be shouting at you.
The unicorn and the dinosaur are back. I love their commitment.
Yeah, impressive.
Great to see them out along the course.
So it's sunny now, the roads are dry now.
And that's the point as well for a lot of riders who may be coming to Great Britain for the first time. It is experiencing all 4 seasons in a day sometimes, isn't it, that they have to get used to?
Yeah, the roads are soggy as well. You know, there's no free speed. I remember the first time I went to Italy as a rider, and I just thought, wow, almost felt like I was riding on a new bike because of this fresh tarmac. And yeah, we don't have that here. It's very different.
You had the sparkly bearings that just kept running.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing about our road, grippy, isn't it? It's like riding on sandpaper, isn't it?
Is,
or riding on Velcro.
Yeah.
We see the Decathlon AG2R, Le Mondial team, all with their sprinter in the red jersey. You're watching out for him today behind his teammates in the light blue and dark blue colours with those sort of mint green coloured helmets. Just a little bit further back behind Julien Alaphilippe. They've got Matteo Trentin now up here in second wheel. I'm interested now to see with Tudor Pro Cycling up here getting in on the mix. That shouts that Dainese perhaps is feeling good today.
Yeah, and also just the nature of the roads. You know, if you're in the back of the peloton, you're accelerating and braking into corners so much more than you are when you're at the front. And it's about protecting your legs as much as you can, and the front is the safest and easiest place to be.
Tim de Klerk coming up on the left for the team of Little Trek. Great Britain national team, unfortunately, getting those 2 riders in the breakaway. Unfortunately, that little tumble. They have it feels as well, it feels quite frantic at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of people who want to be in the front.
And this is one when we see Lo Van Bell on the front. We saw him yesterday. They're sitting at 55 kilometres an hour. And this has changed, hasn't it, as well, in terms of the physiology and the sports science behind cycling, where yesterday we saw 2 minutes. And on sprint stages and traditionally, and I'd love your take on it as well, in terms of we used to see much bigger gaps and then the speed would just ramp up at the end. But now we see this where it's a much higher pace and they just let it get 2 minutes and then sit at this sort of pace.
Yeah, I think just in general, the whole sport has just become so much more controlled in every aspect. So this is an element of control. It's about not letting the race get away from you. And, you know, we say in cycling anything can happen, and that is what these 4 riders are hoping. But, you know, Visma and Elisabeth don't need to take that risk, really. They've got the strength here. So they just want to keep it at a manageable 2 minutes. And like you say, if they're riding at 55k an hour, then the gap isn't going to go up. It's not physically possible. It's going to just hang around at that 2.5 minute mark.
And it is much easier to kind of catch back, and much easier to, it's less damaging physiologically, isn't it, if you're sitting at a really high pace. And then only have to up it just a little. Yeah, and then,
well,
or kind of.
It would hurt me. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah. You have riders, domestiques in particular, a certain type of domestique who has that ability to just sit on the front and just ride at that hard, fast, consistent pace. And inevitably, obviously, that rider has got faster over the last 10 years, yeah.
So riders now dropping back as well. We get to that point at this early on in the stage as well, where they can, the riders, when once the bar is open, and they can start going back to the team cars to get bottles and food.
Yeah, and things like that are just, so, you know, they're strategized now by nutritionists and directors before the race. I mean, years ago you used to go back when you're hungry or when your team leader asks for you, but probably a lot of these domestiques in this race know, okay, the bar's open, time to go back. They don't even need to get the radio call. It would have all been discussed before, because the nutrition strategy is so dialed and so on point that they'll know.
And how do you plan that now? We're just seeing, you know, in our breakaway, Baptiste Veerhofer having a bar. Ethan Hayes is just now back at the race directors, the radio talker, just having a bit of a chat. How has that nutrition and that planning now changed as opposed to what you used to? Let's just try and have a listen in before we get to that. Julia Butler just giving her insight there to Ethan Hayter.
I think it looks a little bit like they've been barraged, basically. So sometimes what happens in European races, you find that the convoy stays together much tighter. So as a rider that's gone back for bottles, it's much easier to come back to the peloton. What we see here is you've got the lead car, a gap, a motorbike, and we don't know how far the second car is behind, but potentially it's sitting a little bit further, and when it's windy as a rider, he might just go and ask them to sit a little bit tighter.
We just saw Teo Geoghegan-Hart back there as well. Thoughts on how Teo might be coming into this race as well?
I hope optimistically. I think he's had a really difficult season. He's just, unfortunately, just keeps on getting poorly. And it's one of those things, once it happens once at the start of the season, to get back on top of it is a really difficult thing to do. So I hope that he's just come here with the mindset that he wants to get the best out of it, enjoy riding on British roads and make it through to the winter, where he can hopefully, you know, build back up his immunity and get healthy again, really.
Because the last, since he won the Giro, and he kept getting back, didn't he, to that sort of form, and it is tough, and I think it's that mindset of a rider and a champion as well, and it is just trying to each time battle back, and it's finding that resilience, isn't it, to keep fighting your way back.
Yeah, I mean, in his position, it's extremely difficult. He's signed, you know, at Lidl Trek as their GC man. Changed teams, changed everything. That takes a year in itself just to settle into, I think, often, especially coming from an environment like Ineos. You know, Lidl would have been very different. And then, obviously, health is something that's hugely important, and just you're always on the limit as a professional athlete, and finding that balance is difficult, especially when you've been through a huge trauma like he went through with his crash in the Giro. You know, that it takes a lot for your body to recover from. But I think he He always seems very calm and collected, so I think he's doing okay, and I'm sure that we'll see him back to his best at some point.
We're heading towards our first intermediate sprint, our only intermediate sprint of the day. So Stowmarket with 128.7 kilometers to go, 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer. And in terms of the points, 10, 7, 5, 3 and 1 points on offer for our sprints jersey. So 1 kilometer to go to the sprint and our breakaway group. So all the points here offer. 1K to go to our intermediate sprint here in Stradbroke. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer. And we'll see if our breakaway fight it out for it or whether they'll just roll through this one. Thoughts on this, Lizzie? Are they going to sprint it out or are they just going to keep the continuity?
I think they might give it a go.
It looks like
it does. I don't think it won't have any huge impact. So you're at risk if you do take it on of obviously interrupting the momentum of the breakaway.
So our 2 riders from the Unibet Titema Rockets on the front here. Andreas Stokbro-Hatistevries just leading out here. You do get the feeling that these two will sprint it out.
Stokbro's going to go, don't you?
You do, and with him Baptista Veerstroffer is lining it up as well. Rafael Rees on the back.
It's always really difficult to go for these sprints as a rider because your points of reference are not the same as they usually are. So making sure that you sprint for the correct line is quite difficult. Obviously, these riders have never seen this road before, but that looks nice and close. But
looks like Stokbro managed to take that.
He did, yeah.
So Stokbro sprinting it out there with Baptista Veerstroff. So the Unibet Titema Rockets rider takes that. So replay of that led out nicely by his teammate Hatistevries. But you could tell Baptista Veerstroff wanting to make sure he tried to take it for the team of Lotto.
He did well to commit to going through that gap there. It was closing, but he made the right decision.
So we'll just get the aerial shot here. So 3, 2 and 1 seconds they'll be on. They're looking for the points as well in this one. You just see Stokbro just glancing over the top, seeing where that banner is just ahead of him and anticipating that intermediate sprint point. So Rafael Rice there just wanting to take the 3rd spot. As you said, Lizzie, committing to that inside there, Veerstroff. But looks like Andreas Stokbro of the Unibet Titema Rockets takes the points, and that means for the peloton there are no more bonus seconds on offer. Lo Van Bell on the front with Matteo Trentin in the black with the red helmet, with the blue and white bands, the former European champion, twice a stage winner in the Tour of Britain. Took his first one 10 years ago in Nottingham.
Wow.
He held off a lone breakaway. I remember that one because I was doing the flash interviews at the finish that year.
Yeah.
And I got to interview him afterwards. He's always one of my favourite riders to interview when he's after, especially when he's had a win.
Yeah.
But it was a really special because it was such a determined win as well. What a career as well he's gone on to have.
Oh.
You just felt that one, didn't you? Coming into
yeah,
that.
you did, yeah.
And that is just the nature of this course, isn't it? We're going to have a lot of ooze today, I think. And it is. It's just you go into these corners as well. Let's just have a little replay here. And you go in tight. He just looked back over his shoulder there.
He got this line wrong there a wee bit.
There was that. And that's the thing in cycling as well, is that we don't have wet tyres, do we? We just wouldn't have the time to stop and change it. It's not like car racing where they'll stop and put some grippy tyres on. But you also wouldn't want them either. You wouldn't want tyres that kind of slowed you down, would you?
I don't know. Maybe it was just my age, but I certainly did. On a day like today, I would have gone wet pressure, definitely.
I mean, I think it went fairly viral was your when you won the inaugural Paris-Roubaix with the natural maximum slidability on the cobbles. It was impressive stuff. I mean, it was
it was luck rather than skill, I can tell you that. I remember that was probably the only time I've discussed tyre pressure with my mechanics. I just said, please just let me ride as low as possible. So they let me ride less than the manufacturer's safety standards or whatever, and it obviously worked.
It did. It was a big day, that one. And if you've never seen it, go and search Lizzie Deignan Paris-Roubaix cobble slide. It is impressive stuff, but it also shows you, I guess, that skill and experience and how relaxed that flow state you were talking about.
I was absolutely in flow state. Yeah, I didn't panic and moved with the bike. The only tip I had in my mind was just keep pedaling. That was what my teammate Christine Majerus said, another great cyclocross rider. I said, "What's your tips?" before we were no longer teammates, and she said, "Just keep pedaling." And that's all I thought. No, just keep pedaling.
The new Shimano neutral service car, just up rear wheel puncture, and that's probably why as well he went into that corner and he sensed, because his team car, he sensed something was wrong there.
Yeah, that's not great news for the breakaway.
So Baptista Wierstroffer here, rear wheel change here from the Shimano neutral service car.
Yeah, I mean his team car obviously made the decision not to go up to him, so he's having to rely on neutral service, and that's, I think, game over for him for the breakaway.
It's such a shame, and that's the thing, is the shout out to the Shimano neutral service. They do their best with so much that they have to deal with how big the through axles are now, and everything.
Yeah, it's not a job I would want to be doing, that's for sure. The pressure of it, yeah.
We'll see if he can get back on now.
I think he will be in no man's land for a little bit and probably make the decision to sit up and change bike. So he's back on the correct equipment.
They're tearing it up through the fields today, aren't they? So it's clearly prep season on the farms. And I was chatting as well to, so the Shimano neutral service is 25 years old this year, and I didn't realise, so it's the Lebema Pro Cycling Company in the Netherlands who are sponsored by Shimano to do the neutral service, and they started it 25 years ago.
Right.
And the job that they do, you know, they have drinks in the car, you can get your jackets in the car, they're there when you're like this situation. And the Lotto are going to be kicking themselves now that they weren't up here, because they can be, because the gap's over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Because he lost about over a minute there, you would say, in terms of...
It's interesting to see him on the back of the neutral service car there. I wouldn't have thought that they would be allowed to do that. But don't ask any questions, just follow if I was him.
So taken by Unibet Entertainment Rockets rider, it's Andreas Stockbro. We've got Sebastian Nielsen, Baptista Wierstroffer, Rafa Rice, Hattis de Vries and Lo van Bell. And just looking around now for the car. Just go now. This situation though, Lizzie, you've just got to get back into your head and just try and get back up to the brake. You're not going to get any assistance to try and get up there.
No, so what was happening, I mean, I think he is hoping for some sort of leeway. He's looking at, because originally Shimano were giving him a little bit of a sportsmanly toe there, and obviously the camera was on them and they've had to move away, and I think the Lotto, he's now thinking, what's going on, where have you gone? But those are the rules, and it's just bad luck.
It is. It's racing, isn't it, as well? Punctures and everything is just part of being a bike racer.
Yeah, it can be absolutely heartbreaking in some moments. A race that you've worked so hard for. If it's your goal race and then it's just taken away from you by a mechanical or a puncture, it's devastating. But it is part of the sport.
So we've got 124.6 kilometres to go. Our intermediate sprint is behind us. We have one King of the Mountains along the route today. That will come with 18.6 kilometres to go. Beautiful shots here of the peloton with the Team Visma, Lisa Bike and Tudor Pro Cycling working on the front here, controlling that breakaway. And it's a shame for the breakaway as well, because you could see that Baptista Wierstroffer there was a strong member of that breakaway as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference going from 4 to 3, and now the dynamics shifted as well. It's 2 versus 1. So whether they'll still continue that collaboration I'm not sure. You can see that it's a real crosswind now, and you know, an experienced rider like Trenton, who's not there for no reason, you can see that it's straight away into an echelon. All Tudor are there, all Visma are there, so anybody who's at the back. I just saw a decathlon rider going for an 8 just stop. That's an interesting time to go for one.
And that's it. You've got to be so hyper aware all the time. And there is, see the Great Britain national team riders here with Josh Goliker just moving up here. They had 2 members of in the breakaway and they both crashed. But you've got a sense. There's also almost those alarm bells that you just hear when you see this sort of situation occurring ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the strength and depth of this peloton, though, you know, unfortunately, like we talked about the wall of trees, there's only going to be potentially a kilometre and a half of where they, you know, a team can cause any damage, and it's not really long enough. It's just about taking seriously your fatigue levels, so making sure that each of your riders are as fresh as possible. So that's what Trenton's doing here. He's just making, you know, erring on the side of caution and safety, because why not? He doesn't need to sit at the back and make himself have any extra effort. You know, there's a feed station coming up. We see the breakaway going through it, so it's important that all riders are positioned well. So it's not a bad thing to be at the front and be in a safe position to collect your bottle.
And we could sense on the rollout that Unibet Titema Rockets were going to be in the breakaway today, and now Rafa Rice has got 2 of them for company. So
yeah, they've done a good job here. They look potentially, I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, the wind is incredibly strong. You can see it there blowing the grass and the trees. I think it's tougher out there than it looks.
We are sensing here with Tudor Pro Cycling that they are also sensing this, and we've seen this throughout the pattern of this so far, is that, you know, we've seen Remco going on the attack earlier on. I sense that there are some bigger plans afoot here today as well. Baptista Wierstroffer is obviously he's back with the brake. So rolling that big gear, impressive stuff.
Yeah, very impressive.
They'll hand to the...
Quick thank you there, we don't know what for, but it's good. It's great for the breakaway that he's back. I think the collaboration and the commitment from the group will be back again.
So our breakaway groups, Andreas Stockbro Nielsen, to give him his full name. And as we go through the feed zone, so all the Swannies doing a great job here. You can just see as well, again, the experience, all the bottles just bouncing back in towards the peloton there, but with the experience here of Matteo Trentin, just taking the pressure off a touch on the climb, just going through the feed. A bit of a chat as well between him and Lo van Bell. So just 2 riders controlling things on the front of the peloton. That is them for the day. Our peloton have got our breakaway under control here on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour Britain Men. Starting and finishing in Stowmarket today, 166.3 kilometres in length. And we've gone through our first intermediate sprint of the day, with Andreas Stockbro Nielsen taking the 3 bonus seconds in the breakaway. And we had a puncture by Baptista Wierstroffer of Lotto, who's made his way back into the breakaway, giving us 4 riders again at the head of the race. On the front of the peloton, it is Team Visma Lease Bike and Tudor Pro Cycling that are working hard on the front. And Alberto Dianese is the Tudor Pro Cycling sprinter. He finished 5th on yesterday's stage. It looked just a little bit too tough a finish for Dainese yesterday, but clearly has got the confidence today with putting Matteo Trentin up here to work this early on.
Yeah, and we were talking about confidence, and it's also a two-way street as a domestic, as a rider who's working for your sprinter. There's an element of giving your sprinter confidence and a touch of pressure. You know, he's committing, he's doing his job really well here, so he will feel that he needs to pay them back and sprint.
You see Olaf Koy in the green jersey, right in the centre. Patrick Fjord here for the team of Lidl Trek, just going back for bottles here. He's got his bottle and he's got his musette on his back as well. He's got the jacket in the jersey as well. And just for anyone that's never been in this position, that's picked up a musette, what sort of treats does the Swanee at Lidl Trek put into the musettes on a daily basis?
Not as good as they used to be. You could have, in the past, you used to have jam sandwiches, croissants, muffins, little bits from the breakfast buffet. But now it's very precisely cut rice cakes that are exactly 20 grams of carbs and not a grain of rice too little or too much. And then you've obviously got your carb drinks as well. I was a rider that always craved water. I really, really struggled, particularly now with the amount of nutrition that riders are taking on board. It was something I really struggled with. So, yeah.
Bring back jam sandwiches.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing wrong with a jam sandwich.
I always liked as well when a lot of my riders always loved a brioche with Nutella in it.
Yeah.
So giving them when you've just climbed 3 mountains, the look of joy when you hand up a foil wrapped brioche with Nutella in it, and be like, it's a Nutella sandwich, that one.
Ina Teutenberg gave me, my director sportive, gave me a Snickers on Alpe d'Huez last year in the Tour de France, and I literally could have cried with pure joy. The idea of eating plain rice again on the 8th day of the Tour de France was very demoralising. So I think there's an element, you know, I mean, all credit to people who do it and they see it as, you know, functional fuel. But I'm too weak. I need a little bit of joy.
There's a lot to be said for a Snickers in a race as well. It's a lot of protein in a Snickers as well, with the amount of peanuts and all that kind of thing in there as well.
Maybe, yeah. We'll go with that.
Maybe we could get a grant to do a research paper on that one. I'm sure there's a possibility somewhere to bring this.
It wouldn't be top of my list in terms of research. No, I've got plenty of ideas on that though.
There's a documentary there as well, The Science of Snickers. I think you would get that. You could definitely get funded for a documentary for that one as well. And that's it, though. The whole planning and nutrition side of sport has changed so much, hasn't it? And you talk about the rice cakes as well, and that's something that you see the soigneurs. It's not just standing here handing up bottles and the prep that goes into that. They're in their rooms they're out there with rice cookers and...
Oh, they've got rulers. You know, they create these rice cakes in these slabs, and they've got rulers to specifically measure out how much they need to cut and fold and all the rest. And it's changed, I mean, hugely, even in the last 5 years. I mean, when I first started with Lidl Trek, we had one part-time nutritionist. Now it's a full team, and you don't go to a race without a nutritionist anymore. They're as much a part of the staff as a DS is. So,
but also team chefs as well. That was never a thing, was it? And you would go to a race and
lose weight. Yeah.
The hotel were given €5 a rider to provide dinner, and it was usually boiled chicken and pasta which had been cooked to within an inch of its life.
I know. And there's, you know, I do sometimes look at our young riders and think, you don't know you're born unless you've been on a French stage race with... We used to get tickets, and we used to, you know, in these schools, and as a vegetarian, they used to look at me in disgust, you know, what could they possibly offer me? And I often used to get a ham omelette, and I was... It's not quite what I was after. So I used to lose a lot of weight on stage races. But luckily times have changed, and yes, it's all about having personal chef, personal plates, personal recovery meals now. I mean, it's incredible.
I remember being on a stage race once, and it was one of those. We were in Lloyds.
Oh yeah.
And it was a tour of the Pyrenees some years ago, and they had literally been given €4 and that was all they were spending. And I went out. It was the end of the race. I went out and I bought pizzas for my team. I came in with a pile of pizza boxes, and all the rest of the teams in the restaurant all just looked as we were like, do you know what? Tonight we feast.
So I was fuming in a ridiculous way at we just won the Giro d'Italia with Elisa Longo Borghini last season. And at the end, traditionally, somebody turns up with a load of pizza boxes, don't they? But we had poke bowls as our recovery meal. So a bowl of rice. Oh, I was absolutely fuming, like illogically so. But that's the way it is now. So.
Did you not all just sneak away? You could, because I mean, to not get a pizza at the end of the Giro. I mean, as you said, it's tradition.
And we won the thing, you know. Yeah, no, not even gelato. It was just.
It looks like we've had a little bit of a tumble potentially at the back of the peloton. A few riders stopping for a natural break, but it does look like we've had a little bit of a coming together at the back.
Yeah.
Potentially, it's not Josh Charlton has just come to a little halt there for the second time today. It's just, and sometimes that happens, doesn't it? You just don't have the luck.
Yeah.
Some days, do you?
Yeah, exactly. But then that's when, you know, mindset comes into it, and you've got to think, well, he's had 2 crashes and he's got back up from both of them without any problems. And actually, is that lucky? You know, sometimes you just have to have the ability to turn it on its head. It's difficult at this point in the season, I find. And, you know, the dynamic of a team around a dinner table and stuff in September, it can be quite different to January. So it's about making sure that your riders have support in those kind of moments, and surrounding yourself with the kind of the positive vibes people made a huge difference to me at this point in the season.
Because there is that point, isn't there, where riders are going to different teams, or riders are staying, riders have not had quite the luck, riders are on what you might affectionately call the punishment program, where they are leaving and they're
absolutely being sent here, there and everywhere. Yeah, and you know, you've got riders here who, you know, Oscar Onley, for instance, he was 4th in the GC in the Tour Down Under in January. You know, it's a long time ago to be holding your form, holding your discipline, your motivation, right the way through to September. It's becoming a longer and longer season in cycling. So, you know, the off-season is getting shorter and shorter, and I'm sure that there's quite a few riders in this peloton whose mind is more into the off-season than it probably should be.
Matt Brennan just in the centre there, just getting rid of the arm warmers. You see there as well. Another rider that doesn't wear gloves.
All the best don't.
There were some famous pictures as well, to just talk that through with Matt Brennan. There's famous pictures of you after Paris-Roubaix with the effect that had on your hands. But
yeah.
What for you was it in terms of not wearing gloves?
I really don't like the feeling of gloves. You know, like mittens, the sort of, it's like a sensory thing. I don't really like wearing socks. I don't know. It's not a performance thing or a good look thing, or I just never did wear them, and for that reason I never started.
You would have blown a few purist cyclist minds if you'd raced without socks.
Oh, yeah,
Did you back in the day? That's a track thing though as well, isn't it? Back, you know, I mean, when I was growing up and we raced the track, none of the trackies wore socks.
No, but I'm a firm believer in wearing socks. Yeah, nice pair of fresh white socks.
Did it have to beat? Was it? Did you push that as well as as you went through, like a fresh pair of socks every day, or? No, I don't mean wearing the same socks if they've been washed, but would it be a new pair of, you know?
Yeah. I'd never race a race that I cared about in a pair of used socks. I would always wear the fresh out the box socks, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like your style.
But, I mean, that's another thing that's changed. Now we even use sock glue. So all riders now are using aero socks. And to keep the aero socks up, you use sock glue. This can of spray, and you spray your legs with this glue, and it takes forever to get off. And
I'm just now imagining everyone going around with the little glue stick, like a Brit, Brit stick going around the top of their legs to try and keep their socks up. Yeah. Because I suppose there is this. I mean, you're losing. I suppose if your socks fall down, you're losing watts, are you?
Apparently, yeah. Yeah, I got quite a lot of abuse actually for wearing cotton socks. My teammates were like, Lizzie, please, you know, join the 21st century and put some aero socks on. But again, it's the feeling of it. It's quite uncomfortable. So, but you see every rider here is, I mean, they've got aero socks on and aero overshoes. It's all aero, isn't it?
It is. It's all about your marginal gains, isn't it?
Well, you know, the sprints are going to be won by milliseconds or whatever, aren't they? So it is, you know, if it gives you confidence, which some riders it does, they need those details, then again, it's all about confidence and believing in it, believing in the details. I think, you know, you do have to. It is all about details to get the best out of yourself at the very top of the sport.
And you would wonder as well, and I remember that sort of famous world champs with when Mark Cavendish pushed the road skin suit, the covers in the helmet, and all that kind of things, and what you did as the British cycling team in Worlds to really, and it can be a few couple of watts here and there could be the difference between winning.
Yeah, it can be, particularly at the top end of the sport when you're fighting every day to improve. If you can get something essentially for free by wearing something, then you'd be mad not to. I think that's also, you see in time trialing the difference. You had real specialists in the past who not only physically were different, they mentally were different. The mindset of a time trialist, it becomes a passion for them to be as aero as possible. And you have to take that as seriously as you're taking your physical preparation, because it's so important in time trialing.
And I like the mindset of time trials. It's like it's that controllability. It's that essence of, okay, I'm going to put this many watts out. I'm going to turn. I've got this is how far. It's having that mindset, isn't it, to be able to think, okay, I can hold this, and it is. In a time trial, because they hurt, don't they? Let's face it. It's taking yourself to the edge of oblivion, staring into the abyss, and just kind of holding yourself there.
Yeah, I would have needed a personality transplant if I was ever going to be good at time trialing. It really is. It's a personality thing as well. Discipline and, like you say, control. I suppose for me, the reason I love cycling and struggled so much on time trial days was that there was nothing out of control. It was all just in a box and ticking the right boxes. And
you
really
just liked existing in the chaos, clearly.
Absolutely, yeah. Really struggled. You know, controlled efforts and things, you know, training-wise, could never do them. I just like to go as fast as I can.
So did you, as riders as well, do you think that's an element that we're maybe losing a little bit? Because I imagine when you were coming through as a rider and riders, at least along the Borghini, is someone that's doing it as like sprinting for town signs and stuff like that to improve your sprinting.
Yeah, I mean, everything is becoming more and more data fueled and less instinctive and less intuitive. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I think you have to grow with the times and the changes. But I think sometimes it does take away from people's flair. Yeah, definitely.
So Baptista Wiestroffer just grabbing a bottle from the team car. Maybe he feels that he might want a change of bike, perhaps, from what he had earlier. But our breakaway holding the gap here at 1 minute and 13, well under control for the peloton, who are expecting and anticipating another bunch sprint. A little bit of a discussion with the team car. People kind of like, where were you? As well, sometimes, right?
I was just seeing there, I'm curious how they will use the rules. So you saw there he got a new bottle and he chucked his old bottle into the field. It's not a green zone. You know, how strict will they be with the rules? Will they dock him, disqualify him? Will they, you know, from the end result, will they put, I don't know how it works, but
Was there a I think there was a spectator there.
I think you're being kind.
Am I being kind?
Yeah.
I thought we had a spectator at that little point.
I just never get it as a rider. I just think people see red sometimes. And you know, there's no need to throw it 10 metres into the field, is there? Just drop it by the side of the road. And it used to be something that would infuriate me.
Yeah, I suppose our spectator, even if our spectator was there, do they want to take a...
Well, hopefully he really wanted a bottle and he saw it, yeah.
They are a special treat for people, though, isn't it? If you come down to the bike race, you want, even it doesn't matter what age you are, you can be, you know, if you want a bottle to take to work, you want a bottle to...
I've seen how expensive bike bottles are in the real world. I should have been hoarding them every bike race I'm into.
It's keeping them. It's. I suppose it's well. It's for your kids to take to school as well, and that's what a lot of people do. But we were saying yesterday as well, if parents always check the bottle for the kids because you don't want them to be up for a year and a half. Just to the photographer.
Oh, you know, you're dead right. I apologise. Take that back. That was a good shot.
It was like, again, it was that anticipation. He was just sort of making sure that I'm sure the photographer will grab that one.
No, that's fair enough. We'll let him off. Okay. He's a good bloke.
Yeah, he's all right, good lad. We're saying, you know, there's a growth as well of stuff I was seeing as well for riders, that stuff keeps ending up on eBay all the time as well afterwards, which I think is sad. You know, riders giving jerseys to people, and then they've ended up on afterwards on eBay and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
Keep them. If a rider gives you something, keep it.
From my World Championship jerseys, I've only got one left. I gave them all away, yeah. Well, this is a good corner for...
So great to see everyone out.
Yep.
Everyone getting their socials ready for the as the race goes through. It's the same now, isn't it? If it's not on your socials, it didn't happen. Got to prove that you were there. And we're getting to this point now as a rider as well, especially on a longish day like today. I mean, even 170k. Is that what points would you tick off? Is 100k to go like a marker that you would tick off as a rider?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it depends on again, personality and how you... For me, I would really struggle in a race like this, where if I was in the peloton and I didn't have to do anything yet, I would really be struggling, getting bored. So, yeah, I would tick off. I would set milestones and try and tick them off. But it's more now, I think, about nutrition strategy. So in your mind, you've done 100k. That's how many hours, therefore how many carbs. That's what will be going through their mind.
And would you, to this point, if you were in the peloton and you were getting bored and frustrated and the gap's in at 1:20, you'd be trying to get across?
Yeah, doing something stupid. Just riding, just riding on the front, or asking anyone if they wanted a rain jacket for the sake of it, or, you know, just trying to keep myself busy.
Did you have, like, what was your internal dialogue like? You know, does songs pop into your head and do stuff like that? Because it's like this is work as well, isn't it? You're going to go into the office, and for you it's sort of pedaling along in a bunch of riders.
Yeah, I mean, I think in my best years, I don't know. I think I was just very tunnel vision and focused. But yeah, God, I could think about anything towards the end.
A lot of chat going on amongst our breakaway. He's constantly as well. There is a thing as well when you get a neutral service back where you can see he's kind of constantly having a little bounce on the back wheel and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it'll feel quite different to his normal back wheel. So just in terms of confidence going around corners and stuff, he might just be bouncing it up and down, trying to figure out the pressure.
Our breakaway group working well together. If you're joining us for the first time today, Baptiste de Vries, Andreas Stopbro-Nielsen. He'll pop up on the graphic as Sebastian Nielsen as well. He's a Dane, and that is his full name. So Andreas Stopbro is on our as his compacted name, but a lot of Danish riders do. So Andreas Stopbro-Nielsen is another rider on our breakaway from the Unibet Titema Rockets. Rafa Rice from the Any Colour team, and Baptista Veerstroffer. We did have two members of the Great Britain national team in there. Unfortunately, Ben Wiggins and Josh Charlton crashed just as that breakaway was being established. Both okay back in the peloton.
I just noticed that Rafa results have all come in individual time trialists. So, you know, he's a great man to have in the breakaway with you. Obviously, strong rider. And he has nothing to lose by being up there, so he'll be completely committed to it.
Yeah, one of our smaller teams in the race has had he's had a really good season. Stage a Tour of Portugal as well, the Torres Vedra race. He had a stage in that earlier on in the season. He's had, again, we were talking earlier on about level of races, and a lot of the Portuguese riders and Portuguese teams, they have a really good sort of UCI, they have a lot of UCI races. So when we see some of the smaller Portuguese teams come out of and race internationally, you look at what they won, and he's won 19 races all in Portugal.
Wow.
You know, all, you know, UCI kind of races. So really...
So he's had a great season.
Yeah. So, yeah, as you said as well, the individual time trialists, we were talking as well, that sort of mindset of the individual time trials. And when you get into a breakaway like this and you look around at that makeup of a breakaway, did you as a rider be like, okay, this is going, looking at who you would have in there?
Yeah, you definitely need to study your rivals and understand them and know what to expect from them. You know, whether somebody's fast or not can change at the end of a long breakaway when it's just you versus them. I always used to find it hard when I was the fastest in the breakaway, just to make the right tactical decisions and stay calm and get it right at the end.
And in that situation as well, it's a lot of chat, I imagine, goes on in terms of looking at you, and they're basically, when you're the fastest finisher in a breakaway, they're essentially trying to wear you down, aren't they? Yeah,
or attack you, or there was a lot of chat. I would be guilty of maybe encouraging my my breakaway companions a little bit too much. I would just get so enthusiastic and just think, you know, I'd be so frustrated if riders who were with me in a breakaway didn't commit, because they thought, well, you've still got more chance of winning this race with somebody faster than going back to the peloton, you know. I think often, particularly in women's cycling a couple of years ago, there wasn't this, there needs to be, you know, there shouldn't be a fear of failure. But as, you know, the professionalism has grown, there's more to lose for people. So you see the dynamic of the racing changing slightly, which I think is a shame, because some of your greatest victories come from that ability to just not be afraid to lose.
But yeah, I mean, as a sport director as well, you would kind of, you have to try to instill into you, you can't be afraid to lose to win, can you? You can't be afraid to lose. And I always said to my riders, if I drive past you and you're sat in a field exhausted and you roll into the finish because you've been out there and you've done everything, you've left nothing out, you know, there's nothing else that you could have done today to try and win the race, then that's not, you might not have won the race, but that's not failure.
No, exactly. But you know, that kind of craftsmanship of being a good racer is dwindling, I would say, just because of the data that's driving the sport in every aspect. So the best directors are still the ones who race themselves and have that passion and that kind of, like you say, no, just go for it attitude, I think. And
that's why I think I was really lucky. Last week I was commentating the Tour de l'Avenir, which is the Tour of the Future, which is the under 23 men's Tour de France, and we've now got the women's Tour de l'Avenir as well. And when we need to build in women's cycling, this under 23 category, but in the men's side, it's been going for a very long time. And last week, Tour de l'Avenir, and I love commentating under 23 races because it was absolutely bonkers every day. No race radios. It's just for me, it's still racing in that sort of purest form.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for. I mean, I definitely agree with the stance that we need radios for safety, but you know, there could be a middle ground where you only have a safety radio and potentially trial it without DSs. But there's pros and cons on both sides, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. But there's as well for a lot of the younger riders, and we're seeing, and this was always the point, and we've got quite a few stagiaires in this race that have come in, but that again was always the point in the year, and that was always the riders who came in as stagiaires got their trial, and it's like getting a trial in football, isn't it? If you're relating it to a different sport, you know, young player might go into Man United or Arsenal or a big team and get a trial, and that's what the stagiaire slot is. And now a lot of the teams with their Devo teams are now bringing those riders through and bring it right from the sort of from turning pro as straight out the junior ranks, which is basically what Remco kind of almost within men's cycling. We've always had it in women's cycling, haven't we? But Remco kind of kicked that off, it seemed, within the men's
he did
side.
very much so, going straight from junior to World Tour. Because he was the first one who really made it successfully, that transition. But just because Remco can do it doesn't mean everybody can. But I think the wealth of knowledge now and the resources that each team has, potential, you know, specifically when they've got a World Tour team with a development team, it's normal that the development team is just incredibly professional from such a young age. There isn't kind of that same trajectory where you go through the under 23, the tough French stage race experiences. And I think that's a shame in some ways for a lot of riders.
They don't get to experience 50 Comesses in a month.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But also it's that controllability as well in terms of making sure that young riders aren't over-raced as well. There's that sort of investment in their future, and also making sure that they're, you know, like you were talking about nutrition and everything like that, that's all looking after their development sort of physically.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Matthew Brennan. He's had like this standout season, but I think that Visma Leasebike have done a great job. You know, he hasn't done a Grand Tour. At the moment he's got 45 race days. It's not a huge season, so I think they are managing him really well. And the danger is for big talents like him that they're not managed well if they go straight into the World Tour setup. But obviously he's chosen well, and he's been looked after well.
And he said that he's working for his teammate Olaf Koy for the first couple of days, and he might get his opportunity on stage 3. But Visma Leasebike and Tudor Pro Cycling very much in control. Matthew Brennan, you can just see grabbing a gel right in the centre of your picture in the yellow and black here, with the aero helmet on as well, leaving nothing to chance today as well. And fast, I mean, 11 race wins this season as well. I mean, it means that for some riders is a career, isn't it? 11 race wins.
Yeah, even more than. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. And he seems really relaxed and just confident, like you said, you know, coming in here saying, yeah, I'd like to go for GC, but only, you know, if that happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. He doesn't seem to put any unnecessary pressure on himself, and yeah, he's delivering.
And the team have come here with the right objectives, and that is what the Tour of Britain as well, we talked about it right when we kind of came on here, is giving the riders that freedom. It's that sort of race where you can play around, experiment, bring young riders in and see what they can do, essentially. Because if he can win a race like this, it opens up again a whole other world of races that they could back him in.
Yeah, I think it's a really great race for opportunities for people to come to the Tour of Britain. The peloton is strong. It's not the strongest field, but you know, there's some really dynamic, hard racing. There's no easy winning here. I think people look at the results of the Tour of Britain, and if you've come away with results here, then it's definitely a proven ground for big talents coming through.
I mean, we saw Mathieu van der Poel, you know, the 2019, you know, in Kendall. I remember commentating that one, the finish there, and I've been a cyclocross commentator for 20 years, so I've commentated on Mathieu van der Poel since he was about 12.
Yeah.
And for me as well, it's such a massive moment seeing that. But then you see the career that Mathieu and the direction and the trajectory that his career took. And that win in the Tour of Britain was such a big part of that next step from him coming from cyclocross and sort of transitioning into the rider that he's become.
Yeah, it's definitely a stepping stone to have a stage race like this that is, you know, traditionally a mixed bag of sprints and harder days. Is definitely a great place to learn to be a stage race rider as well.
So that's Unibet Titema Rockets. I definitely feel this team, they're kind of my kindred spirits, this team.
Yeah, I'm getting that from you, yeah. You need to make a shirt like that.
Definitely, we'll have a go. And I need to speak to them. And they've got John Mould in the team car as well.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
And Mouldy was such a, you know, he Tour Series, Tour of Britain. I mean, he's a bit of a, we can give Mouldy a bit of a legend tag. He's a bit of a legend of British cycling, is Mouldy, and that will help them as well. I mean, being a Welshman as well.
Will, yeah.
Going home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having a director that's been there and done it, I think is hard to beat, honestly. I really appreciated racing with directors who had raced themselves, yeah.
And what Mouldy has, and what John Mould as a rider, he was a very good lead-out man as well, which again, I think it gives you, again, a different sort of mindset in terms of how you know, I've been really lucky. I've commentated with John Mould as well, and he's got a very different mindset as well as and you do as a sprinter and a lead-out rider.
You need to see more, don't you, as a lead-out rider? Definitely, you have to have really good instincts and intuition, and it's interesting. Not all champion bike riders make good direct sportifs. There is a different skill set there, and often it is the lead-out men or the domestiques who make the best DSs.
Back to the peloton, Matteo Trentin with the entire Visma Lease bike team lined out behind. Olaf Koy in the green jersey. Then you've got the Tudor Pro cycling team. We are expecting Alberto Dainese to be sprinting for the Tudor Pro cycling team today. But Trentin and Van Bell are the two riders that are just keeping the rhythm on the front of the peloton. We're inside 100 kilometres to go here on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Men from Stowmarket to Stowmarket. 166.3 kilometres today. And our breakaway group still holding a minute and a half. We know it's a sprint day for that man in green, and they're not being given too much of an advantage here. And our camera crew getting creative.
Yeah, why not?
We always have to have a mirror shot. That'll be in the highlight reel at the end of the week. I guarantee that one. That's being drawn up right now to be put in there. But our breakaway group, 4 riders, Unibet Titema Rockets in the multicoloured orange, yellow, blue with the purple and blue bikes. Raphael Rice of the Any Colour team in the fluorescent yellow. And then Baptista Weerhofer here from Team Lotto. Rolls a big old gear, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
The Lotto rider.
Maybe he's stuck in it because he's on the wrong wheel. Oh.
Yeah, if you weren't with us earlier on, our rider from Lotto here, Baptista Weerhofer on the back, had a rear wheel puncture, made it back into the breakaway, and it could be, Lizzie, because he took mid-neutral service, that the gear ratios may be slightly different.
They will be different, yeah. I'm surprised that he's not changed it. He hasn't, has he? He's not gone to change it. But he did have that conversation with his team car, so, you know, they would have talked about whether it was working properly, whether it was worth changing it. I mean, he had to make that big chase back to the breakaway to then stop again to take the momentum out of the group again. I mean, I think they lost about a minute collectively, sort of slowing down, waiting for him and going again. So rather than having over 2 minutes coming into the end of the race, they're hovering at a minute and a half, which is nothing really. So probably doesn't make sense for him to stop and change.
When you're on a flat day like this, and you're in a flattish day like there is a flat day, it's very flat, even though we're rolling. When you're in this situation, you've got a minute and a half, you know it's a sprint day as well, in terms of how do you approach that from a mindset point of view, knowing that the bunch are going to want to charge this one down and bring it down to a bunch sprint?
I mean, the only real thing that you can do is kind of taper your effort. There's that kind of old trick of you hold it at a certain speed, and once you feel that the gap is closing, then you push on it. You know, you squeeze it just as much as you can, so that the gap doesn't come down super quick, and you hope that maybe they lose momentum or morale or whatever. But there's not much they can do really. They're on a bit of a waiting game to be caught, really.
And it is basically a high-speed game of who blinks first in that situation, because you're looking in the brake to just hit the gas again.
Yeah. Yeah.
See if you can stay awake. And and that's it in this situation as well. In the 4 riders that are away, and for anyone that's new to cycling or never been in this position, you become the breakaway. You become teammates almost for the day until you get to the finish, to the point where you start thinking about winning the stage. Or is that always?
Oh yeah, there? I mean they're your teammates essentially. Yeah, you have to work together. The only way a group of 4 is ever. I mean, look at this lineup here. You know, Visma, Lisa Bike, and Tudor Cycling. Those 4 are never going to outpower them. So, you know, the only chance they have is to be completely committed to each other. And sometimes, you know, you see the breakaway make the mistake of not treating each other like teammates too early. It's about making sure that you look after each other as long as possible, play the game as long as possible.
And also, because we're line to line here in terms of watching the race unfold, because we've got 4 against 2 at the moment. We've got our 4-rider breakaway group, two riders on the front, and again, that's all organised, isn't it, in terms of the lead out from Olaf Koy. And when you're organising that lead out, you work, okay, your job today is 100k on the front.
Yeah. You work out the physiological, but also, you know, the mental strengths of your teammates in terms of the lead out. So often it is that sort of big diesel engine that you use earliest.
And is that something as well that within teams who, as you said, the sports science has gone up so much within teams as well? Is that the sort of thing that the hype of, because most teams now have high performance coaches and are so involved in rider selection, you know, team selection in terms of building the team? Is that the sort of thing they're getting involved in, will get involved in more, is calculation actually within the stage?
Within the stage, that's coming. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're there yet with all teams, but it will be coming. I mean, Visma Lisa Bick had that sort of data van, didn't they, at the Tour de France? I think it was last year, and live data will become more and more of a thing. But it certainly goes into the performance team choosing the rider lineup. It used to be director sportifs who would choose the rider lineup, but now it's the performance team, so it's the scientists deciding. And sometimes I think that it can be tricky if you've got 2 riders, one physically on paper who's producing more power, can do more watts, but doesn't make the best decisions in races, or is nervous, doesn't get to the front of the peloton as much as you need them to. What's better? You have to, I think there also has to be a human element that comes into it. You have to be able to choose the rider who will make good decisions, good for team morale, who maybe is physiologically not on par with the other rider. Or you decide that actually this particular race, it's all about raw power. And there are races where you do just need that person who you can rely on to be at the front and pull for 100 kilometres.
And that's what they're doing. 1:21, 92.7 kilometres to go. We've got quite a gap now to Sema Hill, which is our Category 3 King of the Mountains of the day. The routes starting and finishing in Stowmarket today, constant change of direction, very windy for the riders, 32 to 40 kilometre an hour southerly winds. And we're seeing how much the hedges are being buffeted by the wind, but also protecting the riders. Also as well, we're going to loop back around, and that constant change of direction. And you can see as well the riders constantly feeding The gels early on, and this as well is we've been talking nutrition quite a bit today, and you just see Baptista Veerstroffer here grabbing a gel, but it used to be as well that gels were sort of used a lot later on in the stage, and now they're coming in a lot earlier on.
I remember speaking to Mads Pedersen before the classics, because there was a difference between what the female riders wanted and what the male riders wanted. The men just wanted gels, and we were like, where's all the bars gone? He said, Lizzie, it's not possible for me to be chewing a bar anymore.
No?
And I was like, in 270k classic, no, it's full on from the start, too fast, too furious. It's just, for him, it was purely about the functional aspect of the carbs, getting them in as quick as he could.
He's definitely not having a Snickers, eh?
He's not having a Snickers, no, he's a machine.
But and again, it's a topic that goes on and on. Again, in terms of nutrition, because it's a high performance sport. The amount of kilometers that you're doing day in, day out, and you have to. We see the riders on the start line, don't we? They're all sitting munching away on the start line as well. You have your nutrition.
It's absolutely constant. It was the hardest thing in a stage race for me to eat as much as I was expected of me. Yeah, which totally changed from the beginning of my career, where it was sort of like who could survive on the least, So it's definitely, we're in a much healthier place than we ever were in terms of nutrition.
But also, I love the growth of the post-race Haribo. Because in terms of they've been proven, haven't they? We see riders. I remember, famously Tour de France fam last year, Cassia Nubia Doma was always getting interviewed post stage, and she always had a mouthful of Haribo.
Yeah. But I'm also someone who's like, it's constantly changing as well. So you've got to be open-minded to what you take on board, I think, and there has to be a personal element to it, doesn't there?
There is indeed. So with 90.6 kilometres to go, we're going to take a little break, and Ned Boulting and Danny Rowe are going to jump in for a little bit. I'm going to hand you over to Ned for a little while.
Well, apologies for the slight delay in picking up the commentary again. There was a little bit of jiggery-pokery and working out how to put the headphone on and sit down and without wrapping myself around all the cables in the commentary booth. Danny Rowe is on her way. Lizzie's going to hold the fort until Danny gets there. Lizzie, what have I missed?
Do you want the honest answer?
Yes.
Not much. Tudor Pro Cycling and Visma Lisa Bike are keeping them steady at just over a minute, really. I mean, they lost a minute from the breakaway because of a puncture, but other than that, we've had no real excitement.
It's a day where you can't let the break get 5 minutes, is it? I mean, you don't do that in modern cycling seemingly anyway, but on a day like today where you've got this tailwind towards the end, I think that probably explains, in some measure at least, why they are riding as hard as they're riding at the front.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They've got the power to do it, so they don't need to take the risk. They know they've got the fastest man in the race, so no need to risk it and just hold it there.
Tudor Pro Cycling, just by their presence there, and Matteo Trentin infiltrating that train of Visma Lisa Bike jerseys, they're showing a great deal of faith in Alberto Dainese.
Yep.
Thinking back to the sprint yesterday, that you weren't with us then yesterday, but I'm sure you picked up on the fact, Lizzie, that it was uphill.
Yeah.
And it was into a ridiculous headwind. It was a very difficult sprint to get right. And Dainese didn't get it right. He got it horribly wrong, in fact, and kind of started to go backwards very quickly. In fact, he almost acted as a brake to everybody else who couldn't get round him.
Yeah.
But you must have been part of so many bike races where you've got these kind of, especially with respect to this race, the slightly lesser races where you can't be expected to do recon, and quite anomalous finish lines like that take a lot of looking at, just leap out at you, and you've just got to deal with it on the hoof, and it's very, very easy to get it wrong, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I suppose, maybe they have more confidence in him today, given the fact that the start finish is in the same place. They've probably done a recon, you would have thought so, and they seem like they're confident in his abilities. I mean, you can't just give up on someone because they don't deliver the win. Sprinting is incredibly difficult to get right, and just about keeping on trying, and I think that's what they're going for today. So it'd be nice to see him come away with the result, because they've really committed to it.
Would you sometimes relish the idea of a headwind sprint, or what?
Yes.
That suited you, didn't it, as a rider? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't relish the idea of sprints really. But
well, you won a few of them, didn't you?
I won a few of them, yeah, in the early days, yeah.
Yeah. One very notable sprint you won in Suffolk at the Women's Tour.
The one where I crashed.
The one where you crashed.
Yeah, that was.
You haven't got PTSD from me even mentioning that, have you? But
just the shame. No, just the shame. Yeah, don't take your hands off the handlebars when there's a crosswind after the finish line.
That was in Aldborough, as far as I remember, in something like 2016, I think.
Yeah, something like
Violent
that.
crash, Lizzie.
It was, yeah. I came off all right. It was the photographer that I smashed into had a very big black ear.
Yeah, I think you took out the race director of the Tour of Britain as well. There's a bit of collateral damage in your wake anyway that day. But as I think I might have explained to you in the past, I've got a feeling you made cycling history that day. Because I think in the long, and road racing as a professional event has been happening for 150 years, and I don't think anyone has done what you did that day, which is win the first stage of a stage race and therefore take the leader's jersey and never pull it on.
Yeah, because I didn't even go to the podium, did I?
For that to happen, for that set of circumstances to happen, something has to intervene between you winning the stage and getting to the podium, which is pretty anomalous.
Well, there you go, yeah. History maker.
History maker, Lizzie Deignan. Lizzie, high time you got some lunch and had a little bit of a break. Danny Rowe is just ruffling around getting her notes and ready to come and join me in commentary. So go and have a break, and we'll pick it up with you in a little bit. So Visma Lissabike, that's Edoardo Affini, the big figure just on the left of your screen, and tucked in on his wheel, the much smaller figure there of Matty Brennan, who habitually wears an aero helmet. The little rider, that's just how he feels comfortable, feels well set up for what he's got to do, the lead out that he's going to be giving to the leader of the race, Olaf Koy. And then on Koy's wheel, the unmistakable figure, twitchy figure of the former world champion, Julien Alaphilippe, riding for Tudor Pro Cycling and just stripping off his arm warmers, getting ready for action. Just coming into this incredibly hot commentary booth, I have to say, but stepping in from outside, it is worth noting that even though, as you can see, the skies are grey, it is dry so far, it's windy, but it's not cold, not by any stretch of the imagination. September in Britain can from time to time be a bit chilly, but this isn't cold at all. It must be 20, 21 degrees, even though it's overcast. So it's pretty clement conditions, and actually the dry roads suggest that the weather is much better than has been forecast. So we're set fair. But even though the wind is very blustery out there, this shot that we're looking at right now tells you the story that I don't think the wind is going to be too much of a factor in terms of certainly splitting the race, because look at these roads, they're very, very pretty, they're lovely, they're very quintessentially English actually with those tall hedges, but they do have a major effect on the bike race, and it does take the sting out of the wind to a large extent. As Danny Rowe, who's now joined me, I'm sure can confirm, Danny, they're just, we always look for crosswinds, don't we, as commentators, almost yearn for them because it's such exciting racing, but these hedges are a buzzkill.
Yeah, I'm a little bit gutted actually. I was hoping for a lot more carnage on today's stage, but this is just typical for this country. The hedgerows, the wall trees that Lizzie and Marty were referring to them as, just kind of neutralises the race and any chance of the wind actually playing a factor, even though the wind is strong out there. I mean, we got blown to bits this morning, didn't we,
yes.
Out there? But yeah, I mean, they're not even anticipating the wind here at all. They're just completely controlling things on the front again, almost a carbon copy of yesterday's stage.
All in that team order, Visma Lissabike, that we saw yesterday, each rider with a certain part of the race that they have to focus on. We've spoken about Matt Brennan's role as a lead-out rider, which is it's just another sign of his versatility that he's cast in that role. It's not a straightforward thing to do. It's not the same as sprinting. It's completely different in lots of ways. So that's interesting that he's got that in his armoury as well. Matt Brennan in his extraordinary breakthrough year that he's having so far. That will be his role today. But the man in front of him, Edoardo Affini, the Italian time trial specialist, Danny, what a magnificent lead-out rider he is, albeit on the early part of a lead out, maybe from 2 kilometres to 1. That's sort of his area of expertise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and that is generally the case for the time trial specialists. Those riders with a massive engine will do those longer pulls, the early pulls in a lead out. So when you see those teams and lead outs forming, generally with around 10 kilometres to go, actually, normally when I was racing, that was kind of the signal that the race, the finals were really starting. You'd get in that lead out formation, and you would know the formation within the team, even back in the training camps, and obviously with the data now that the scientists that have got, they will know exactly the best composition of riders to put in front of each other to make sure that those riders like Affini can do those long big pulls at the front, like we saw Geraint Thomas doing yesterday, actually, before he had that front wheel puncture. And then the more explosive riders, actually riders that could potentially win the race themselves or be a leader in their own right, like Matt Brennan, are left until those final few hundred metres.
What a miserly time gap these 4 riders have been given today. I mean, yesterday it was exceptionally mean-spirited, wasn't it? Around about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Today it's been bouncing around between 1 and 1.5 minutes, not much more than that.
They're just hanging them out there to dry, aren't they? It's pretty mean of them, but they just want to be in control. They want to know that, you know, if they needed to, they could put the hammer down and catch them within a few kilometres. But they won't do that. We spoke about that yesterday. Ideally, for any team that are controlling a breakaway of this size, they will try and leave it right until the last minute, because ultimately that means that they don't have to cover any other teams or riders that might want to try and attack or counter-attack when the break is caught. So this is a perfect situation for Visma Lease Bike behind, to have this sort of gap where they're so confident that they could close it at any given time, any given moment. I'm wondering whether there might be a little bit more of a fight for the King of the Mountains competition, especially from the Flanders Baloise team, whether they will try something to close the gap down before the Category 3 climb, just to pick up some more points for Milan Landhover, who obviously is leading in that competition. Maybe, perhaps, it would be huge for them to try and pick up as many points as possible.
It's a thought. It would be nice to see. Well, obviously not nice for the breakaway, and it would be an interesting tactic and a logical one. Sometimes quite hard to execute, though, isn't it? They sound quite easy and good on paper, but actually in the race it's a big investment, isn't it?
I'm just thinking, so obviously there's one category climb today of the same significance as yesterday, Category 3 climb. So whoever wins the categorised climb today will be on the same points, of course, as Landhover yesterday.
So
that means it's count. I believe it's who finishes first on the stage, and then as a classification. So we'd have to have a look, but it could be tight.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we're just passing through Thurston, that has quite a story associated with it, actually. The original village hall, still known as the Cavendish Hall, was gifted to the village of Thurston that they've just been through in 1913 by a lady called Julia Florence Cavendish. And she was the American wife of Tyrrell William Cavendish, who died on the Titanic. They had joined the ship's maiden voyage to New York to see Julia's father, having recently bought Thurston House, the manor house in this village, which they were renovating. And after the tragedy, Julia sold Thurston House and was never able to return to live there. That is Thurston, and the good folk of Thurston come out to see the peloton come through a minute later. I'm just wondering, Visma Lease Bike on the rider on the front, is that Tom Gloag?
It looks like it, yeah.
I think it is, isn't it? It's a good climber, Tom Gloag.
He is.
But he's been given, still quite junior in that team. He's making his way, still a very young rider, British rider.
He's had a couple of really good results, though, actually, this year. I was just looking there, 6th GC in Valencia right at the start of the season, then 11th in Romandy.
Yeah,
so he's obviously coming in with good form. Romandy, obviously, not that long ago.
Having a very different job to do today, though, just controlling things at the early phase of today's team effort from Visma Lease Bike, where every single one of them did their job perfectly. Matteo Trentin, the other rider, just swapping off with Tom Gloag and keeping this breakaway group of 4 riders as they exit Thurston firmly under control at 1 minute and 10 seconds. So, Unibet Titema Rockets, as they are known. They're making quite an impact on the peloton, aren't they, this team, from very lowly origins in a very short space of time. They have obviously got a decent sponsor who is backing them with a few quid. Danny, and they're signing bigger and bigger riders. Dylan Groenewegen has actually signed for them for next year, the Dutch sprinter. So they've got huge ambitions and they're rocketing up the rankings very fast.
Nice, Ned. I love
that was
that.
unintentional, but I'm sure they'll be pleased with the fact that I've dropped the name into the sentence. Yeah.
Do you know what? It's one of my favourite teams. One, because my son actually went over to the Classics for the first time earlier this year to watch the racing, and they were so good with Ted, my son. They were really interactive, gave him a lot of time, gave him a bottle. I know Marty and Lizzie were talking about it earlier as to how many fans just try and get a little bit of merch, and for Ted, he took the bottle into school. He obviously loves the colours of the kit, but it's a really innovative team. So the team is owned by Bas Tettema, who was a former professional from the team of BMC. And then it's all kind of funded from this YouTube channel that's been started from the team, where they follow the team and they have kind of, videos of the team, insights, really good insights of what goes on behind the scenes. And that is what funds the team as well. And they've been so impressive. It was their first year last year. And do you know what? They've changed their nationality as a team. They were Belgian. They're now French, because I guess their goal is to be part of the Tour de France. So yeah, it's a really cool team, and I think they've done some really good things this year. And obviously because of that, are signing some really strong riders. So I think the strength and depth is only going to rise, and it's great to see them here in this race.
It's the changing landscape of the 21st century, isn't it? That's unprecedented, isn't it? A completely different way of going about setting up a team. And you're right, the man behind it, Bas Tettema, I mean, he didn't quite make the grade as a pro, as he would freely admit himself, but completely reinvented himself as a YouTuber, as an influencer. I think his YouTube channel originally was called Tour de Tettema, wasn't it? And gained huge popularity, and that was the platform that enabled him to bring on board these sponsors and get a team off the ground.
Yeah, but there's huge money in it, isn't it? And you have to try and think outside the box as to how, you're going to keep these teams alive. So it's brilliant to see the steps that they've made.
Baptiste Feestorfer, flicking an elbow and looking around, just trying to see how his breakaway companions here are faring, what kind of levels of fatigue they've got. It's nice to see a rider from Anicola in the breakaway today. It's Rafael Reis, the Portuguese rider. They are a Portuguese continental team in that Dayglow yellow. They had a very good representation at this bike race with Julius Johansson last year, who pretty much off the back of some heroic riding from Johansson, and got himself a gig riding for, well, the biggest team in the world, UAE Team Emirates, and he's come back to this race having catapulted himself from a continental level rider to a World Tour rider, and not just any World Tour rider who rides for UAE Team Emirates. So again, in a similar way to the way Titema Unibet Rockets are going about making a name for themselves, that's what you can do by being a strong rider and taking your opportunities and showing yourself off in breakaways at races like this. Baptiste Feestorfer as well was in plenty of breakaways, the French rider in last year's race. And we're a few kilometres over halfway through today's stage now. So as you can see, passing through a feed zone and passing through a rubbish zone as well. Riders just jettisoning gel wrappers, bits and pieces, getting rid of it all, which will be picked up in the verges, and having passed through a feed zone where they have fueled up. Halfway stage now, a little bit less than 2 hours of racing ahead of them. It's going to get faster, and fueling up, staying on top of it all is critically important. Puddles at the side of the roads, but ever drier tarmac in front of these four riders who've still got that advantage of just about a minute, just passing through the little village of Bayton. And on they go. Well, really, what remains for these riders is the King of the Mountains, isn't it? And it's deep into today's stage, Danny. It's quite unusually close to the finish line today.
It is, yeah. It comes with 18.6 kilometres to go, but it's not really a king of the mountain. If you look at how it's categorised, it's only 1.4 kilometres at 2.1%. So I don't even think these riders will feel it. Little squirt at the bottle for that fan on the side of the road.
It was Alaphilippe, wasn't it? I think, yeah. Getting squirted by Julien Alaphilippe. It's pretty much made his day, I would imagine.
I'm sure it has.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, was it 2-3 years ago at the stage that finished in Edinburgh at the Tour of Britain as well, Pascal Inkhorn handing a bottle across to that little kid, the little 10-year-old. There we go. It's a replay of the squirting. There we go. Yeah, it is at Alaphilippe, isn't it? Almost inevitably.
Thumbs up. Brilliant. But I love it. I remember actually a couple of years ago, actually it might have been last year with Luke Rowe, there was a great shot of him putting the water bottle into his ear, pretending to squirt it obviously, and then spitting it all out of his mouth. But oh, I'd love to see all of these little funny features along the route. Keeps us all entertained.
Well, it's all part of the texture of the bike race, isn't it? You know, bike racing is many things. It's not always dynamic. It's not always kicking off all ends up, and that's certainly not the case at the moment. It's a very stable state in this race. So we look elsewhere for our entertainment sometimes, but it's all part of the spectacle. And for all these spectators at the side of the road as well, it's not just, you know, this moment where they actually see the riders come past them. They've probably been stood there watching motorbikes come past for the last half an hour.
Yeah, and it's something that little kids love to see as well, isn't it? All of the rigmarole that goes around the race. It's not just
I'll be honest as well. I think some of the police motorbike riders quite like just like turning on the blue lights and just making their sirens heard as well.
Excuse, yeah.
They quite enjoy that, I'm not going to lie.
No,
But anyone who watches a bike race by the side of the road for the first time in their lives, Danny, it's a universal thing. Is you cannot believe the size of the convoy of vehicles, that, you know, the number of motorbikes that come past, the number of different cars that ahead of the bike race, and of course behind the bike race as well, is just, it's breathtaking. This tiny little bit that we get to see on the telly is not representative at all of what's actually going on the road.
no, not at all. And it takes so much to put on a bike race, and there's so many people that are involved in the bike race itself, and there is a huge convoy. Obviously the race commissaire's car you can see in front of the riders, but then we've got the neutral service and all of the team cars behind, and then yeah, multiple motorbikes, camera bikes, and then the medical team, of course. So there's it's a huge effort from so many people to make these bike races happen.
Now that little bit of farmland there, that was quite exposed, just going over the crest of that hill with those fields either side. But at the point of the race that they're at the moment, as they head from basically Bury St Edmunds down towards Sudbury, they are pretty much into a headwind at the moment. So even though the road did look conducive to potentially using the wind to split it up, it's not going to happen here at this point.
No, and as Lizzie said earlier, you know, even if it is hugely exposed, it's never for that long. So actually the ability to be able to split the peloton, there just isn't enough road for the riders to be able to do so. So is it worth it? You know, we might see a couple of teams trying something, but I just don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately, today. Trenton's doing a huge amount of work here for the Tudor team. I'm just wondering why, you know, he's given this Melissa bike such a free ride here. Obviously, they're back in Dainese. He had a good finish yesterday. Finished 5th, I believe, on yesterday's stage. And they want to give him that opportunity again today. But really, this responsibility should just be on this Melissa bike.
Yeah, tend to agree with you. Matteo Trentin is the kind of rider who you feel sometimes just relishes a big workload sometimes.
And that might be the case.
Volunteer and say, yeah, I quite want to do this.
Yeah, and it absolutely might be the case, because we've got some riders that might not want to be detraining, and on days like today, maybe the riders would argue with me out there, but I think there would be some days within stage races where actually a rider could be detraining with the workload that they're taking on, the kilojoules burned. If they're a team that don't have to put themselves in the wind at all, they're not going to be putting out a huge amount of power. And what are the objectives of someone in this race? We spoke about that yesterday in terms of the goals that a rider might have. It might not be to perform in this race. It might be that obviously the World Championships are looming, and for Trenton, he just wants a hard training day. So yeah, you're completely right.
Visma Leasebike have got a very interesting rider who's just signed for them, actually, and he's at this team. Julien Vermont, the Belgian, who for a number of years used to ride for, I forget which iteration of the team was, so I'll just say Quick-Step. He was on that team. And his job when he was riding for Quick-Step was literally to sit on the front and do the first 100 kilometres, if not 150 kilometres on the front. And I remember he's had an interesting career, because I remember he was looking for a ride, and I think he was picked up by Dimension Data briefly, and that didn't work too well. But he's got himself a berth in Visma Leasebike, which is terrific for him. I remember bumping into Julien Vermont in Italy, in the banks of Lake Como once, and it's quite hard sometimes, if you don't know the riders personally, to recognise them when they're not in their cycling kit.
Oh, they look completely different.
But I did recognise Julien, and I said, "Excuse me, Julien Vermont," and he looked surprised that he'd been recognised. And I remember what he said. He said, "How did you recognise me? Is it because I was walking along the road and I had 200 people lined up behind me?"
Could have been that.
So you've got a sense of humour as well. As that time gap comes down to under a minute again. And Trentin still sits on the front. There's Matt Brennan just on the radio there. Really identifiable, Matt Brennan, not just because he's physically of a certain type, he's very much smaller than his teammates, especially the rider in front of him, Eduardo Affini. But he always wears an aero helmet. I don't think I've ever seen him not wearing an aero helmet.
There's some riders that are more into those sort of aerodynamics than others. Obviously, being a sprinter, you want to be as aerodynamic as you can possibly be, especially now that kind of strength and depth is so high.
And yet Olaf Koy doesn't.
No.
So it's very much personal preference as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And again, there's some riders that are very much into their aerodynamics and some riders that just aren't. You know, we were chatting to Lizzie earlier about her not using platforms like VeloViewer. A few riders just looking for their team cars here. But it's almost that old school mentality. And I heard an interview from Geraint Thomas actually, and he was saying how he still absolutely loves the art of cycling and how it's changed completely because of the scientific advancements that we've got now, and how, you know, it's completely down to numbers, watts per kilo and the like. And that's all completely changed the tactics of the teams, the equipment of the teams as well. But yeah, it's very much becoming a different sport than what we've seen decades ago.
Why wouldn't you wear an aero helmet? Why doesn't everyone wear an aero helmet?
Maybe overheating. There's less kind of
Tour of Britain. That's September.
I guess going into the helmet. Yeah, maybe a comfort thing. Maybe it's a style thing. Yeah, I actually don't know. Why wouldn't you if it is more aerodynamic? I guess for some riders, their head is more of a wind block than others. So we did a lot of wind tunnel testing. And for example, for me, when I was under a lot of pressure on the bike, my head would get higher and higher. So actually it was the biggest blocker. So it would have had a more advantage for me to wear an aero helmet than others. But yeah, I don't know why everyone wouldn't wear it.
Because these things do evolve over time, don't they? I mean, it would have been pretty much... What percentage of these riders are wearing skin suits today?
Most of them, I would say.
It's a big majority now, and that wasn't the case 10 years ago. It was still considered almost an outlier, odd thing to do.
Yeah, but I remember when we had skin suits that didn't have pockets in them, so you were having to try and like make pockets out of your numbers or stick gels up your shorts or whatever. So
yeah. Now
with the kit, it has completely changed, but not just the kit that's changed. Obviously, the gains that can be made from wearing this aerodynamic kit are huge, so everyone wants to be as aerodynamic as possible.
Yeah, I remember, I mean, that is startling for outsiders to even begin to appreciate what these gains represent. I remember talking to your friend of mine, Chris Boardman, when he was still working on aerodynamics with British Cycling going back a good few years, and coming up with technologies that hadn't existed before and really making huge strides in terms of skin suits, primarily for the track, but also for time trialing. And you know, I kind of slightly sceptically said to him, yeah, but come on, Chris, really, what sort of, you know, differences are we talking about here? And he was talking about, I think, a 35-kilometre time trial, and he said, he kind of went, 30 seconds?
Unbelievable.
You know?
Yeah, it's huge.
Half a minute just by wearing something fast.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to see that, isn't it? Yeah, it's hard to understand just how important that is when you just simply look at television pictures like that and you think there's so much else going on. There's handlebars and the bike and the rider's legs moving and everything, but the flow of air, particularly over their backs and their shoulders, is absolutely critical.
It is a CDA, isn't it? That's the measurement that we take. So it's essentially how slippery a rider is and how low their frontal area is. So we did so much wind tunnel testing, and Chris Boardman was part of that secret squirrels club that they called themselves within British cycling.
They were maniacs.
Who were working behind the scenes always, weren't they, about how we could become more aerodynamic. And I was, of course, part of that huge project, being a track rider at the time in the lead up to 2012, where they were investing so much into marginal gains with aerodynamics. And I remember having about 10 different skin suit fittings to make sure that the skin suits were basically as tight as they could possibly be. It took us about an hour to get into these skin suits. So if you needed a toilet, it was an absolute nightmare to try and get them back on. But it wasn't just about how tight they were. It was about the materials used, the materials in the right places. So I remember they had panels on the front of the arms, and we had to make sure that they were lined up perfectly as to our arm position on the skis when we were in the team pursuit, of course. So there's just so much that goes into it now as well, with the kit, with the socks, shoes, absolutely every part of a rider and that unit on the bike will be made as aerodynamic as possible. But of course you have to be able to also hold this position on the bike.
You have to be comfortable.
Yeah, you have to be comfortable. So it's about weighing up, you know, how sustainable it is, and that's why your time trial positions can be a lot more aggressive than they can be on the road, because on the road here you can see the riders are having to hold these positions for hours on end, and you can see some of the riders trying to get into more aerodynamic positions than others, I guess, depending on how much they're suffering too.
Yep, they certainly pushed the envelope, did the Secret Squirrel Club back in the day. I'll never forget Rob Hales, who was part of that, the old track rider and Olympic medalist, telling me that at one point, just out of curiosity, they decided to find out how fast you'd be if you went into a wind tunnel completely naked, and he voluntarily did that. Turns out, wasn't very fast. So apologies if you're having your lunch, but just let that sink in. Rob Hales naked in a wind tunnel. Same work being done by the same riders with the same effects as we pass through 70 kilometres to go now. So around about 1 minute 45 seconds, 1 minute 45 minutes, or something like that, of racing left on stage 2, and nothing to suggest that this won't be a bunch sprint. But Danny, having spent a few hours now in Stowmarket, walking up and down the finish line, everything to suggest it's going to be a completely different kind of sprint from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's a lot flatter than yesterday. The wind is completely different in terms of that direction. I think it is going to be quite a hectic final. There's a few more twists and turns coming into the finish. Critically, a left-hand turn that comes with 800 metres to go, it becomes extremely narrow. It's a big old pinch point for about 200 metres. They hit a T-junction there at 600 where they'll take a left there. It's 2 lanes wide then for the remainder of the race. It kicks up slightly with 500 metres to go for about 250 metres, 3.5%, but by then they're going to be absolutely rocketing as part of the lead out, of course, and then 200 metres straight over a roundabout to the finish. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be similar to yesterday, as in teams are going to try and take control of the front. I think we'll have a bit of that washing machine effect, that carnage as we get into that pinch point, because that will be such a target for a lot of the teams. They will know where it is. With it being a race that starts and finishes in the same place, I'm sure a few of the teams and the riders, the sprinters critically, would have ridden those final few kilometres at the start of today's stage, so they'll know exactly what's coming. But of course everyone will, so that's over 100 riders trying to be at the front at the same time, and that is impossible to happen. So yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I think it's going to be an exciting sprint, and it's going to be really interesting as to who comes out on top. Olaf Koy, yes, is the favourite again, but teams would have learnt from yesterday as well. You know, new compositions of riders coming into different races, and it does sometimes take a couple of days for those riders then to gel again on the road, and they would have had a debrief after yesterday. What went well, what didn't go well, what could we do differently on today's stage? So it's really nice always to see how those dynamics unfold throughout a stage race.
I think it's going to be very interesting to watch Tord Gudmestad and what he's able to do in today's sprint finish. He's obviously in wonderful shape, isn't he? Going really well. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have done what he did yesterday and finishing second. But it was such a particular finish yesterday, wasn't it? That, you know, he timed his effort perfectly. He was incredibly strong, but it kind of suited a rider like him to do that on that finish, uphill and into that headwind, in a way that today maybe doesn't. So I don't know whether we're going to see quite the same from him, but maybe he can replicate that. But the actual, if you like, the velocity of the sprint, it's just going to be faster all round. Everyone is going to be moving faster.
Yeah, which means there might not be that difference in speed that can be executed. But yesterday, it was just so impressive to see how far back he came from.
Yep.
And it's interesting listening to his post-race interviews, because he said, you know, he wouldn't have actually changed much. But I could almost argue with that. If he had started his sprint a little bit later or been better positioned into that right-hand corner and still had that, you know, that firepower that he showed yesterday, I think he could have been more dangerous to Olaf Koy. You know, Olaf Koy had the advantage of getting on his wheel into that headwind and then coming off the wheel and being able to pass him in the finish. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. What he would have got from yesterday is a lot of confidence, and that can be really powerful. You know, that psychological advantage that you get from the form then that you know you've got. So, yeah, we'll see what he can do. The team are obviously going to back him after yesterday's performance too. We knew he was going to be the leader coming into this race. He had a few really good results in Renewy Tour. But listening to Luke Rowe, the DS, he actually said, oh, you know, we'll be happy with a top 5, a top 3 at push, and kind of trying to listen into his, I don't know, how he thought he would go. I think the finish that he showed us yesterday in that second place would have been huge for the team, and they would have been really happy with that.
Well, the time gap is as small as it has been for a long, long time since this break got away. It took a little bit to go today, but they are being caught on or held on a very, very tight leash indeed. 44 seconds is nothing really when you consider they've still got 67 kilometres to go. These 4 riders, well, they would have known, I think, that the peloton would have been nervy about any kind of break getting up the road today, being given any kind of time, but I think even they might be slightly surprised to realise, if they do know at all, that they are being held this tight. I mean, that's almost one of these situations where Matteo Trentin and Tom Gloak, who are doing the work on the front for the 2 teams of Tudor and Visma, they almost need to just hold back a little bit here, because this is getting too tight, and anything that comes down to 30 or 25 seconds almost encourages a counter-attack.
Yeah, it encourages a counter-attack, or riders trying to bridge across to the break, so they are going to have to be careful with it. I think the gaps come down because we're currently riding into that pretty much brick wall headwind. And it's not until around 50 kilometres to go, so 16 kilometres time, then the riders will take that left-hand turn, and that's when it's more of a cross-tailwind actually. So we might see something from the teams, hopefully, from our point of view. Of course, we always love to see a little bit of action. And then it's going to be a majority of a tailwind all the way from around kind of 32 kilometres to go then, all the way back into Stowmarket.
Yeah, just looking at the wind speeds that are forecast or being measured at the moment, I mean, 36, 37 kilometres an hour, that's right at the top end of what you normally expect. I mean, this time of year, September can be windy, but look at those trees being agitated at the side of the road. It's
did you see my hair?
I saw your hair, Danny. I saw your hair.
Absolute nightmare. But yeah, I mean, you know, when the breakaway's riding into a headwind for the peloton behind, it's so easy to keep that gap under control. Olaf Koy.
Yeah, it's interesting, his placement, he's at the back of the bunch, whereas the rest of his team are all working at the front, but Koy has not been, he hasn't just appeared there, he's actually been at the back, certainly since we've been commentating for the last sort of half an hour or 3/4 of an hour or so. Maybe he just wants to take some of the stress and some of the anxiety off his shoulders.
Yeah, and everyone's really individual when it comes to where they like to sit in a peloton, and I think because we've got less riders, you know, in this race, 114 starters, so it's quite a small peloton than what the men are used to. He knows that it would be so easy for him to navigate himself back to the front if he needed to.
Another rider from Lidl Trek just looking around for the car. That's Leonard Kemner, who's come back from an appalling injury, actually, Leonard Kemner, when he was in the form of his life as well. German climber. Some big results in his career, Leonard Kemner, Tour de France stage winner. But yeah, he's on a long recovery from a very, very serious injury. Very likeable rider from Cologne in the West Germany.
If I was at the back of the bunch and I saw the leader of the race, or Olaf Koy, the favourite, you know, or a favourite for the stage, it would always make me feel so good that I knew I was safe, because I just need to follow them then. Nothing's going to happen up the road. The team are going to control things, and I can get myself to the front if I need to. 52 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, they've not been hanging around today. Slight downhill there. You can see there's a bit of freewheeling going on, but still, there's headwind.
44 kilometres an hour average so far, and we haven't even gone into that tailwind yet, so it's going to be a similar affair to yesterday, I think. I think it was around 46.5 kilometres an hour average for yesterday's stage. Just having a little chat at the front.
Two Italians, Edoardo Affini and Matteo Trentin. I'm a big fan of Edoardo Affini, Danny. I don't know about you. I just think he's one of those dedicated riders who, you know, has his moments when individual time trials come along, but for the rest of his career, and he's a brilliant individual time trialist, for the rest of his career he just puts his body on the line for either sprinters or GC riders. He's a very, very he's the kind of rider, if I were building a fantasy team, I'd want Edoardo Affini.
Yeah, and he actually won a stage of the Tour of Britain back in 2019, and it was an individual time trial. But yeah, I really like him as well. I think these riders are worth their weight in gold when it comes to having a teammate like Affini. And it's good to see, you know, when we get this line-to-line coverage, as we do for a lot of the men's racing, you know, the job that they have within the team is so critical to that overall result of any given day. So yeah, such a strong bike rider.
I mean, I don't know what that conversation between the two Italians was about, but if you look at the time gap, I think it might go back out now. I think possibly Edoardo Affini was just coming up to Trentin and going, just knock it off a little bit.
Yeah,
just getting a little bit tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it is. You can see it just coming out again.
There we go. Back out to 55, 57 seconds. So Trentin has just eased off just a little bit after that discussion with Edoardo Affini. And especially with, you know, it's still some way up the road, but we've still got that King of the Mountains to come. Koy's feeling the chill a little bit.
That's something that's changed as well. Look how aerodynamic that rain jacket is. I remember back in the day having rain jackets and they would just blow up and you'd be like the Michelin man, you know, in a rain jacket. The most unaerodynamic thing you could ever have. And it was like a boil in a bag as well, you know, absolutely no airflow whatsoever. So yeah, obviously the rain has started pouring now, so just might add a little bit of stress. You might see Olaf Koy just moving himself to the front as Remco Evenepoel just pulls over for a nature break himself.
A little bit of struggling going on to pull the jacket on there for Ethan Hayter. Again, he's another rider who likes to relax at the back of the bunch, let's put it that way. Had a quick chat with Ethan actually before the race got underway in Woodbridge at his hotel, and he's just recovering from quite a serious bout of COVID. It was COVID actually swept through the peloton of the Tour of Poland, and a number of riders had to step off, including Owain Doull. But I hadn't realised that Ethan had also contracted COVID at the Tour of Poland, and I asked him how it was, because we get used to kind of saying, barely have any symptoms nowadays, but you know, every now and again it can hit you hard, and I think Ethan has hit him pretty hard. But he says he's okay and in good shape and looking forward to this week of racing.
That's good. I'm glad he's recovered, because yeah, it's had a real detrimental effect on some riders, both in the men's and the women's peloton. For Marlon Reusser in the women's side of things, you know, she had long COVID last year and it almost, you know, ended her season because of it. So it just has really different effects on everyone, doesn't it? You know, some people it is just a virus, and for others it can really take a huge amount of time to get back into the shape before they contracted the virus.
Fierce Strofer, strong rider, the young Frenchman, really is. Knows these roads, knows this race, knows the grammar of the Tour of Britain. Nothing will faze him about what he's doing, because he did it repeatedly in last year's race. And he's looking strong in that quartet of riders. I wonder, Danny, who's going to be today's Victor Vercouly, who's the rider who did a very impressive solo attack actually on the run into Stowwold yesterday. Southwold, I should say. Getting Stowmarket and Southwold muddled up there. But there we go. Matteo Trentin as a double-decker bus has had to pull over by the side of the road and hold its position there to allow the Tour of Britain to come past. That's not a bad way of following the race, is it, from the top deck of a double-decker? Another primary school comes out on the side of the road. Lots of kids just going back in their ones in their day after day as schools come back this week. Sometimes it's a bit of a delayed start for the kids as the teachers are on inset training days.
Much to the parents' dismay.
We're passing through Lavenham, by the way, one of the most, the best preserved of the medieval villages in Suffolk. And look at those half-timbered houses there.
Gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah, really nice.
And so characteristic of this area. In fact, when we get to Sudbury, which is around about 10 kilometres from here, there is the birthplace of Thomas Gainsborough, who painted Suffolk landscapes. And of course, it's Constable country as well, isn't it? Who is a contemporary of John Gainsborough, John Constable. The Church of St Peter and St Paul, built of flint, 14th century church that they've just passed by. And historically, places like Lavenham, these places in Suffolk, were always associated with the textile and the dyeing trade. Dyeing in the sense of dyeing cloth.
Geraint Thomas. Had a little chat with him this morning. He was very much looking forward to getting into Wales.
Surely is.
Welsh flag.
There have been a lot of messages, even in Suffolk, of support for Geraint Thomas, who does cross borders in his popularity. But yeah, we're still in the heart of England, aren't we? And by the time we get to Wales, it'll be off the scale. I remember years ago when he just won his Tour de France in 2018. I hosted an event in the arena in Cardiff. Is it the Motorpoint Arena?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
And,
did you enjoy it?
I did a Q&A with Geraint on stage, and I think there were 10,000 people there.
Amazing.
It was extraordinary.
Yeah, I actually met a couple of fans on the side of the road at the start today, and they said they'd come here because they felt like they could get closer to Geraint than when we got into Wales, and I think they made the right call. So
that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I think that you can see that the riders are coming to the front because it's going to be that anticipation of the wind. Again, even if nothing is going to happen, you're going to have that communication saying, right, get to the front, be ready, because that turn comes in less than 10 kilometres time, so around 8 kilometres time now when we turn into that crosswind. So yeah, you can actually see it, the fight, the riders just trying to make sure they're in a good position.
Yeah, it's a totally different look to the front of the peloton now, isn't there? Not just that arrowhead of yellow jerseys from Visma Lease Bike, you've got a number of teams now moving their dedicated leaders up towards the front. Geraint Thomas is involved in the racing, as you'd want to see him involved in one way or another, even if he's not here to win the Tour of Britain. This is his last ever 5 days of racing remain, and in about an hour and a bit's time, he'll only have 4 more days of his long career remaining. It is quite a story, isn't it, the Thomas story? In the meantime, though, the gap's gone up to 1 minute and 15 seconds again. Look at the strength of the wind there. Is that a Yorkshire flag? Or that's a Suffolk flag, isn't it? And an England flag. Yep.
And you can see it's becoming more exposed here as well. There aren't as many kind of bigger trees on the sides of the roads, and we are going to take that turn now, 7 kilometres time, and you can see it's completely changed here in that peloton. So you can see the team of Decathlon AG2R, Le Mondial on the left-hand side of the road, but also other riders, Kern Farmer, you can see them as a unit, and that's what normally happens. The teams will try and get together, use the strength in numbers to come to the front as a team rather than just ones and twos trying to get their own way to the front. So yeah, it's almost that lead-out formation that we're seeing again here as we're getting closer to that left-hand turn into the crosswind.
Well, Danny, I think we have delivered the main commentary team through a relatively sleepy part of the race. It looks like it might be about to kick off, so we probably better get ourselves out.
Well, I can't see Lizzie, so I think she's still... Oh, there she is. She is here.
Reintroduce Marty back, and after that, Lizzie Deignan as well.
Enjoy.
Thank you, Ned and Danny. We are back with you. So we're just about to get, it does feel, you can sense that, and the rain is starting to fall, and it is starting to fall here at the finish as well. And our breakaway group, that standoff that we've had, that you have throughout the stage when you get into that early breakaway. And as Lizzie Deignan was alluding to earlier on as well, in terms of that point where you just try and hit the gas again and try and take the breakaway all the way to the finish if you can. And the tricky circuit around starting and finishing in Stowmarket today. Four riders, we did have 6 earlier on. Unfortunately, our 2 riders from the British national team took an early tumble. Break went, they've been out in front for over 100 kilometers of our breakaway group. And you can see now they're starting into these crosswind section. We're starting to see them like forming these little echelons, subtle echelons as they exit the hedgerows. On the front, Decathlon, AG2 Island Mondial on the right. Remco Evenepoel just moves up on your left with that gold helmet in the blue. Rainbow bands on the cuffs of his jersey. I mean, Lizzie, that is as well one thing that you had. It must be really special to have those rainbow bands on your kit that sets you apart from everybody else.
Yeah, it was really special until a young rider asked me which country I was from. But that's the great thing, you have them forever. You know, I had them 10 years later and still every time look down with pride. So yeah, I think that's quite a nice, unique thing about the sport. It's obviously a very iconic jersey.
And it's such a shame, though, isn't it, in terms of the Olympic champion with Remco, in the fact that as an Olympic champion, there isn't that jersey, you know, and you see him with the nod, with the gold bike, the gold helmet, his gold computer. That's kind of the accents that you can throw in.
Yeah, no, I think I quite like that, actually. I think the reason the rainbow jersey is so iconic is because it stands alone by itself. There is no other jersey that compares. So yeah, I don't think an Olympic jersey would work. I like the subtle gold stuff.
I love that he's just completely going to town on it. It's
yeah,
really,
wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
You
totally.
would, yeah.
And he's got gold bands around his shorts as well. I like that.
I remember Bettini years ago. He was pretty bling Olympic champion. He looked good. But yeah, I think it's one of the hardest races to win. Obviously, but to get it all right once every 4 years is incredibly difficult to do. And he just owned Paris, didn't he? Phenomenal rider. I mean, he's only 25, and when you look at his palmares, I think sometimes in his generation, you know, next to Vingegaard or Pogacar, he's
Stage 2, Lloyds Tour of Britain men, Martin McDonald and Lizzie Deignan with you to take you through to the finish today. And the rain is falling, the wind buffeting the riders, and our breakaway group have been clear for over 100 kilometres. Mathies de Vries, Andreas Stokbro wearing number 141, Rafael Rice in the fluorescent yellow, the Any Colour team, and Baptista Wiestroffer in the red of Lotto. And the breakaway never really getting too much more than 2 minutes. Lizzie, we're in that position as we go past another one of our schools, which is great to have them all out here. But we're in that point now you see a marketing acceleration from the breakaway. And as we were talking about earlier on, and for those that weren't with us, is that standoff that you have with the peloton where you get to this point and you have to gas it again to try and stay away, because no one gets in a breakaway, do they, thinking, do you know what, I'm just going to get in the break, we know we're going to get caught.
No, it's the cat and mouse game, yeah, and you know, the only thing really you can do in the breakaway to try and you know, second guess the peloton to make them mistime it is to do that surge that you're talking about. But realistically, 4 riders, they've been out there all day long pretty much. Are they going to have that surge in their legs? I don't think so. I think, you know, Trentin was on the front previously, brought it down to 40 seconds and was told to back off again. So it's clearly easily within their grasp at the moment, the breakaway. So it's only a matter of time, especially as you see, you know, all these teams coming to the front now and organising themselves.
And we're also getting that classic mix. We just have a little replay, unfortunately, of a bit of a crash at the back. So we're going down.
Fred Wright?
No, Matej Govkar, unfortunately, he's their sprinter as well. And you can see that all the white on the tyre looks like he's had a bit of a puncture because all the sealant looks like potentially it's come out of his tyre. So Remco Evenepoel here in the blue and white, 6th place, 67th place on general classification at 10 seconds. Olympic champion, former world champion, twice Olympic time trial champion. What we're seeing around the front of the peloton, though, we've got Remco, then in the orange and blue behind him, we can see Oscar Onley. We've got this mix of the sprinters teams and the GC teams.
Yeah, but what you see here as well is every other GC rider is protected and looked after, whereas Remco seems to be happiest just on the front himself again. So, you know, he's not hiding. He's taken on the wind himself there, which...
It's raining. It's a gritty day in Britain. It's a very kind of Belgian-esque kind of day that we've got here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it suits him, but I think it suits him to be safer, to be in the front and just be happy on the front. You know, physically not that demanding yet.
And you go to different parts of the world. I mean, I kind of like it in Brittany is very, the roads of Brittany are very like our roads, but also in Flanders you have races are constant changes of direction, aren't they, up and down all day. So the flow of racing here will also feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think the slight difference with Flanders is often the roads are narrower, so you have this constant changing of direction here, but we're still on 2 lanes. So it's constantly unsettled here. It's constantly a washing machine, which is quite uncomfortable. Whereas in Flanders, it's more of a fight for the corner, get into the 1 lane and then settle and then restart again. It's more stop-starty, whereas I think this is just a bit more consistently relentless in terms of having to be focused.
It must be as well in the way that the flow of British races and the flow of our roads, is it more mentally fatiguing, or is, when you get the long straight days in France, where you can perhaps get a puncture, rear wheel puncture for that one.
Breakaway.
Yeah, that's a shame. Unfortunately for Andreas Stockbro, looking for the team car behind, just talking into the radio. Just got to try and in this point. So Sebastian Nielsen. So we'll give him his full Danish. So Andreas Nielsen, Sebastian Stockbro Nielsen, just to give him the full name. We kind of know him as Andreas Stockbro, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, you can be forgiven for that. They do have long-winded names, don't they?
He's just getting a quick, and Shimano neutral service called into service.
Yeah. Interesting that they didn't have the team car up there, given they had 2, but...
We're seeing Joseph Pidcock towards the back of the bunch. Danny Rowe was commenting yesterday just how much him and his brother Tom look so similar on the bike.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they really do.
So Picnic Hostinel on the left, trying to keep Oscar Onley up towards the front, and we're starting to get this acceleration here, just outside 50 kilometers to go. Geraint Thomas coming through. He had to give up that real sparkly bike that he's got yesterday. It is an artwork of beauty. I hope he's going to, whether he hangs that on his wall at the end of this or whether he keeps riding it, that's going to be the key.
That's going to be the question, yeah. I think what we're seeing here is a fight for position, for a change in direction, for potential crosswinds. The rain is really starting to lash down now, so it makes sense that everybody just wants to fight for that front position where it's as safe as possible.
Oh, let's have a little replay here. Oh, look at the skill. Nice skill there for Rafael Rice.
Yeah, hopefully the bunch get round there without issue, because it did really tighten up there on them, didn't it?
Yeah, we're down to 3 in our breakaway, so we'll see how far can they take this one into the finish. And especially on a day like this as well, chasing breaks in Britain is very different to somewhere like France, or those sort of races in that sort of point where you want to try and catch a breakaway. It's not as easy as it is on on those long straight roads that you get in the... I mean, I've commentated days at the Vuelta where we've gone 160k in one direction on a straight road. It's very different in terms of managing the chase, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, because you know, the rider on the front, the group, the breakaway goes through these corners and these technical sections so much faster than the peloton does. And if it's not totally organised on the front, I mean, we see Bauke Mollema here, he's doing some work for Lidl Trek, but the organisation from every other team has dissipated a bit, so it means that you lose a little bit of momentum, a second here, a second there, for the next rider to take over after Bauke, and all those seconds add up, and that's what you don't see on long roads in the Vuelta. It's much more formulaic and easy to control. So this was the corner that the breakaway had trouble on, but it seems like the peloton have got through there nicely, which is good.
Just a little squeal of the disc brakes. Joseph Pidcock here of Q35, just towards the back. And you can see the determination to succeed from our breakaway, the Unibet Titema Rockets. So this team just pushing things a little bit different, and there is, you can see here, just the difference, as you said, the change of direction, the anticipation of the crosswinds. Ben Swift just on the right, in that orange jersey with the green flashes on his jersey, just ahead of British champion out the saddle in the white, Sam Watson. And for Sam, I mean, to have Swifty and Geraint to help guide him through this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Swifty's one of the riders within the race who's had the most participations in this. I think it's at least 11, you know, so he's lived in Britain his whole life. He's not a rider that's moved away to a different country. He's well used to these conditions and these roads. He's a Yorkshireman through and through, so he'll be delighted with these conditions. And yeah, absolutely the best man to pilot Sam Watson through.
Matteo Trentin in the centre. Lidl Trek, Bauke Mollema in the red, yellow and blue, shoulders just going left and right. He's got such a distinctive style, Bauke, hasn't he? He
has, yeah, definitely. He's a unique rider in so many ways. Off the bike as well. I think he's the rider that's read the most books in a Grand Tour. He tries to get through at least 3 books during a Grand Tour, 1 a week. So, yeah, he's an interesting bloke. He's definitely old school. He doesn't always even ride with a computer on his bike.
And again, that must be within teams when you've got Bauke Mollema who's 38, and then you've got riders that are coming in at 19 and 20. I mean, there is. I mean, I remember talking to riders who literally their riders are coming in at 18, 19, and they were like, "I'm learning a completely new language."
What, the older ones were?
The older ones were.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, but it's great. I think that's what's brilliant about the sport. You have different cultures, different ages, different all sorts. It really is a melting pot of people, which I really enjoyed during my career.
And I suppose as well, as you said, the different mix of cultures and riders, they want to bring their own. We just see Andres Stockbro-Nielsen getting back into the breakaway. But as well, within that mix culturally within teams, you learn, you're finding new foods, new ways of doing things as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I always really admired, riders who came over from Australia or America. I mean, an American coming over as a 19-year-old to live in Europe, the cultural shift is huge. They're on their own trying to make it in Europe, where the culture is just so different, the food is so different, and they're far from home. I think it's definitely an advantage to be a rider that comes from mainland Europe in this sport, particularly in the beginning of your career.
Back to the peloton. Remco Evenepoel on the extreme left. Ineos Grenadiers on the extreme right, looking to try and set things up for their sprinter. And we've got quite a technical run into the finish today, and we're getting towards that sort of that crunch point, 40k to go. How would you be approaching this stage now from this in terms of managing and organising the lead outs?
I would say that there's probably about 5-10k max where riders can still hold off the throttle. I mean, we've got a car on the course there, that's not great, but handled really well by the whole peloton. I think, I think it's at about 137 kilometres, it gets narrow, so I expect that there'll be a real effort there to keep people safe. And then you have the climb. We've said it's not much. It's about a minute of effort, maybe less. But that could potentially string it out. And the teams that have the strongest sprinters are going to want to get rid of as much kind of traffic as possible. So they will use that as a point in the race where they can thin it out.
Rear wheel puncture here for Henrik Pedersen. We're seeing a few punctures for riders today. Luckily though, Andreas Stockbro has made it back into the break, and you can see the difference now with the kind of posture. It's so visible, isn't it, in terms of the posture? It's not that kind of just rolling through anymore.
No, I mean, these guys have been out all day. It's definitely starting to take its toll. You can see that on the riders. They've had 2 punctures within that group as well, so to be able to still come back together and have 2 minutes on the group, 45k to go, it's been a solid effort.
Little word there from Remco Evenepoel to the rest of the teams. Send a little question to everyone else around. Just having a little chat with the director sportif in the car behind. You just want to be on fly on the wall there, don't you?
I think he was just, he looked across at Fred Wright there and said, I think it was a case of, are you guys doing anything? Because, there's been this lull again where everyone's in formation, but nobody's really committing. And maybe Evenepoel is just getting a little bit frustrated and wondering who's going to take it on. This is what the break is relying on, this cat and mouse game from behind.
It is, and the gap pushes out again towards almost 2 minutes with 44.8 kilometres to go. And that gap now going back out to 2 minutes. This is what we've been alluding to today, and as you said, within a breakaway, this is that point, and if they can squeeze this out, and maybe as that peloton now has paused, and their directors will be saying, they've paused behind. If you can squeeze this out to maybe another minute, maybe to 3 minutes, you might sort of feel that you could stay away.
I think they're unlikely to squeeze it out any further. I think it's more about it not coming down too quickly. I don't see unless something bad happens in the peloton. I think this is about as far out as it's going to get, unless there is a complete stalemate, which I don't anticipate. It wouldn't be in anybody's interest. Visma Bike wouldn't let that happen. They've got the fastest man in the race. They've got a stage win on the line, so there shouldn't be too much game playing going on behind.
Also, though, on a day like this, and what you've got to be careful of as a race and as a peloton is that this race has been won traditionally by seconds, and if a break does go to the finish and they did sit up and they got a minute, it's in a week-long stage race. A gap of a minute is a tough one to bring back, isn't it? Maybe, or do you think the tumble stage is just too tough?
I think they're safe enough with the riders that are in the front. I think they're safe enough to take that gamble, and if it became apparent over the next, couple of stages, I think there's still enough time for them to really be aggressive and take advantage of the next few days to bring that back.
What has been interesting throughout the day is there's not a huge amount of riders with rain jackets on as well, because, and again, it must be difficult as a rider to think, because you do start in the morning if it's raining and you would start in short sleeves and shorts on a rainy day, but wouldn't you? I think.
Well, it's warm, isn't it? It's not cold.
No, but it's again, I suppose, in terms of taking rain jackets on and off.
It's a faff, and it depends on whether you find. I would find that a distraction. Again, like just the feeling of the jacket around my shoulders, knowing that at some point between now and the finish line, I've got to take that off, find the person to give it to. It's just a faff that I could do without and think, actually. That being said, there are times where you regret it, and the rain, when the rain comes, the temperature does drop, and getting cold is not good. It takes energy for your body to warm yourself up, and that's energy you can't waste. So a lot of the times it is worth the faff.
And we're also seeing as well, you can see that down the centre, the rider's just trying to avoid the cat's eyes as well.
Awful, yeah.
It's always that sort of awareness. You've got to have, you know, such heightened awareness all the time, and it's harder, you know, when you're sort of midway in the peloton, you see the riders just trying to skip around them in the centre.
Yeah, they're really unfortunate. They're really difficult. They do, you know, riders handlebars just go from underneath you, unfortunately, sometimes with that. But it seems like it's only a short section of road, and we're back onto sort of more of a lane here.
Yeah, it did look like through the corners, a little bit of a gap. It looked like just cornered just a little bit quicker than everybody else there.
Yeah, I think so.
So within our breakaway, you see Andreas Stockbro-Nielsen here. I'll give him that because his name keeps popping up as Nielsen on the graphic as well. I don't want to confuse everybody. He's another rider that he's 28 and he's had one victory,
yeah,
but 8 victories in some smaller races as well. And the Unibet Titanium Rockets, they do a lot of those kind of, you know,
yeah. I mean, his race
races.
program doesn't allow him that many opportunities to have the big wins. Nonetheless, eight wins this season is an impressive tally.
Some of the jackets are going on and off here. Q36.5 riders. Mark Donovan. I'm interested, it's the Brits that are putting the jackets on. It's like...
Maybe it's cold out there, Marty.
It is, and that's it, it's just
warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's after a while, it does the cold, the wet, just to kind of just get into your bones a little bit. But you can see Mark Donovan just trying to do the rain jacket up. 41 kilometres to go here on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Men. Starting and finishing in Stowmarket today, and our breakaway group has been clear since around the 160 kilometre to go point. They're still away. They've got a gap of 1 minute and 56 seconds, and our breakaway is made up of Hattis de Vries and Andreas Stockbro-Nielsen from the Unibet Titanium Rockets. Rafael Rice in the fluorescent yellow here from the Any Colour team, and Baptista Weerstroffer in the red of Lotto. And the gap going out around 2 minutes 15 was about one of the biggest gaps we saw throughout the day, about 2.5 minutes at times. But the breakaway are now in survival mode. Can they stay away for as long as possible on what is a day earmarked for the sprinters? Thanks for your company today, and you see that it is the Decathlon AG2 Isle Mondial team that are now driving this one on the front.
Yeah, they're taking it on. I think this might be to do with the point that we were talking about, narrowing. So it's about 20 kilometres now till the climb. The roads can get narrower. There's a lot of standing water on the road now as well. We've seen riders taking their jackets, so it's clearly getting colder and harsher conditions out there.
And isn't that again that point in the day where the cold just, because very few riders wear undershirts now, do they, as well? They're wearing skin suits. There is at that point as well where that cold just starts to seep in when you're rolling along in the peloton all day.
I think it's a very personal thing. I think for me and a lot of people in a race like this where you've got a lot of people who've been sat in the bunch, what happens is you get cold sort of dead legs, and the sensation in your legs doesn't feel great. I mean, they're ticking along there at 54k an hour. They're starting to put the hammer down a little bit here, which is good. I think that will help riders, particularly sprinters. They might feel a bit, cold, dead-legged. I personally would have appreciated that. Yeah, the race needs to start, otherwise they'll hit that climb and they might just explode.
Is there a point as well as a sprinter and as a fast finisher where you need that little hit out to just wake the legs up again?
It's really personal, very, very personal. Some people, in the same way that some people do a time trial and they almost do a time trial before they do it to warm up, and some people, there's been some recent research to suggest that, warm-ups should be as easy as possible, and that's another thing. The research is always changing, and I think what's important for each rider is that they have the confidence to know what's best for them, because everybody is different. Again, we've got narrowing here, parked cars, so these are all just moments that present a little bit of danger or anxiety for the peloton, and it's important to be in the front.
So there'll be the warning there as well for the peloton. Hand up. As we go past another group of youngsters, glad that they've got their rain jackets with them as well. I'm glad they've got their rain jackets on.
Yeah, and standing nice and far back from the road. I always used to find that a little bit scary as a rider when you'd come through and there'd be people so close to you, you know.
Go back to the peloton. And just on the left, we see the Uno X team, national champ of Norway, just moving up on the left, Andreas Leknesson.
So that technical section there that the breakaway was going through, I mean, they were going through pretty slowly, but the peloton in comparison will lose even more speed. So again, the gap will go out maybe 5-10 seconds again. So all those moments are advantageous to the breakaway.
You can hear the squeal of the disc brakes on the riders here further back. And just there, Josh Charlton. I think we'll see him try tomorrow. It was a shame for him and Ben Wiggins when they crashed, but both, and it was unusual to see both riders going down. You could see the riders just waving through each other through this narrowing. Fortunately, the parked cars just along the side of the road. But again, that just it's a vantage point here from the back of the peloton, just how important it is as the riders do look after each other with the signals.
Yeah, yeah. You rely on each other hugely for safety to point out different things, and yeah, it's about mutual respect.
So just going through, you can see just a little bit quite technical that we've got here, just having to just manage that corner there, just running wide, just use it. He was fine. Ultimate slidability there.
Yeah, it's also just confidence once you've had a puncture, knowing what pressure you've got in the back. It feels a little bit different, the sensations are a little bit off, so it's harder to lean into the corner in the same way.
We're just seeing the Shimano Nutris service car, and they've been servicing the riders all day, and on a course like this and on a circuit like this, it is tricky if you've only got one team car to keep going up and back.
Yeah, I think that's also a huge issue. You have to make the decision, okay, you know, do we support the guy in front and risk not being able to get back in time if there's a problem behind, because it's not like in Europe where there are big boulevards and you can pass at speed, the peloton. You know, they may be held back by the race director for a long time before they can pass safely. There's really little opportunities for cars, team cars to pass, so they might just make the decision that they can rely on race neutral service.
And they're doing a great job today. They're keeping busy. We can see Tord Gummerstedt coming through to the front. And the gap is holding here at 1 minute and 30 seconds. We get to that point, we've got the King of the Mountains point to come, and then the run back towards our finish in Stowmarket. Geraint Thomas just moving up towards the front. He did he was doing this job yesterday until he had a front wheel puncture later on.
Yep.
So just tapping the glasses out, just trying to keep them clear. He wouldn't get rid of them, especially even on a day like this.
No, he loves his glasses, doesn't he? But I think, you know, you get to that point where you have to decide to keep them on or off, and as soon as you take them off, you regret it. It's better to see through foggy lenses than to have your eyes covered in dirt off the road, particularly on these roads. You know, it's not rained for a long time, so there'll be plenty of stuff coming up.
I mean, there is so much as a pro to think about, isn't there, within a stage, and those decisions, and having your glasses and not having your glasses is another one, because vision's very important.
Vision is really important, yeah. And you know, you are stuck with whatever sponsor you have as well. So you're lucky if you're with a sponsor that has great lenses, shall we say.
And they vary.
Oh, they vary hugely. I mean, less than they used to, but they're all pretty good now. But yeah, there is a difference.
Yesterday's stage, if you weren't with us, just to give you an idea of who you could be watching, or if they get this back, it is looking controllable at the moment. But yesterday, we had Olaf Koy taking the stage ahead of Tord Gummerstedt, who almost pulled the surprise of the race with a victory, the Decathlon AG2 Mondial rider. Hugo Hofstetter in third, Tim Thorne-Tutenberg in 4th, Alberto Dainese, Sam Watson, Tom Flabber, Alexander Kristoff, Rory Townsend and Jules Hesters was our top 10 yesterday. And that's kind of what we get on the day one, isn't it? We start to see very quickly that sort of hierarchy of sprinters who we would expect to be also up there again today.
Yeah, I think today's a slightly different sprint. They've had the opportunity to recon it, which they didn't do yesterday. You know, start-finish is in the same place today, so teams will have had the chance to look at it, which makes a big difference. Also, the fact that it's downhill, sort of the last 10, 15 kilometres of this race, and the sprint is flatter than it was yesterday. I anticipate it'll be more of a fast man's finish than it was yesterday. Obviously, you got to be fast to win yesterday, but more of a pure sprinter.
There's a slight little snake in the finishing straight as well, as in you were talking about earlier about taking the shortest line through.
Yeah, you've got to be brave today. I mean, if it's wet like this all the way through to the finish, it narrows with about 600 metres to go. There's a left turn into it narrows, so it's about first of all being delivered in a really good position, but also being brave enough to potentially break the lease going into that corner.
And how many riders at that point would you want to have in front of you as a sprinter?
I would say with 600 to go, you need 2 at least. Yeah, it depends on what kind of sprinter you are. You know, that's where you need to also be a really good communicator to your team, and that's where having the opportunity to recon it is really good, because they'll have had specific ideas. Okay, they'll literally do a dress rehearsal. They'll have ridden through it and said, okay, this is where I need you to get to. Deliver me here.
Because they rode up to sign on through the finish straight, so that's the conversation they would have been having as they rode up to sign on.
Yeah, I mean, the best sprinters would usually, I would have said, done at least the last 3 kilometres today. So it's an opportunity as well for the GC riders to see the 3K banner as well, so they know at which point in the race they are safe to potentially lose time. And from 3 kilometres, then the races, the lead-outs are on, and everybody should have a very specific role of how many hundreds of metres they need to do on the front.
Ineos Grenadiers on the right, though, bringing the faith in the British champion. You can see today it's a lot of standing water, though, on the roads that the teams are, the riders are splashing through. That gap on our next objective along the route. As our breakaway group holding 135. The breakaway group of 4 here on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men. Starting and finishing Stowmarket, 166.3 kilometres. We're just getting a view there of Baptista Veerhofer, the Lotto rider's bike. He had a rear wheel puncture. He took neutral service and got himself back into the breakaway. We have one Category 3 King of the Mountains point today with 18.6 kilometres to go here in Suffolk. Not a huge amount of hills, but we see these, as you have alluded to quite today, Lizzie, in terms of their short, sharp little efforts, and not as easy as we kind of think they are.
No, they hurt more than it looks like, definitely, especially when you've got cold, sort of dead legs, essentially, from this kind of racing. And I think the climb may have more impact at the back of the peloton than the front. There will be people going out the back, maybe, who might be struggling. But I don't expect any big moves off the front. I just expect that the bigger teams will try and reduce traffic for the final sprint by just taking advantage of that sort of pinch point in the race and making it hard.
We're seeing right in the centre of our picture in the light blue and sort of slightly sort of mint blue colours, Decathlon AG Italia Mondiale and Tour de Gummestadt in the red jersey. And that's what that ride yesterday does for a rider within a team, isn't it? Because all of a sudden they would know his potential, but when you're going up and you're almost out sprinting Olaf Koy, and the performance he put in yesterday, you can see throughout the day the difference in the way Decathlon are treating him today.
Yeah, they have a responsibility now within the race that you know, they might not have thought they had at the start of yesterday. He performed brilliantly, and he deserves you know, the full commitment from the team, and the rest of the peloton will also look at them now to take on some of the responsibility for the chase.
And they're also a team that are investing so much in the future. They want to. Decathlon have said how much they're looking to increase that budget. I mean, France are looking, you know, as a French team, France are looking to try and win the men's Tour de France for the first time since 1985. So it's a bit like, you know, England and football, so, you know, the sort of every time we go to, you know, they go to a Europeans or a Worlds, and France are kind of in that position, aren't you? You really got a feel for them, but they're really investing in.
Should have got a women's team, shouldn't they?
There are rumours.
There are rumours, yeah. Obviously, Pauline ended the years of hurt or whatever it was, but. Yeah, no, I think they're a great team and they've got great ambition, which is really exciting. And like you say, there are rumours that they potentially will have a women's team, so they're obviously thinking about expanding their programme, which is great.
Yeah, it's really good to see. And we've just seen the narrow country lanes here. This is a proper English country road, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's starting to get grippy, isn't it?
So you can see as well the bit of mud as well at the on the roll off from the side as well. And this is it can prove tricky for punctures and things as well, can't it?
Yeah, but also you can see now there's a really good angle that you can see the difference between the effort that the riders at the back who are in bad position are having to exert compared to the riders who are just rolling through it, and that all adds up. So positioning even this far out is important.
And within a team, when you're out on the road, especially on a day like this, maybe communication might be tricky as well. And we're now inside 30 kilometres to go. How amongst the team are you now communicating? You know,
as much as you can.
Lead out?
Yeah, radios really do suffer with the rain. It's really difficult to understand each other. Often communication from the team car you can still hear quite well, but between each other it's really difficult. So the best is rider to rider on the bike. But I can't imagine much has changed. I think the plan that the riders started with at the start of the day will still be what they're going for. Unless you're in a team where you have two very similar match sprinters, they might have a discussion on the bike about who's going for who. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward up until this point.
And we've seen as well within the teams, we saw Visma Lisa Bike controlling things very much throughout the day today. Lo Van Bell is definitely the MVP, I think, so far as well for Team Visma Lisa Bike in the kind of job that he does. You know, they're worth their weight in gold. Those riders that can spend all day on the front of the peloton, but the breakaway group with 1 minute and 34 seconds is the gap. They're holding this peloton off with 28.8 to go. So just getting a little sign on the side as well in terms of the speed that we're going through. We had a sad face along the side there.
Sad face, yeah. They need to slow down. They're about, you know, coming up to sort of 8K to go to the climb now. So the commitment in the group is still really good. The cohesion is still there. So they're all committed and they're holding their group really well.
Ben Swift on the front here for Ineos Grenadiers. Sam Watson is with him, Teo Gegenhardt. All the Brits up towards the front here. Teo Gegenhardt in the yellow, red and blue colours there of Lidl Trek. And the way, as you pointed out, Lizzie, in the way that the race is stretching and the peloton is really stretching out here, these are the sort of days as well where if you just get through to the front as they're doing, just give a little nudge, you might split. You just never know what can happen behind.
Yeah, it's all about staying in front of, unfortunately, I hate saying it, knocks on wood, a crash, you know, particularly in these weather conditions. The front of the race is the safest place to be.
So driving this one on at the front. Olaf Koy is in leader's green jersey. I think he's got his rain. Has he got his rain jacket on at the moment? I was getting a picture of the riders within the group, just being able to pick him out for you. But Ben Swift has got the pressure on here, and all it takes is a loss of wheel. You know, someone leaving a gap or something a little bit further down, and you can see there's definitely a stretching out at the back of that peloton.
Yep.
And for someone like Sam Watson, you want to see if you can eliminate some of your sprinters potentially.
Yep. You can tell that he's just really not comfortable back on that bike, going through the corners there. So there's a bit of a difference here in the breakaway and cornering ability, and the wet often kind of exacerbates that problem. But they're still sticking together and working hard.
The riders as well that may have got a neutral wheel, like Baptiste Veerhofer here as well. Different tyres react in different ways, don't they?
Yeah, it could be a huge disadvantage. Yeah. I don't know what tyres they're on from neutral service, but
we can probably find that out. We'll find that out for tomorrow. They're really driving this on one behind, and we're heading towards our King of the Mountains point. We're not far away from that, around 10 kilometres now towards our KOM point. More of a smiley face for the speed up the little rise from the sign at the side.
Yeah, it's starting to be quite undulating and very technical, the roads. There hasn't been any kind of relief from that for the last sort of 10 kilometres now. So the riders in the peloton are doing the right thing by pushing on at the front. You can see that the teams are getting organised and taking care of their GC riders and sprinters, because obviously they have to think of both. It's not just about the sprinters, particularly for the rest of the week. They have to always bear in mind the safety of the GC guys as well.
We're going to turn and head up towards our King of the Mountains, and we're going to have a bit of a cross tailwind, and then it looks like from after our King of the Mountains point that we'll go through and bear to the right with around 12k to go, where they're going to have a pretty much a blocked tailwind.
Yeah, it's definitely an opportunity. Just depends on whether anybody wants to take it on, really.
You see the blackboard, 1 minute 20, and on days like this as well, if communication could be a bit sketchy, through 25 kilometres to go. And our breakaway working well, but on these days, is the as well, do you rely more on the blackboard at the side?
Yeah, you would do. Yeah, everything is just harder with the rain. Yeah, in terms of visibility, your radio working, but usually depends. In the UK, sometimes you have these kind of black spots with the radio as well, in comparison to when you're in Europe, going under trees, etc. So you can't always rely on the radio.
We have 24.5 kilometres to go on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour Britain Men. 1 minute and 13 seconds is the gap from our breakaway group to the peloton, which is being driven very much by Ben Swift and the Ineos Grenadiers, with British champion Sam Watson. Our breakaway group are very much putting the pressure on to try and stay away if they can. We hit that kind of 20 kilometre to go point, and we if the gap is about a minute, the peloton always kind of feel that they've got this one under control.
Yeah, and I would say that they have. We haven't seen, although we've seen some organisation in the peloton, we haven't seen any team fully commit yet, so there's not been a real committed chase. It's definitely within a controllable distance. We'll just see if the teams decide to control it over the climb, stay together and then press on, or whether they decide to attack. Or we can see that we've had a crash here, one of the corners.
Unfortunately, a couple of riders down at the back. One of them is Zach Marriage, who's gone down. One of the Lidl Trek riders has also crashed. And as we head through Hadley, the town that prospered from the wool trade in the Middle Ages, we're told. So the Guthrum, King of the Danes, apparently, is buried here. He was defeated by King Alfred in 878. And incredibly, 90% of the buildings along Hadley's High Street are listed.
Wow.
And many detailed from the 17th century. That's quite a claim to fame, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
To have that many listed
Good crowds too, considering the weather.
Yeah, thanks to the residents of Hadley for coming out. We are kind of wincing with each corner,
yeah.
kind of, as we go in. Is that again, you know, as a rider, whenever you're watching bike racing, that, you know, in this situation where you are, it's just that kind of wincing moment as the riders go into the corner.
Yes, definitely. You know how it feels.
Andrew August right in the centre now, in the red, in that sort of orange-coloured jersey. The green flashes. Here's Tor Gummerstadt just dropping towards the back in the red jersey. You see the Flanders Baloise riders in the yellow and blue colours. They have the King of the Mountains jersey within their ranks at the moment. Milan Landhover, who was in the breakaway yesterday, leading in the King of the Mountains classification. So we have 4 points on offer at our King of the Mountains point. Good to see the Aussies coming out. Very similar weather probably to the way they've got back home at the moment. But the King of the Mountains, if it's then level, then it goes to stage placings at the end of that one as to who gets the jersey.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's been a priority for them at all, does it? It's not something they thought about going for. They kind of got it in default by being in the breakaway yesterday. So
he also leads in the best young riders classification, so maybe that for him is more of a target.
Takes more of a precedent, definitely, yeah.
So finishing in the group, can he hold on to that one? And our peloton, you can see here, the pressure has been, it's a tough day out in the saddle, and this is the point you get to in the year, don't you, in terms of what sort of weather that you can expect on this race.
Yeah, and there are riders who definitely thrive in these conditions and riders that don't. You know, I think within the race you would sort of think to yourself, oh gosh, it could be a day for them today, when previously you might not have thought so on a dry day. So it certainly makes everything just a bit harder. So, you know, the climb could have more impact if compared to on a dry day.
And there's also some riders, though, that just love the rain.
Yeah, I love the rain, yeah. You just know that you've beaten, you know, 10% of the riders because they don't like it. But in contrast, a hot day, I would hate a hot day. So it's just, you know, whether it's where you grow up or what you're used to or where you train, I don't know. It's all psychological little advantages and disadvantages.
You can see, though, from the helicopter shot here, the peloton very much lined out now by the team in yellow and black. The team of Visma Lisa Bike for our leader, Olaf Koy.
So you can see now that we're coming into the climb.
Yeah, we're not far away now from our only King of the Mountains points for the day. And there will be a battle for this to take those points on the climb. On to our only categorised climb of the day, Seymour Hill, Category 3, 1.4 kilometres in length, averaging 2.1%. 20 kilometres to go here on stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Men. And it is Baptiste Veerhofer of Lotto on the front. The two Unibet Titema Rockets riders, we know they'll go after these King of the Mountains points at the top. But if they're level on points, they've then got to try and finish ahead of Milan Landhover. It's Veerhofer on the front. Rafa Rice looks like he's been dropped on the climb here. Veerhofer on the front. We're about to start this sprint. So Stokbro and his teammate De Vries here. So we open up for the climb. Baptiste De Vries on the back. Andreas Stokbro goes for the King of the Mountains points. Wants maximum points. And we saw this on the intermediate sprint point as well. He's going early, though, here.
Yeah, well, we talked about the crosswind over the top, and he's taken advantage of that. You know, if he feels like he's the strongest in the breakaway, now is the time to go. It's essentially downhill from now on. And this is probably one of their best options. I think, you know, having looked at the climb now, we can see it's 2 lanes wide. There was no narrow fight into it. So I think the peloton, I'd be surprised to see any real action from them over here.
And Andreas Stockbrook-Nielsen crests the summit. His teammate, Matthijs de Vries, and Baptiste de Veerhofer sweep up some points in that. He's going to wait for the two of them. I was curious as to whether he would then go
to push
solo on
yeah,
this one. Back to the peloton on the climb. And this point as well, minute at this point. They will start to, we expect, hit the gas over the top of the climb to really reel this breakaway in. So plenty of looking around on the front. Andrew August right in the centre there, the young American rider from the Ineos Grenadiers. And they're very much coming through and have been at the front for quite a while. The teammates of Olaf Koy really starting to up the pressure. 18.2 to go, still holding that minute gap. So just looking around to see if they can get a bit of assistance here. The rest of the team starting to move through towards the front as we crest the summit with the peloton. Plenty of Welsh flags out in support.
Still quite not an organised chase. You know, everybody's up there, but nobody's really committed apart from Visma Lisa Bike.
It's quite messy, isn't it?
Yeah,
at the
it's
moment?
quite messy at the moment, yeah, but they still have time to organise and commit.
And for them, they will just have confirmation of our King of the Mountains. Stage 2. Stockbrook-Nielsen here takes the 4 points. Matthijs de Vries takes 3. Baptiste de Veerhofer takes 2. And Rafa Rice takes the 1 point. So that puts Andreas Stockbrook-Nielsen level on points in the King of the Mountains classification. So with them level, will then come down to a count back to their finish positions. Now 3 riders pressing on here. The 2 from the Unibet Titema Rockets here in the yellow, orange and blue colours. With them, Baptiste Veerhofer, the big gear rolling Lotto rider on the front.
Yeah, and there's no sign of him skipping a turn either. You know, now he's 2 against 1, but he's still committed to the move.
Yeah, fiercely determined throughout. You could tell, couldn't you? Especially when he punctured that sort of the level of determination to get in and stay in the break today.
Yeah.
Now we see Visma Lease Bike en masse on the front of the peloton. 3 riders now. They've got their leader, Olaf Koy, in the green leader's jersey in this race. That's what you're watching out for today. And Tord Gummerstad, if you're watching out for Gummerstad, he's wearing the red jersey. He's second in the sprints classification, so the young Norwegian. Can he spring a surprise today? As Rafa Rice gets quickly swept up by the peloton. For Gummerstad today, though, now after that emerging sprint yesterday, now comes the pressure sprint. Can you back it up?
Yeah, it's a different ball game now, isn't it? Yeah. But I mean, we saw, you know, he cornered better than anybody else yesterday. The final corner at 600 to go, potentially important. His team is fully committed to him today. So, but you're right, it's a different kind of pressure.
We're seeing Picnic Posten out very much. They've been very attentive to Oscar Onley today, and what a summer he's had.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Thymen Aresman at the back here. Has he got an issue with the bike?
It almost looked like it, yeah.
Could be as well, and that's well with sometimes with the electronic gears that can pose an issue. We'll see he's already got his computer off. He's looking for a bike change. 15 kilometers to go. 55 seconds is the gap from our breakaway, who are fiercely determined to hold off this peloton for as long as they can. For the Ineos Grenadiers, their GC rider, Thymen Aresman, is looking for a bike change, probably at one of the worst points, as well as this lead out is just starting to ramp up.
Yeah, but I think he has enough time. I think he'll be all right. I mean, his team car would be right there, and it is downhill. He's still going to be in the caravan. I think he'll be all right.
As a rider as well, when you're in this position, when you're coming in as a leader, as a big favourite, it's that as well, is that internal battle when this happens, is keep calm, keep calm. It's that internal dialogue that you have to keep telling yourself.
Yeah, it is, and obviously some handle it better than others. Yeah, he seems like he's always stuck. Oh, he's got a puncture. Yeah.
So rear wheel puncture for Thymen Arensman.
But he looks like he wants to change the rear wheel rather than change bike. He's gone into the biggest gear.
Nice dismount there as well at speed.
Yeah, very good, yeah.
Done some cross in his time. Nice step through there for Thymen Arensman. And relaxed, as you would expect from him and another rider. What a summer. He is having 2 stage wins, 12th on the general classification in the Tour de France. And it was almost a Tour de France again of discovery for him. It was really interesting to watch him race that tour.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, really impressive performances, and I think kind of built on a bit of the momentum that Ineos have had. They seem to be sort of coming back into form, and obviously, like we were talking about before, the flow that also works in a team sense. That once the team is performing well, that has a knock-on effect for everybody else. So. Obviously, morale will be super high this week with Geraint Thomas retiring here. They'll want to do something. So I'm sure, although not ideal, I'm sure that puncture won't have any real consequences for him.
The gap 52 seconds. Visma Lease bike charging this one down. And you've seen, if you've been with us throughout the day, if you've been with us since the start, thanks for your company. We appreciate your company having been with us all day, but they really are powering on here, having gone outside over 160 kilometers from the finish. With that intent always when you get into the breakaway of trying to go all the way to the finish. Olaf Koy, as Visma Lease bike said, coming into this race would be going for stages 1 and 2. They've said that they'll give their young Brit, Matthew Brennan, an opportunity to sprint tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see if they do, or whether now that Matthew Brennan has said, I might have a little look at the general classification, whether they change that again tomorrow and just go for a 3rd win with calling it already. They've got to get the 2nd win here, but then they then go with that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of having the options, isn't it? They can even make that kind of call on the road, you know. But like we've said before, this race often does come down to seconds. Although, you know, we've got the important tumble climb coming up. A rider like Matthew Brennan needs probably, you know, he might need seconds in that situation. So seconds could become important. So we'll see.
So we go through 1 kilometre to go, round turn, left turn, around 600 metres to go, and they've got a little bit of a narrow point there as well.
Yeah, I mean, the lead out will be until that corner, really. That's the main focus.
Baptista Beerhofer here, you can see for him, for the team of Lotto. And what has been impressive, I mean, we've had the various sort of evolution of this break. We had the two Brits that unfortunately crashed. Rafa Rice has now dropped out of the break, but at no point, what's been impressive about this breakaway, there has been, no one has missed a beat all day. There has been no skip turns. They've had punctures, they've fought back. It's been a really interesting breakaway to watch as it's evolved over the day to the 3 we've got left.
Yeah, they've been completely committed from the start. So yeah, it's been an impressive effort, and of course we always want the underdogs to go all the way, so fingers crossed.
We are, as cycling fans, we are always team breakaway, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
We love a sprint, but whenever a break goes, and it is, as you say, you never get in a break thinking you're going to get caught. You know, if you're not a bunch sprinter, you always get away thinking, I'm taking this one.
Do you? I mean, I like that mentality. I would not say I was like that.
But we're seeing it more and more, though, aren't we, in terms of breakaways that are managing to stay away to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a sport now that is all about control and data, and I suppose that's why it's so exciting when a move that shouldn't work does pull off, you know.
Remco Evenepoel on the front here. You see how Quick-Step, the double Olympic champion. What a summer he had in Paris. I mean, that Olympic win for him was not without drama, was it, when he punctured?
No, yeah. I mean, he was just phenomenal in Paris, wasn't he?
It was great to watch. .37 seconds gap coming down here, and this is in terms of timing. 10k to go. If they can get them back here with just inside 10k to go, then
we were just talking about how much they were cooperating, and now they're starting to shout at each other because he's skipping turns now, so they're not fully cooperating. I think that is a little bit premature to start skipping a turn now, but.
And you could see the two Unibet Titema Rockets riders, and he's just getting, and understandably so, Batista Vries starting to skip some turns here, and he's with the two of them together, and you're expecting now as a lone, you're expecting to get double teamed here, aren't you? 10 kilometers to go, and our breakaway group, Baptista Veerhofer still driving this one on to try and stay away. We're getting a few little skip turns now from the two Unibet Titema Rockets riders. And when we get inside 10k to go here, Lizzie, you are sort of now in that breakaway when it's 2 against 1. You're expecting those attacks to start.
Oh, I think it's a little bit early. I think if they were playing the game better, they'd leave it a little bit later. I mean, all they need to do really is maintain that gap as long as possible, and even if the attack comes with 2k to go, it's better than 10k to go and the collaboration going, you know. And this is the last thing you want to hear in the radio, that Evenepoel is chasing you. That is a disaster for the ones in front.
Here's Remco Evenepoel here, just dropping the big power now on the front.
Yeah.
And there's probably, I mean, within that peloton, you'll be feeling this, won't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's his interval done. And he'll come back again, no doubt.
That'll be from the coach this morning. Remco,
yeah, exactly.
Can we have a 10-minute effort, please, or a 5-minute effort within the day today? It is that whole, you know, keeping those watts up, keeping that training going throughout a race such as this, which we have talked about. And he's doing just that. And just Baptista Veerhofer still having a word here with the two Unibet Titema Rockets, and he's clearly the strongest rider in this break.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Matteo Trentin now on the front in the black with the red helmet for Tudor Pro Cycling. And they've got Alberto Dainese today, perhaps a sprint for him that suits him a little bit more. Thymen Arensman trying to get back into the peloton. Arensman here wearing number 5, so rear wheel puncture for him. So he'll breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here to get back in to the peloton. Remco's back on the front. So we've now got Soudal Quick-Step, Visma Lease Bike and Tudor Pro Cycling, the 3 teams working together on the front. We've also got Julien Alaphilippe.
Decathlon are playing it smart here. They've been up there, they've been at the front, but they haven't actually had to commit anybody to the chase yet, so they've still got a full lead out, which is an advantage for them going into the final.
And sprint lead-outs are all about timing, aren't there, as well? There's those teams that are just experts at not getting tempted to go too early, and it's all about knowledge, training, practice, confidence.
Yeah, and it's a very difficult thing to get right, particularly when it involves the fact that you know, I would often find it difficult because the later you leave it, the more dangerous it is, the more hectic it is. And you know, if you find yourself in a position where you're all lined out with 5k to go, 6k to go on the, you know, a good side of the road, you've got brilliant position, you don't want to give it up. So that's when you get forced into going early, when you accumulate together in the right place. You don't want to give it up, but you have to have the confidence to give up that positioning and hope that it comes back together again. And you know, every rider in that lead out has a responsibility to know when is the right time to push. You know, if there's a technical section within sort of 6k to go, a roundabout that you need to force yourself through to be in hold position, you can squeeze on, but it's then about having the knowledge at the front to back off again, so that you don't just get the momentum going too soon. So everybody in the lead out is important and does different things.
We've just had the nod that Batista Vries has won the Combativity Award for the day for the Unibet Tamer Rockets. So thanks for voting. That is your prize, our viewers. So
Do we agree?
He's the crowd favourite today. For me, I would have gone Baptiste de Weerhofer, I think.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah.
But the public have spoken.
It was the jerseys. They like the purple too.
And here he goes. Baptiste de Weerhofer here goes on the attack. With 6 kilometres to go, the gap at 12 seconds, and you can feel Andreas Stroppberg really having to dig in there to get back to the Lotto man. Remco Evenepoel as the peloton really under pressure here. Just seeing Rory Townsend at the bottom of our picture in the white jersey with the green stripe across his back, the orange on his helmet. Had a great finish yesterday, did Rory Townsend, just sneaking into the top 10. The Q38.5 rider, the sprinter from Ireland. So for the team of Soudal Quickstep, they've got Luke Lamperti and Ethan Hayter in their team. 65 kilometres an hour. Remco Evenepoel is hitting on the front.
Gosh.
5 kilometres to go for the peloton. Remco Evenepoel has had the pressure on here and just sneaking off the front here. Remco. He's been very active and animated today. It's been interesting to watch.
Yeah, he's certainly not somebody that looks like he's saving himself for GC. But it's, like we said earlier, it's about avoiding potential detraining in these first few days when he's got big goals on the horizon like the World Championships. So he can afford to, with his physicality, to also do some work in these races.
They're clearing the gap because the peloton are coming here as we run back in towards Stowmarket. It is a technical run in towards the finish. It is not a straight sprint by any means. We've got a left turn with around 600 meters. Oh, Gummerstadt hand up for the Decathlon AG2R, the Mondial rider. Disaster, unfortunately, for him.
Wow. Yeah, that is really unfortunate timing. Not even within the 3K to go rule. Not that that matters for him. He's not going for GC. The main thing is that he won't be able to contest the sprint. So that's a real disappointment after yesterday's performance.
It is indeed. Our breakaway looking to try and be the last rider standing. The Estroffa makes another move for Lotto as they're just about to be swept up. That's such a shame. It takes one of our big favourites out of the sprint.
Yeah, you feel for him. Imagine all the adrenaline that he's been building up over the last kilometres with nowhere to go. So he'll be a very frustrated rider.
Just outside 3 kilometres to go. You can see the Bahrain victorious team all lining up. They've got Matej Govakar in there. Matej Govakar took the stage into Felixstowe last year, did the Bahrain victorious rider. But it is all back together now with 3 kilometres to go, and our bunch sprint will be ahead of us as everyone now starts to try and manoeuvre their sprinters into position. Our breakaway riders just dropping back down through the peloton there, and that's always the pressure as well there when you get caught with that close to the finish. You could see the speed that everyone else
the speed
was
has really dropped out now. So Bahrain are keeping this the momentum going. We can see Tudor Pro Cycling moving up on the outside with Pickx as well. So it's 1s and 2s at the moment. There's no real lead out as such just yet.
Matthew Brennan moving up in the yellow and black with that yellow helmet. We've got the team of Pickx Postenel also up towards the front. We've got that 3 kilometre rule for the general classification riders. Brennan through the centre. You're looking for the green jersey of Olaf Koy for the finish. John Degenkolb perhaps could be a sprinter today for Pickx Postenel. Only just moving up. Oh, crash, unfortunately. Bauke Mollema unfortunately got down. Timon Ahrensman also on the ground, unfortunately. And you can see the problem that's caused within the peloton. Both those riders quite far up towards the front. Hugo Hofstetter Also being brought through, Jules Hester in the white, blue and yellow colours of Flanders Baloise. Hofstetter's Israel Premier Tech team leading him out here. And he was up there yesterday, Hugo Hofstetter. So really taking charge now. The front, Brennan is there. Olaf Koy in the green jersey with the yellow and black helmet. Just now coming in towards the centre of your picture, just trying to find his way back up towards his teammates. We're looking for that flamme rouge as Watson and Townsend, the British and Irish champions, moving up on the left towards the front of the peloton here. But Olaf Koy has made his way through towards the front.
Although he doesn't have a lead out with him, he's got the benefit of being the fastest man in the group, so everyone wants his back wheel, and that's when the gaps open up for him. So hopefully he can squeeze himself out of this. K to go, 400 metres till the left-hand turn.
Matthew Brennan, you can see, trying to move up in the yellow for his teammate. They're narrowing here, the left turn, and then they'll be out of the corner. Lining up for the finish, it's Bahrain victorious. Matej Govakar is there. Alexander Kristoff in the yellow and red colours of Uno X, 98 career wins. He's looking for number 99. The narrowing we now start to open up now for the sprint. Is that Emils Leipen's also trying to come through for Q38.5 with Rory Townsend right on the wheel. Watson opens up, looks like Lamperti on the wheel. Sam Watson through the centre here for the Ineos Grenadiers. Watson, can he take? Here comes Olaf Koy in the green jersey. Koy opens up the sprint. Jules Hester's right on the wheel. They're going to make this sprint as straight as possible. It's Koy from Watson. Townsend trying to get up there. It's Olaf Koy for the second day in a row. Came through the peloton like quicksilver into that final turn and delivers yet again for Visma Lease Bike.
I couldn't have called that with 300 metres to go. It was an interesting sprint.
Great sprint as well from Sam Watson, leading out there. Rory Townsend getting up there, but cool, calm, collected, you'd say, from Olaf Koy.
Yeah, definitely. He timed that to perfection yet again. But that's, you know, like we're talking about, confidence is a huge thing, and he has, quite rightly, so much of that at the moment. So brilliant form and brilliant timing.
It's one of those sprints you'll come back and you'll be like, oh, what were you worried about? So really, quite again, there was that sort of real...
Yeah,
take us through the sprint, Lizzie.
I thought, okay, here we go. Bahrain are completely in control, and that, you know, they went into that corner with 3. I thought they still had the firepower. Maybe they ran out of steam too early, because it really narrowed out with a kilometre to go. And I thought Koy was going to be too far back, but clearly he wasn't. He knew what he was doing.
Just have a head-on shot here. Jules, I think it's Jules Hesters from Flanders Baloise, a great track rider. Sam Watson makes the podium in third. Govakar there from Bahrain victorious. Rory Townsend not far away as well, the Irish champ. Is that Lamperti just out of shot as well for Silao Quickstep. So the American there. What a finish. Enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was good.
We love a sprint. So two from 2.
2 from 2. He's the man to beat, isn't he? Very firm hold on that leader's jersey now.
Yeah, those bonus seconds on offer as well for Olaf Koy. So here in Stowmarket, and it's been a great atmosphere today. Have you felt it's just that with the town of really, you could tell when we were out wandering around in our little break how much everyone was just enjoying and embracing the racing.
Yeah, exactly, and the weather hasn't put a stop to the crowds around the course either. It's been a great stage.
Congrats.
Worked all day today for Olaf Koy, the team of Visma Lease Bike. It's always worth shouting them all out because they all played a part today. So Matthew Brennan, Eduardo Affini, Lo Van Bell, Thomas Gloag, Julien Vermont helping to deliver Olaf Koy to his second stage win of this year's Lloyds Tour of Britain Men. And as well, this is for the riders on a cold, wet day like this. It's important to recover and get warm. Quickly.
Yeah, get your recovery in as soon as possible, warm down as well, and then, you know, they'll be straight into the bus with a warm shower and going on to their next hotel, thinking about tomorrow.
Our top 10 looks like this. Olaf Koy takes this from Tom Krabbe, Samuel Watson, Maciej Govkar, Rory Townsend, Matt Borstenga, Luc Lamperti, Alberto Dianese, Noah Isidore and Davide Bomboy of the Unibet Tadema Rockets rounds out our top 10. So some good finishes there. It was Tom Krabbe from the Flanders Baloise team. So good finish for Tom Krabbe today. Good to see them getting up there. And did have a good finish yesterday. He was just outside of our. So I think he was in our top 10 yesterday. Tom Krabbe. So as well for the.
Yeah, he was 10th.
He was 10th, wasn't he? I was just off the top of my head there. But yeah, I've just.
So he's had an improvement. He's got his timing better today.
Just talk us through the final kilometre, because it's quite tight there as he went in.
Yeah, as I say, I think, you know, Bahrain got the nicest run through there. They lost the least amount of momentum. If you see towards the back of the screen, Koy is not even in screen, you know, and it's less than 600 metres to go. So he gets slingshot off here, I think. I think he uses the wheel of Sam Watson to bring him up. Let me see. No, still, here we are. Yeah, he uses basically Sam Watson as a lead out and launches himself just as Sam Watson runs out of momentum into the downhill with about 200 metres to go. He comes round and manages to take the corner.
So Luc Lamperti also part of that charge towards the finish there.
He kind of gets the slingshot round as well. So
great finish. And Olaf Koy takes that and extends his lead in the general classification.
The crash that happened as well was within 3K to go, so I don't think there'll be any GC disruption, which is always good.
Yeah, so the rule, if you're not familiar with it, so any rider that crashes within the 3 kilometre to go point is given the same time as the winner of the group they're in, basically, when they get to the finish, so they can just roll in.
Yep. Or any rider that was caught up behind the crash. So that's generally the best position to be in. You didn't have any injuries, but you didn't have to take part in the hectic sprint either. So
congratulations all round for our stage winner. There's all our buses, and the riders will be heading towards there. Warm showers, recovery shakes. You can see all the riders just rolling in towards all their team buses. All the fans are out in force to go meet the riders. And we will head towards our podiums. As we get the aerial shot from the helicopter here of the buses, I always look, because we're the biggest free sporting spectacle in the world, cycling, and I always liken it to say, I'll pick 2 teams, try not to be unpopular. Man United and Barcelona pitch up in your local park and play a match, and you can just watch up and watch it, and that's kind of what pro cycling is.
it is, yeah.
Let's have a look back at the highlights of today's stage, starting in Stowmarket, and they had 166.3 kilometres ahead of them. And it did take a little while for a few breakaway attempts before it finally got away.
It did, but it was pretty clear as well from the movement of the peloton that a break was going to go and was going to be allowed to go. It just needed to be the right dynamic.
It was, and unfortunately our 2 Great Britain national team riders, Ben Wiggins and Josh Charlton, crashing, just going a little bit hot into that corner. And they both hit the deck, and unfortunately they were both up on their way and fine, but it meant that their day in the breakaway, or their time in the breakaway, was done. You could see Visma Lisa Bike were on the front, 2 minutes and 30. That was really as much as they gave them today.
Yeah, that was as far as it went out. I mean, they did a brilliant job. They had 2 punctures within the breakaway and still managed to, you know, almost make it.
Andreas Stockbro taking the sprint ahead of Baptiste Vierstroffer. Puncture, unfortunately, for Stockbro, rear wheel puncture as the rain fell. And it was pretty gnarly today, wasn't it, the weather?
Yeah, it was. It took a turn for the worst. But, you know, that made the racing a little bit more dynamic and exciting. So, you know, unfortunately, a couple of crashes, but no serious ones. So, a good day.
Shimano neutral service were kept busy today. We came towards our King of the Mountains point, the only one of the day. Andreas Stockbro-Nielsen taking the maximum points at the top. He did gap the breakaway well, and it was interesting that he just decided not to press on with this one.
Yeah, it could have been an opportunity, but, you know, he probably felt that he could, you know, tell the conditions, whether it was headwind there maybe. Just felt that it was not going to be the right move, and that he potentially had more chance by sticking with a teammate. But we can see here that it was going to be short-lived, and I think with just under 8 kilometres to go, they were caught.
We did have the little battle for the combativity, but it was voted by the public, and it was Hattis de Vries taking that into the sprint, that little narrowing, Bahrain victorious, getting the run to the final corner. And then for our stage winner, Olaf Koy, at this point, again, so patient in terms of reading this finish. And you could see how Sam Watson as well, having to kick back there against the barriers.
Yeah, I mean, that last corner into that narrow section was 600 metres to go, and Bahrain had the perfect line. I think they just ran out of firepower at the front to take advantage of that positioning going into that final corner, and Sam Watson decided to take it on early. Could have been a good decision, could have paid off. He got into that bend, forced Koy to come around the outside, but still wasn't enough.
Great finish from Tom Crabber from the Flanders Baloise team. It was also good to see Luke Lamperti, the American, getting up there for Soudal Quickstep, another emerging sprinter.
Yeah, you can see that it's a real opportunity for different sprinters. You know, the top 10 has been very different each day. Yeah, it's an interesting sprint match, but you can see that Koy is clearly the fastest and the man to beat.
And for riders like Tom Crabber, though, they really shop window opportunity for him, because when you're finishing second, all of a sudden you're a completely different prospect.
Yeah, he's proved it, that he's got what it takes in one of the hardest sprint stages. So
yeah, big day for the man in the yellow, white and blue colours of Flanders Baloise. Just as we had with Tort Gummerstadt yesterday in his sprint. We'll be talking more about Tom Crabber tomorrow as we get some beautiful shots around our start-finish time today here in market town of Stowmarket. Stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men, and it is the same result as yesterday. The same winner, the big favourite in the sprints here in the Tour of Britain, Olaf Koy of the team of Visma Lease Bike. We haven't seen his contract ends. We haven't seen where he's, if he's staying or whether he's going yet. That's what's interesting when you look at a rider like him. Will he stay or will he go?
Well, that's the big question. You'd hope that he hasn't signed anything yet, wouldn't you? Because he will, his worth will be certainly going up over this week. So
they'll have a little nod to the agent, be like, okay, just notch up a couple. I'll get you a couple more in there. But I'm impressed, and I'm enjoying. I enjoy watching him as a sprinter. You know, there's some sprinters in the way. You were talking about that flow state earlier on, and the way you read a race and how they process informations, and that was, as we looked with that final corner, that was chaos and mayhem.
But he was
down
in
where
control.
he was.
Yeah, he knew what he wanted to do and stuck to his plan. Yeah, I mean, he's been with Visma Lease Bike his whole career, so who knows? Maybe it's time for a change. They're, you know, traditionally the GC team, so maybe it's worth looking at other options in terms of lead outs. But I mean, it's a successful partnership so far, and the best team in the world, one of the best teams in the world. So, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that was 2 kilometers to go here. That was our crash that we had. So fortunately for the riders that went down, they are given the same time as the group they were in. Thymen Aresman unfortunately going down. I hope that the Ineos Grenadiers rider is okay. Geraint Thomas just stopping with his teammate Bauke Mollema was also one of the riders that also went down. The others that were delayed As Lizzie Dingan said, given also those riders that were delayed behind the crash, also given the same time as the group that they were in. And it does, as we said, it does mean that they can just roll in towards that finish. Tomorrow's stage as well, in terms of just looking ahead a little bit, stage 3, Milton Keynes to Amped Hill tomorrow, and it's another day that's earmarked for our sprinters. We'll come back to that in a moment. Our general classification looks like this. Olaf Koy now leads Tom Crabbe by 14 seconds. Samuel Watson at 16. Hofstadter at 16. Stockbro up there in 17. Landhover, Dainese, Townend, Brustenger and Govakar are our top 10. 20 seconds separating our top 10 here on general classification. Tomorrow, a couple of sprints along the route, a couple more climbs tomorrow as this race gets hillier as the days go on.
Yeah, it just gradually gets harder, doesn't it? I think looking at the final 3 kilometres tomorrow, if it does come down to a sprint, the final corners over 2 kilometres to go. So it's a much more straightforward sprint, and we might see more of a traditional sort of lead out into tomorrow.
And we'll see as well, there'll be those riders again as we get 3 days in. You start to, especially after a day today was quite fatiguing with the weather, and there'll be those riders that will start on day 3 to look to try and take advantage of just that little bit of accumulative fatigue on day 3.
Yeah, there could definitely be more opportunities tomorrow for the breakaway.
Olaf Koy getting himself ready for the podium. See, quick fresh jersey warming up as well. And as you say, you have to be careful as a top pro athlete, don't you, in terms of not getting too cold afterwards.
Yeah, it's why, they talk about in the Tour de France whether it's worth taking the yellow jersey early or not, because of those extra hours that you spend and the podium protocol, and potentially staying colder for longer, not getting your fuel in as quickly. But teams are so organised now that the Soigneurs are waiting at the line behind the podium. He's already got dry clothes on, and he'll have his post-race meal pretty quickly.
Here is Olaf Koy.
Olaf, 2 out of 2. These English roads and the weather you must love them.
Yeah, the weather not so much today, but no, the race suits me quite well, I guess. Yeah, another stage win after some hard work of the team. Yeah, really happy with that.
Just talk us through that sprint finish.
Yeah, we were, I think, yeah, compared to yesterday, we used a few more guys to catch the break, so yeah, I was a bit more on my own together with Matthew. So yeah, I found my own way into the right wheel, and yeah, then there was also space enough for me to go. So yeah, when I had the space to go 200, I went, and yeah, I felt that I was the fastest.
The race started and finished in Stowmarket. Did you have a chance to recon the finish, and if so, did that give you a benefit when the finish came?
Yeah, I did ride the final kilometers, but yeah, it's also always good to get a view on the final. But yeah, on race speed, it's always a lot different than when you do it in a normal ride. But it was good to see. Yeah.
And for any amateurs watching, can you give any tips on how to take off and put on a rain jacket while riding a bike?
Don't do it in the crosswind. Do it on a tailwind or headwind, and yeah, try to do it fast. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our winner, Olaf Koy. And his insight there as well was really interesting, in terms of how he had to him and Matthew Brennan, but they kind of lost each other and he had to find his own way through.
Yeah, and it's sometimes about knowing to trust your instincts. It can be difficult when you're trying to form a relationship in a lead out. You'd have the kind of duo of, say, Mark Cavendish and Mark Renshaw, he would follow him no matter what and always know that he'd find a gap. But sometimes you have to go on your own as a sprinter and know that door is closing. And yeah, you obviously made the right decision. So
you've got to have almost like blind faith in your lead out rider, haven't you?
You have, if that's the way that you sprint. Not every sprinter needs to do that. Some sprinters like to get dropped off on somebody else's wheel at a kilometre to go. They're happy if you keep them safe until there, but
Let's have a look back at the story of the day. So our breakaway group, unfortunately our 2 British riders going down on the corner. They didn't make it back into the breakaway. Unfortunately, we'll bet that they'll be looking to try and do that tomorrow. 2 minutes and 30 seconds was really the maximum gap. Went to our intermediate sprint point. Andreas Stockbro managing to just edge out Baptiste Weerstroffer here from Lotto. He took the 3 seconds. That helped elevate him in the general classification. He then unfortunately suffered a rear wheel puncture in what has been fairly gnarly weather conditions today. Shimano neutral service kept busy, did a great job today. Did our neutral service. You can see our Lotto rider, he also suffered a puncture early on. Onto the King of the Mountains. And the small climb here in Suffolk. Still enough though to distance Raphael Rice from the breakaway group. We were then down to 3 as Andreas Stockbro took off for the summit. Took the maximum points, decided that he wasn't going to persist with his efforts. Plenty of attacks from Baptiste Weerstroffer to try and stay away or be the last rider standing from the breakaway group. And from this point on, you could see very early on, Bahrain victorious, very much taking control of the sprint through that final corner. It was Bahrain victorious on the front in the white with those sort of seafoam blue helmets, looking to try and lead out for Govakar. On the left, Q38.5 with Rory Townsend, the Irish champion. They went left. Sam Watson launched his sprint, the British champion in that white jersey. Luke Lamperti with him. But the sprint there from Sam Watson and Lamperti just opened the doors wide for Olaf Koy to come through and take his 2nd stage win of this year's Lloyds Tour of Britain men, ahead of Tom Grabber of the Flanders Baloise team. And with that came the bonus seconds for Olaf Koy. Means that he extended his lead in the general classification. He will carry that green leader's jersey into the stage tomorrow. Happy days all round. What a job done by the team today for Olaf Koy. On the podium, Kenzie and Charlene on the podium. They do a great job throughout the day, entertaining the crowd, keeping everyone going, whipping them up. Baptiste de Vries gets the Combativity Award, gets a little sparkling wine moment.
Speaking with us today, some really tricky conditions with the high winds and the rain. How was that ride for you?
Oh, it was a hard one. Of course, we were in front from the start, so yeah, pretty windy also. So yeah, it was a hard day for us.
I've got some questions for you. So I know who was in that car, John Mould. I want to know, and I think everyone here wants to know, what were your tactics? What was he telling you? He's that little bird in your ear. What was the direction for today? You had 2 out there, 2 from the team.
Yeah, our first goal was to be in the early breakaway because yeah, we knew that in a final, the last 30k, it would be tailwind. So yeah, if we get there with a bit of an advantage, it was a nice chance, like to make it to the finish. So yeah, John got pretty excited in the final, but sadly it was a bit too long.
It was, but you were maybe a minute ahead with 12k to go, 15k to go, and we were here commentating. We were getting really excited, thinking John Mould was going to be in their ear, absolutely screaming. Did you have that little bit of excitement? How were you feeling in that group? Were you positive? How were the legs? What were you thinking?
Yeah, first we were at 6 and then 2 guys crashed early in the start, so it was a bit sad that we were only with 4. The Portuguese guy got dropped, so then we were only with 3. Yeah, so I think we missed 1 or 2 guys like to make it to the line. But yeah, we did a nice effort and we did what we could. And yeah, I think we made like an exciting race.
And lastly, Hartiz, the Combativity Award is voted for by the spectators. So just how big an honour, I suppose, is that they voted for you today?
Yeah, it's nice to have a jersey after like an effort like today, and I think we also have a pretty big fan base like with the team, so that also helps in the full thing, I think.
Well, it's a pleasure to speak with you, and we look forward to welcoming you back on stage to receive your award in a few moments' time. But for now, please do show your appreciation once again for Hartise de Vries and the presence.
Hartise de Vries, our combativity winner today, and sadly it was that sort of day where you felt later on that they did miss the two young Brits and Rafa Rice getting dropped.
Yeah, it was a real shame for them that they missed those three. Yeah, because that extra firepower would have helped in the final. But you know, it's promising for tomorrow. The peloton was happy for a breakaway of 6 to go. So you know, potentially tomorrow a larger group might get the freedom to go again and try.
So we guarantee tomorrow morning we're going to see the Unibet Titema Rockets at the front on the rollout. We'll see Lotto up there again. Flanders Balwaza, they didn't get in the break. They got Tom Crabber. Maybe they'll change their approach now with Crabber finishing second today, because we talk, you know, there's a big power difference between coming in 10th and coming in second in terms of a lot of factors.
Yeah, it depends on the makeup of that group. I mean, they may feel that just having one rider in the breakaway is useful because it uses up the firepower of Visma Lease bike. You saw that Coy was a little bit isolated in the final. He had used up all his teammates, so you know it's beneficial still, I think, even if you are a sprint team, to kind of disrupt that Team Visma Lease bike setup.
Coy's very much that modern sprinter, though, isn't he? And within a team like Visma Lease bike, if you're going into races, you have to be able to find your own way, because the days of dedicated teams for sprinters are really gone.
Yeah. He really did find his own way there, and you know, he, like we talked about, he's got this confidence that we'll see him through tomorrow, I'm sure. But you know, you have to try, don't you? If you're the other teams, you don't just hand it to them on a plate. You know, you have to be as proactive as you can be to disrupt the flow of that team.
You do indeed. Olaf Coy is our stage winner, second day in a row, gets a beautiful map there of the circuit. A little toast to victory.
A toast to victory.
We're so British, aren't we?
Very civilised, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little toast. He also gets a bottle of sparkling wine here. They'll have that round dinner, I think, tonight.
Back-to-back victories, 6 stage wins now in his career in the Tour of Britain.
There's a successful rider here in the Tour of Britain. Can he make it 3 tomorrow, or will they give Matthew Brennan his opportunity? That's the question. That's what they've been saying.
I think it's hard to look past him. I think they will go for Coy tomorrow as well.
Yeah, because you want those guaranteed wins, even with how successful Matthew Brennan's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, a win is hugely important to the team, and he's a proven winner. He's got the form right now, and yeah, you have to back a winning horse, don't you? Is
there that scenario though sometimes for teams where you kind of go, right, we're going to double team it? You know, you will both go for it and just no, you wouldn't. You get that scenario in terms of leading Coy out and letting Brennan just surf and freelance off everyone else. Would you ever get that scenario?
No, I don't think so. If I see 2 riders from the same team in the top 10, I think there's going to be problems in that team meeting.
Because you basically you've got,
unless one of them wins and one comes third, yeah, that would be lovely. But I think it's unrealistic to. No, they need to at this level. You have to commit to one sprinter.
Yeah, I like yeah. I mean, it's something that, you know, you kind of wonder, okay, but no, exactly. See that, and as you said, you know, if you don't win, if you then do that and you don't win, then the team meeting would not be the DS wouldn't be a happy bunny at the end of that.
I mean, I know Coy is making it look easy and that he can do it alone, but he's not. You know, you do have to at this level be backing one person. Brennan helped him, although not in the final. He wasn't, you know, in the real final. He was there all day long doing lots of work that affected his ability to sprint in the end. So, no, it's a team effort through and through.
Another day, another green leaders jersey here in the Lloyds Tour of Britain men for Olaf Coy. He'll take that leader's jersey into stage 3 tomorrow. Extends his lead in the general classification. And he is looking comfortable. I know he's unlikely to get up the tumble with those sort of riders, but you know, he's extended the lead overall. Could very much hold this into the hillier days, maybe even through Burton Dassett. You never know.
You never know. It depends on you know, the dynamic of the race. But I mean, I think when you're in such fine sprinting form, the idea that he could follow the best on the tumble, but you know, twice, I don't think is realistic.
He'll take a 14-second advantage over Tom Crabber into tomorrow. Sam Watson in third at 16 seconds, just 20 seconds separating our top 10. So we head towards stage 3.
Well, thanks very much to Marty and to Lizzie for that record-breaking commentary shift there, as we eventually got the podiums done and dusted with, or at least half of them. Olaf Koy on, of course, twice as stage winner and as the expanded leader after 2 stages of the general classification. 14 seconds now his lead. Danny, a different script from yesterday, totally different kind of finish, even more emphatic result for Olaf Koy.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a league of his own, wasn't he? But actually, quite a similar turnout to what we saw yesterday, with the breakaway forming, held on a very tight leash, I must say, by Visma Lease Bike and Matteo Trentin, who did a hell of a lot of work out there today. But yeah, the carnage was the weather conditions. We saw a few teams trying to do something in the wind, but ultimately there were too many directional changes, too much hedgerows in this part of the world, so nothing happened with the wind. But yeah, a really carnage final. A lot of kind of that washing machine effect of riders getting caught out, not that typical lead out that we see from teams. The strength and depth had been used up actually by a lot of the Visma Lease Bike teams, so it left Olaf Koy somewhat isolated. He had Matt Brennan there, but he didn't do a huge amount in the final. He was just the fastest by far.
He had Bahrain victorious there, that's what he had. And hats off to Maciej Govelkar, actually, who finished in 4th place on the stage. He crashed earlier on, managed to get back on, clearly wasn't that injured, and managed to sprint to 4th place. And the team did a really good job for him. It would have been very different for Visma Lease Bike and for Olaf Koy had they not been there at that point in the race for Koy effectively to work with.
Yeah, definitely, but I do see, you know, Koy just being in another league. So actually, he said himself, you know, he can surf off wheels of other teams. Yeah. He knows where he needs to be. So yes, Bahrain were there and he could use them to his advantage in the final. But actually, I think even if they weren't there, it would have still been the same result today.
Yeah, and I was intrigued when we saw who was in the breakaway today to note that Sport Flandre and Baloise were not there today, and they're always in the breakaway regardless. But it all made sense when we saw the finishing result, and you noted it straight away. One of their riders in 2nd place, Tom Crabbe.
Yeah, that was a huge result for him individually, but also for them as a team. They're one of the smaller teams here in this race. So yesterday was great for them to be represented in that breakaway. When we didn't see them this morning, we thought, you know, where are they? Not just to be there represented, but also for the King of the Mountains competition to extend in that lead, which they held with Milan Lanova. So yeah, a huge result for Tom Crabbe to be 2nd today.
Yeah, and there he was on the podium, having defended his, on countback, defended his lead in the King of the Mountains competition, so he'll wear that jersey for another day. Now, we should have a similar-ish script tomorrow. It's a much shorter stage, though, isn't it?
It is, only 122 kilometres tomorrow from Milton Keynes to Ampthill. 2 category 3 climbs on a little circuit, not at the finish, but around 66 kilometres to go. We enter that circuit, so the same climb twice, only 700 metres though, at around 5%, so nothing too much for the riders. 2 sprints as well, not a technical final. There's a few dangerous pinch points with around 5 kilometres to go, but 2 kilometres to go, very straightforward. So I think we'll see more of that conventional lead out from a lot of the teams.
That's the picture in terms of the possible stage result tomorrow. General classification situation mercifully kind of largely unchanged today, despite the fact there was that crash. They came over the line in bits and pieces, but everybody starts pretty much the stage on the same time tomorrow.
Yeah, they do. We did see a big crash with 2 kilometres to go, but the rule is that anyone that crashes inside 3 kilometres to go, either that crash or get caught up in the crash, will be given the same time as the group they were in at the time. So we saw Thymen Arensman go down, the likes of Geraint Thomas as well, Remco Evenepoel, one of the big favourites, of course, for this race. So they won't be affected by that today.
Remco Evenepoel doing what he did at the Tour of Britain last year and closing gaps that at certain points today looked pretty dangerous, looking like the breakaway might even go to the line. Well, we're expecting another bunch sprint tomorrow. Visma Lease a Bike firmly in control of things at the moment, and the story of the first couple of stages can be summed up in the following way, really. Kooij can, and at the moment, on the evidence of what we've seen, everyone else can't.